absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Absolute pleasure to be back on the UTMB World Series. There's the man.
Oh.
The world is watching. We're live.
Merci à tous d'être présents.
That gap is melting.
Bonjour à toutes, bonjour à tous et bienvenue.
Allez, c'est parti. What a race.
The mountains are calling now.
Il y a de l'UTMB index au mètre carré. And it is not over.
Oh non.
Insane.
That was fast.
Welcome our champion. Oh man. Wow.
Oh, one of the big jobs.
Yes! Good work, Rod. Good work. All right. We're back. Day 2, ladies and gentlemen. Back to the HOKA Val by UTMB, the European major of the UTMB World Series. 7 hours and 23 minutes elapsed in the CDH, the 100K. And we're back, myself and my beloved partner in crime for all this live broadcast, the one and only Steph. Let's see. There we go.
Hey,
Not that we were
everyone.
better looking than the mountains, but
And I enjoyed your Matthew McConaughey impression there right at the beginning.
I am impressed because not a whole lot of people know about this.
Leave it
Well,
to a North American.
well done.
Well, we had an exciting day yesterday following the 50K where we saw Nadir Maget finish in first on the men's side and Yao Miao from China finish in first on the women's side. And today we will be following the 100K, which, as you say, has already started, and soon the 100-miler.
Yeah, and as you can see in the sky, and if you stuck around a little bit longer for the 50K yesterday, the weather really turned. We nearly had the finish line blown off. It was quite insane. And so the rest of the field experienced a wide range of weather conditions during their 50K. And but that was forecasted. They knew about this, and this is why the CDH today has a few changes on the course. Although they are minimal, they are there. So obviously all the runners have been informed about that. But if you are not aware, for the 100-mile race that we will cover, the changes have been massive. And the reason for that is that it's been 2 years that the race has been canceled because of weather conditions. Once again, as we said yesterday, for runner safety, there's never any question around that. But this year, they wanted to make sure that everyone would get the chance to cross the finish line. And if that was at a cost of changing the course and staying lower down, they were prepared to do it. Here we had our top 3 anticipated top athletes for this 100K, but obviously it's been well on the way. Nuria Piquez is in the mix. But in the women's race,
Well, Nuria Piquez, let's just talk about her because she's on the screen. She is an absolute legend. For those of you that have followed trail running for some time, she was the UTMB winner in 2017 and just has such a positive, large following in this community. I think everyone who follows this sport really likes to see her run. They also flagged Marie Klakeg Fenner from Norway, who had gotten fourth in the PDA. That's the 50K race in Val d'Arène by UTMB last year, and second at CDH, the 100K in 2023.
Oh, she loves that event.
Yep, and as we will see, she's doing well today. Third, they also highlighted Ana Maria Jimenez Galvez from Spain. So that's the top three going in. Looking at the men's side, we in the third person that we were highlighting was Abel Carretero from Spain. He's done 5 races this year already, so that's quite impressive and quite a lot. Second up on the people to watch was Manuel Anguita from Spain. Third at Transvolcania, the 100K this year, and 8th at UTMB last year. And then, of course, we've got Dakota Jones from the U.S. taking on the Spaniards. Now, Dakota, if you go onto his Instagram page and look at his last post, he's got quite a sense of humor. He dropped out of his last race about 6 months ago, where he was very publicly trying to attempt to break the 100-mile record. Now, Dakota likes to really go big for these dreams, and he really shows his vulnerable side when he doesn't make what he wants to make. And so he's changed up a lot of things mentally about his nutrition.
He's learned how to dance with his partner.
He's learned how to dance with his partner in fabulous outfits. If you go take a look, and he was recently just crewing for his partner Martina Valmasoy, and now Martina is going to be crewing for him today. And as we will see, he is really showing up on this race so far.
Yeah, he is. And the exciting part is, even though we've already kind of quote unquote missed 7 hours plus of what went down at the beginning of the race, all the men's are still in a nutshell. Nothing is done. Nobody pulled away. So the race scenarios, everything's still so open. And here you can see on the 3D map, they've still managed to take the runners up high, in the high country, in the technical parts, around the glacier lakes, and then eventually across this Baqueira Beret plateau. There's a big aid station there, and then dropping down, and then just like they did yesterday, that back up this valley and up to Colomiers, and then down to the finish.
Now, as you say, on the men's side, the race has been quite close. When I was checking where the rankings were at around the 52K mark, Ricardo Certa from Spain was in first, with Dakota 3 minutes behind, hot on his heels, and then Baptiste Coententiec.
Yeah, you had it right.
Perfect. in third. Then when we got up to the 61-kilometer mark, it was Baptiste in first, then Dakota, then Ricardo. Now looking at where we're at in the stats, as they went through the last checkpoint, which was at the 70K mark, we have Baptiste Coententiec from France in first, and then 3 minutes behind, Oriol Barbani Bofil from Spain, and then really right just a few seconds behind him, another Spaniard, Abel Carretero, and in fourth, Manuel Anguita, who we were highlighting as earlier in the second person, one to watch, exactly. And then behind him, Per Orel from Spain. Now, Dakota has not yet come through that checkpoint. And so looks like he might have dropped back from that initial lead group. Could just be a couple of minutes, but as we saw yesterday, a couple of minutes can make a difference.
And as you can see here, the party was on. It's probing on the start line. Or maybe it was all the flashes. Here, Owen was probably giving the last recommendations 10 minutes before the 6 a.m. local start.
I love that nervous energy on the start line. You know, everyone's kind of in their own little world. It's still dark.
Yeah.
Trying to figure out what the day is going to hold.
Well, and it is a big undertaking. Like that 100K is hard. So let's see, we can see there was Dakota on the far left-hand side with the gray outfit of a normal Nuria with the buff yellow cap. enough, they went. I think Miguel Anguita was with some pinkish salmon. I think it was a pack, not necessarily a t-shirt. Enough, they went. You gotta love those hot starts. You get excited, pull away.
And what's your go-to pre-race meal?
Excellent question. It varies widely on the distance.
Ah, okay.
Yep. I think sub 50K, I'm just going to have a very light breakfast because I have no problem eating during races.
Yep.
Like I can down gels like it's candy.
Does gels count as eating?
Well, it's fuel.
It's nutrition.
It's fuel. Yep. But then, when I was doing longer races, I would actually get up 4 hours before.
Wow.
And have sweet potato puree.
Okay.
Mixed with little pieces of chicken that I would cook in coconut oil.
Wow.
So I do this all the night before, put it in the fridge, get up 4 hours before, chuck that down, go back to sleep.
Okay.
So
Okay.
digestion's continues,
Yep.
and then get up usually 2 hours before the start because it's never a fast start.
Yep.
Those ultras. You?
Ooh, I do like the kind of classic bananas oatmeal. Yeah. That's, and of course, coffee. It's the only time I drink coffee. That's for digestion purposes. We won't go into further details. But
I hear
if
you.
know, you
I'm
know.
with you. And
Now-
so I think this is Manuel here with the green shoes and it wasn't pink. It was more like orange.
Now, as we can see here, most of the runners in this 100K from the lead pack looks like they're using poles, although we do see some without them.
Here's Baptiste.
Yesterday in the 50K, you noted that there were fewer people using poles because it was such a short race, just relying on their quads. But here, I can imagine poles would really help on some of those technical climbs. So this is Baptiste Cohen-Tentiek from France in first. Now the lead, as we mentioned, the lead he had was only about 3 minutes on second at the last checkpoint. And we're watching
Oh,
the...
I didn't realize. Sorry, I cut you. That he was at Mont-Blanc Marathon. So that was last weekend. He ran the Duo 20, which is like a team race.
Yep.
You had that?
I actually had that ready.
Yes,
He
you
was
pulling up your nose like, all right.
yeah, my cheat sheet notes here. He was first in the 20K at the Marathon du Mont-Blanc and fifth at Ultra Trail Snowdonia, the 100K race that I raced in as well just a couple of months ago. And actually, that race, the Snowdonia race, would train you pretty well for the Pyrenees because even though people don't think of the UK as having mountains, and let's face it, they are hills, when you're on them, even though they're shorter climbs, they are very technical.
They keep you humble.
Yep. Don't underestimate the Welsh terrain. Now, we're watching the men, but I did want to point out what is happening on the women's side.
Yes.
Now, Marie Klakid Fenre from Norway, she is just dominating at the moment.
Oh, yeah.
So when I checked in at the 30-kilometer or 37-kilometer checkpoint, she had a 20-minute lead. It's now extended to a 30-minute lead. Ooh. So she is absolutely flying. Then behind her, we have Elodie Pierre from France. And behind her, Amaya Medrano from Spain. Now, you'll see if you go onto the live tracking, you'll see Sophie Mullins. She has withdrawn. It looks like that she was running in second, but actually I think she must have taken some kind of transport from one checkpoint to another and accidentally clocked in because it shows her going at 15 kilometers an hour at some point on an uphill. So she is out of the race. But Elodie Pierre and Amaya Medrano are running more closer together. They were 6 minutes apart at the last checkpoint. But we've really, Marie Klakid Fenre has already gone through Salar du. So she is dominating. And then we've got Nuria Picas, who we highlighted as really a favorite going into this race. She's Spanish. She's running more on home territory. And it'll be really interesting to see what she accomplishes here. I guess we could classify her as being one of the older runners. Yeah. She's in the 45 to 49 category, but it's great to see her, still up at the front, challenging the more young guns in the 20 to 34 category.
And she's one of the legends of our sport. Like she was there at the very beginning. She inspired so many people. And as you were saying, equally because of her results, but also because of who she is as a human. Like she's just a fantastic person with her partner and the kids. And as you were saying, firefighter. She was at a fire station, just always on this spin bike or on the treadmill and training. And man, when she was at the peak of her time, like she was impossible to beat. Yeah, you were towing the line with her. It's like, all right, well, that's going to be good enough for second. It's awesome to see her still going after it, like so many years into it.
That's the great thing about this sport is that, you can have longevity. While these 20-year-olds, these 25-year-olds, they're quick. There's also a huge mental game, and that's where having a few more years under your belt might be able to help you on strategy.
And so I'm impressed here. Like they're moving on that fire road, all of them. But also, so Baptiste is a bit further ahead.
Yep.
But then Miguel, not Miguel, Manuel, and I didn't quite catch who was behind him. Was it Dakota? It looked all grey, so I'm guessing.
Dakota had fallen back a bit.
You were saying
Ricardo.
that. Yep.
Dès que vous pouvez me dire comme ça fait pas de défaut pour le live.
In third it was
Oriol
Abel Carretero from Spain.
Yes, Oriol must have dropped
Or he must have dropped back because they're showing Manuel coming up further. So we had, in that group, we had Oriol Barbani Bofil, Abel Carretero, Manuel Anguita, and Per Orel.
Per Orel, do you know him?
No. I do have some information about him, though.
About his wife?
I don't.
No.
Do tell me.
Oh shit, no.
Well, while you're thinking, I will say he got 5th in the Trail 100 Andorra 50K race this year. So he's already had some success on a 5th podium spot this year. Looking at some of the others in that top 5, let's look at, I was mentioning that Abel Carretero from Spain has already done 5 races this year already, so really quite a prolific runner. And even if they're short distances, they do take a toll, so very impressive to see him out here. And Ricardo Certa, who previously was leading in the race, he's dropped back a bit, but where is he? He's dropped back down to 9th, which is interesting. Now, we're still talking minutes apart, so he's about 10 minutes behind that kind of chase group that's chasing Baptiste. But Ricardo Certa, who runs for Brooks, was 8th at the Tenerife Blue Trail 110K race this year.
Yeah, so Pere Orel, first, like, he's been away from the scene for a few years, but he was up there, even in shorter distances, known as the biggest quads in the circuit. Hopefully we'll have images. The legs are massive, very impressive. But he's also, and I don't know if he's still sponsored by Merrill, but they both were, because his partner is Ragna Debat. She's Dutch, I want to say. But like, she was also like one of the women who was towing the line. You'd be pretty sure she'd take out like the top 3, top 5.
You know, that's such a superpower to have both
Yes.
partners
yes.
in a couple runners, because it takes so much time in training and competition. And if you are both in the same sport, it just makes it so much easier to find harmony and synergy between your schedules.
And at the time, I know they had a daughter. I don't know if maybe they had more kids since, but they did travel the world. It did took a whole year off to go from races to races.
Oh, fantastic.
And there was a movie that was being done about it. I don't know if it ever came out.
Oh, cool.
But yeah, so Ragnar was super, super strong. And a little bit like Dmitry Mityayev and Ekaterina Mityayeva.
Yep. Or Katie
Both-
Scheid and Germain.
Germain. But like less so Katie and Germain. Let's hear it from Dakota Jones' quick pre-race interview.
I'm from the United States, from Utah. I'm here to run the 110K, the Camins d'Air, or however you say it, in Val d'Aran by UTMB. I chose this race because I've heard a lot of really good things about Val d'Aran and the race here over the years, and I've had the opportunity to meet the race director, Xavi, and one of the people who founded the race, Clara, works for Normal, and I just feel like I have a lot of friends who have been here or who live here and have said so many great things, and so I wanted to be a part of the experience myself. This is my first time in Val d'Aran, and I arrived 30 minutes ago, and I don't know anything about the track. I mean, I've looked at the maps, I've looked at the profile and the videos. I have an idea, but I think Friday is going to be full exploration. So this summer, I'm running Val d'Aran and UTMB. So 2 races, but they're big ones, so I'm trying to do a good job. This is my 3rd UTMB. The first time was 2011, and I did not finish. The second time was 2014, and I didn't finish. 11 years later, just finishing will be success. So I'm happy. Yeah.
Ouais, ça va revenir. Lâche rien.
That was a great interview with Dakota, really showing his personality. And he's so humble. You know, he does have this tendency to either win, get a course record, or DNF.
Both in style.
Both in style. But we'll be keeping our fingers crossed for him this year at UTMB. As he says, coming back, 11 years after a DNF.
That is him. Yeah. Nag cap and the normal top.
Yep. And this race the course will be a surprise to him. As he was saying, he doesn't know anything about it. He's looked at it online, but it will be a surprise.
Would rather not put too much pressure on himself. And here he is, the Pere-Aurel, who then was running in 4th? Things are changing on that section based on what we see.
When they're all running within minutes of one another, things can change very quickly. And so what you might see on the UTMB live site might have already changed, because it's just clocking what the ranking was as they went through that checkpoint. And we've got almost half an hour before they are expected to go through the next checkpoint. So there could be a lot of movement. The top men's group, they're on... it looks like they're on a flat section right now, but then there's quite a steep little climb to the top before they hit the next checkpoint. They are heading into they're at around 70K, so they're almost heading into the final quarter of the race. So we'll be feeling it in the legs, but there really isn't time or wiggle room to let up, given that the race is so close. That is in huge contrast, as we were saying, on the women's side, where Marie Clegg Fenra from Norway, she could stop, have a coffee, have a sangria, relax a little bit, and then continue on her way, and she could still win.
So Martina has obviously played a great role in making Dakota more open to different practices, such as dance. I think the next in line, I mean, it's very nice of Dakota to take his poles for a walk, but
he's not using them.
No. So,
this
Martina,
is weight training.
your next job, because Martina Valmasoy is an advanced skimo athlete, so she obviously knows all about it, and it looks like that knowledge hasn't transferred quite well yet across the man, but that's all good.
He's just working on his biceps. Dakota Jones carrying his poles,
The guns.
working on his guns. Exactly. But, this is actually somewhat typical of American runners. Using poles, if you race in Europe, it's just almost standard. And training with poles is also quite common. But what we see sometimes with American runners coming over to the U.S. is that they're just not as accustomed to using poles. I think that's not necessarily the case with Dakota, but just a general comment on the differences in styles between North American runners and European runners.
Yeah, and you can see, like, he's still moving. He's still running well.
There we go. Let's put away the poles, Dakota.
Did he get did he get a message? A little bit of a ding notification. Dakota, drop the poles.
And I was chatting with Dakota last night saying, do you have any good facts for us to tell on air? And he said, well, when he was 11 years old, he could do a entire flip on his BMX bike, but now all he can do is run.
Wait a minute. Like a back flip, front flip on a BMX?
Yeah, let me fact check. Let me fact check
Went
myself
from
here.
that cool factor to trail running, which...
Well, when he was a teenager, apologies, I wasn't 11 years old. When he was a teenager, he could do a backflip on a BMX bike, but now he's reduced to just running. So I gave him some advice. I said, no backflips today on the course.
Hell no.
1 foot in front of the other, and you get to that finish line.
Same here. Maybe there's something we don't see or we don't know, but like on that climb, like, and you know this, like it takes half a minute to put your poles away and shove them down your quiver. And you could just relax, upper body, just shoulders down, arms swinging.
The thing is that if you don't actually know the course, then you might not necessarily know where that next climb is.
Yeah.
And so it can be difficult to know, do I take the time and the energy to fiddle with my poles, try to get them into the quiver if I'm just going to take them out again? It looks quite easy for us sitting here commentating.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm trying to understand, because he's essentially doing the same.
And sometimes you just get in the zone and you're just thinking about what your feet are doing. And so the poles almost become invisible.
So I don't know if we've dropped down into 7th or if we moved up into 5th, just ahead of Dakota.
Now, if you're just joining us, we are following the 100K race in the Val d'Orem by UTMB series. There are 7 races in total. We are commentating on 3 over these 3 days. We followed the 50K race yesterday. We're following the 100K race now. We're showing the top men on the screen at the moment, also closely following the women's race. And we will be commentating on the 100 miler, which will be starting soon. Later this afternoon. There are 6,000 runners from 83 countries participating across the 7 races this weekend. Most of them are from Europe, which will serve them well, as in this region, over 30% of the land is above 2,000 meters. So definitely altitude is an issue. And of course, with altitude, racing in the mountains comes the weather. And we have been dealing with difficult weather forecasts. It doesn't look like it when you see these skies, but as we saw later in the day yesterday, the weather did turn. So we do have some course changes today. We had a mild course change on the 50K. We have some small course changes on the 100K, but the 100-mile race has some pretty significant changes to reduce the altitude and the exposure that the runners will be facing. And there we've got a beautiful drone shot of some of the course. You can see that the runners are really greeted with absolutely stunning scenery. and they have to be prepared for whatever will come their way today.
Yeah, and so far it seems like we've almost gone past the time where things could go bad from a weather perspective, but we'll see that right after the commercial break.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
And we are back following the 100K race.
And if you quickly saw on the screen the indication of Borja Fernandez, this is not Borja. This was not Borja, and this is still not Borja. I think he's still sponsored by Scott, so he'll be wearing a white and yellow T-shirt whenever we see him. I saw him on the recap at the start, so he's in the race, but that's not him right there. Yeah, this seems like a really long fire road. Unless this is the only spot where we have reception and we're just going back and forth with every single runner. Well, the good news is we're going to be able to have a good look at the top female runners when they go through that.
Attention, team 6.
Just getting an aerial shot of the course there. We've been following the men's race, switching back over to the women's side. We're still looking for an update. We'll get an update in about 5 to 10 minutes of this next kind of chase pack, who are really chasing, but from quite a distance. The woman who is in the lead, which was Marie Klakken Fenre from Norway. She is absolutely flying.
Yeah, she's in a league in her own today, and that must be exciting. I don't know, has this ever happened to you? Like, you just show up and just do your race, and there's you and the rest of the world. Damn.
And a few years ago, perhaps a few years ago. I'll see what kind of energy I can bring to Hard Rock next weekend, but I don't imagine I will be channeling the kind of performance that Marie Klakken Fenre is showing us today. I'm expecting that from Katie Scheid.
Yeah.
So looking at who we have on the women's side, we had mentioned that Marie had gotten fourth in the 50K race at Val d'Orem by UTMB last year, and in the year before that, she'd gotten second in the 100K. So she knows this course, she knows this terrain. She'll be coming in really looking for that win. Behind her, Elodie Pierre from France. She won a trail marathon in France actually just last month, so she's coming off of a good performance there. And behind her, we have Amaya Raskin-Medrano. Now, what we know about her, she was third at a 50K race in France in May. But looking at her background, I think that she might be running a little bit better than expected. She wasn't on, just purely by her UTMB index, she wasn't on my radar.
All right. This is what happened yesterday.
Woo!
Bit of a race recap. And what a stellar day we had indeed.
And as we were joking, the race is called PDA, which for at least those of us who are English speakers means public displays of affection, and we did see some on the start line.
Whole lot of affection. And yeah, as we expected, being the shortest race of the three we're covering this weekend, it was fast, it was furious, and the leaders, both in the men's and the women's, just crushed slowly but surely the entire field. Here, Nadir Maguet with his yellow t-shirt representing La Sportiva, and Yao Miao from China representing Salomon was also just slightly but surely pulling away. Here she is from second place. Oh man, I need her. There she is, Sylviane Oscar.
And then Ikra Marcella in third. It was incredible to see Yao Miao just really take on those downhills. She raced aggressively, she raced hard. And even in her interview afterwards, she said that she could have done better, which just shows how much more she's potentially got left in the tank and what we will see from her maybe when she takes on OCC just next month. And we're back following the 100K race. So I was saying just before the break, Amaya Raskin-Medrano, looking at her UTMB index, I don't know if you know more about her from your previous commentating, Martin, but it seems to me that Amaya is running better than we would have expected. I wasn't anticipating her to be this high up in the rankings, just looking at her past performance. Which is great for her.
So here with a drone shot, hopefully catching some of the runners. Nope. Sorry, I get a little bit of a replay on Dakota, who we hear is not feeling at his best. So hopefully he'll get over it. And it's not always easy, but that's also why you sign up for those long races. You know it's going to be some curveball, and it's how you're going to be able to deal with them.
And this is where the mental aspect comes in. You know, when you hit that low, it can be so deflating when you're racing near the top and all of a sudden you think, oh no, is my race over? And this is where you've just got to try to adapt, try to keep going, and know that the race isn't over until it's over. And anything can change. But I'm sure a difficult moment for him if he's dealing with stomach problems or whatever else might be hitting him on the trail. Now, the Val d'Orem by UTMB race, this is part of the World Series Major.
So what does that mean? Oh. Are we going to have...
Looks like we might be going to...
a bit of a video documentary about another runner who's great for our sport, coming from Switzerland and representing Team HOKA, Judith Wyder. who recently placed second at Mont-Blanc Marathon just this past weekend. All right, well, it's not coming, so let's carry on.
All right, while
we're
we're
talking
waiting.
about UTMB World Series major.
Exactly. So while we have over...
And there you go. Now we do have the countdown.
They're just playing with us in the studio here.
Keeping us on our toes. Here we go, team. Let's hear it from Judith Wyder.
I got you! The training is a little part in my life. Oh wow, så cool! Welcome to my life. Good morning all, welcome to Inside the Run. That's my place, and I need to bring these two to school, and then you can follow me along. I'm Judith Wyder, and I'm from Switzerland, running for HOKA and Red Bull. I've been an orienteer all my life, and then I swapped to trail running after giving birth to my first daughter. Then we have Lynn, 7.5. That's Jonna, she's 5 years old. And my husband Gabriel. Happily, we are able to eat breakfast together normally, and they leave at 8 o'clock to kindergarten and school. You will probably see that training is a little part in my life. We've somehow managed it. Somehow. I don't know how, but we do. It's really important to organize yourself well, to have a good communication with my husband, but also with the kids. Ja, kannst du reinschlüpfen? Lynn, bist du noch da? Ah, gut. Of course, it's probably not the easiest athlete life, but on the other hand, it gives me so much joy because it just has been so many other things going on and so many other things have been nice. Let's go for the first run. It's a 70 minutes run, easy speed, and my husband Gabriel is coming with me. If you look at training, of course, there are way better places, but I've been growing up here, and it's really nice to have my parents close. And then we have a 300-meter knoll, and I do kind of 95% on this knoll of all of my trainings, and it seems it works out quite well. I got you! Now I'm back from my first run, and I will cook food for today. It's going to be sushi bowl and salad. Nutrition is really important for your training, for your daily recovery, but it's also not everything. Hello! In a daily life with kids, to be able to eat enough, for me it's the most important and difficult part. Hallo, hallo! Oh wow, så goed!
Nou, streng kan je ze even.
Hast du Müsse? I did work until 2017 as a physio. After that, it was hard to juggle like running, my first daughter, and also, of course, working. So I focused on trail running, but also on our own company, Endurance, who organizes trail running camps and coachings. Lunch is done, and we are going for a run together with Jonna, with her bike. Only easy, short, 40 minutes. I've been a runner kind of all my life. We were like in the mountains all weekends, also hiking trips with the family.
Easy run, you said?
It's always a speed session with her. The second run is done. 22k today. I think it's quite okay. Jonna and Lynn are having swim class, so we're going there. As you can see, it has been a busy day. It's my daily routines and it's how it is at my place. Thanks for joining me, and I'm happy to see you at OCC at the UTMB finals.
Here we go. If you did not know Judith Wyder, I think that's a very good snippet into her life. She's, again, fantastic human, great representative of our sport, and her partner Gabrielle is also doing a lot for the sport, a bit more localized in Switzerland, but, you know, he's always like behind what's that saying? Which is also like, I'm probably gonna get shot for that because it's pretty sexist. It's like behind every like great man, there's a woman in the shadow or something. Well, that's the other way around there. Like
Exactly. And she, being Swiss, I was not surprised to see how well organized she was. You have to be organized to train at the level that she's training with kids in tow. So very impressive. Will be really interesting to see what she does racing at the finals this year. So just before the break, we were talking about the whole concept of the World Series majors, how they connect with the finals. So the Val d'Orem by UTMB, this is a World Series major. So out of the over 50 events in the UTMB World Series, there is one major for each region, each of the 4 regions. So this is the major for the European region. And what that means is that any runner who finishes this race will get double the number of running stones, and each stone is another chance in the lottery for the finals. Also, instead of the top 3 in each of the categories going on to get an automatic entry into the UTMB Series finals in Chamonix in August, it's the top 10 that will go on. And as well, the top 5 who finish in the UTMB World Series majors will get the prize money. And it's quite a significant amount of prize money, equal, of course, for men and women, but the first place will get 5,000 euros to take home.
And all the way down to 5th with 1,000 euros.
Yep. So that really makes sure that the competition is quite high for these major events.
And as we can see here, Jean-Adrien Michel from France, still in the top 10. He's 10th, so virtually he has punched his ticket to CCC next year. And Jean-Adrien Michel, I was looking, and if you're, obviously you will need to understand French to have a laugh at this one, but his team name is Entre Dunes et Bouchot. And I'm not even going to try to translate that, but basically he's from the Brittany, from the west of France, where there's absolutely no mountains, and so dunes, it's the same. And so basically that's what I believe he's training with. So our French commentators were pretty excited about him because I think they know him, and they were delighted to see him in the top 10. We do have a quick commercial break coming up, and then we'll be back, hopefully, for a few images of the women's race.
Absolutely.
Bands de Entreros, you do have this little camera, and if you click on it, this is the fixed camera at the aid station, but when I do, I just can't see anything. I'm glad that Steph has something, and hopefully at home you do, but that's probably going to be an opportunity if we don't go back to with cam runners and mountain bikers to see the beginning of the women's race. Then this is going to be an option to see them go through the aid station. But as we're talking about it, it looks like we have visual of our second woman, Elodie Pierre.
Fantastic. As we were saying earlier, Elodie Pierre won a trail marathon in France last month, so she's coming off of a good win there. Of course, very, very different distances we're looking at today. It's quite a jump from the 50K to 100K. I think it's a lot easier to do the 20K to 50K jump.
Yeah.
But going up to 100K just seems to be exponentially that much harder.
And there's so much more to deal with than just physical effort.
Yep.
You know, like as we were talking about, like seeing Dakota, the mental game is also coming into play at a much higher level. Nutrition, you can fake it on the 50K and get away with it, not in 100K.
Yeah, exactly.
Not in 100K. And then out there at night, so dealing with sleep as well is definitely a bigger challenge. But this is also the fun part. Like you know that as much prepared as you believe you are, there's always going to be unexpected things thrown at you. and it's how you're going to be able to welcome it and be at peace with it and be able to do problem solving on the go. So yeah, it is quite a long. So it's kind of a douche grade going up the valley, but it's quite a long stretch.
It is, and we have the top women who are just heading up this big climb up to the next couple of checkpoints, whereas the top men have already kind of crested over the top at Colomer.
There you go.
Before they descend.
Baptiste is asking for water. He was hoping that they could help him, and they're just pointing at the cans. Just, yeah, you go for it.
Now, I want to point out these large kind of water receptacles. This is, of course, a good environmental sustainability move. Instead of individual water bottles, lots of plastic, runners are able to fill up from these huge jugs, which is also a lot easier on the volunteers. You don't
Sure
have to
is.
keep opening up new bottles.
Well, and also, like, you get there. We saw this yesterday a little bit. You get there, and you don't want to do like probably the thing that like ran through the internet and makes so many people roar. Like when Zach Miller was at World Champs and he has these little water bottles and he was hot. He was just pouring it over himself, and dropping it on the ground. And he did like for probably 5 or 6 bottles, and people went mad. And it's like, yeah, but you put it in front of him, and yeah, it's there to use. So at least there, just put your hand under the tap, get it out. No water bottle get wasted. But look, the gap has shrunk down to nothing. Baptiste still in the lead, but Manuel Anguita is chasing, and he's chasing hard. That man has over 10 years of experience at trail running races. I remember I used to race him, and he's quite a gentleman in races. And he's still at it. And while I went downhill, he actually like really improved. And it's good to see him there still at the top of his game.
This is impressive. So we've had the top 2 men go through that last checkpoint at Colomer, and they are less than 30 seconds apart, because you can see them both on the screen there. Now the course, you can see that they've brought out, Baptiste has brought out his poles, but it's really quite mainly a plateau that they're looking at for the next 10 kilometers or so. A little bit of an uphill now, and then a little bit of a downhill. But compared to the rest of the race, we're really looking at a plateau, followed by then a steep descent and one last final climb before the finish. So there's Manuel Anguita in second, really chasing down Baptiste. And Manuel got in 8th place at UTMB last year and 3rd at Transvolcania, the 100K race this year already.
And it's interesting that you pointed out, because different techniques. Again, it is such a low grade. You could be thinking like, you can just run. But even on flat, like if you're actually comfortable with poles, they will pull you forward. And you'll, I would say on the flat, you almost use them to increase your pace. Like your legs are just helping you to stand and move forward, and then you just push with the poles, and it helps you move like at a faster pace without working harder with your legs.
I find even mentally it just helps to remind you that you're driving, you're pushing, you are trying to get up to the top.
You see that a lot in adventure racing, especially you carrying a bit more load, you're more tired, and even on the flat, that makes a huge difference. Again, with the big if, that if you're comfortable with it, and if you've trained with the poles, then yeah, that'll make a big difference. And it's good to see Baptiste there, looking pretty natural with him, and pushing hard on it, and we'll see, because yeah, as you said, like this is another long grind. That mentally, man, you got to be strong, because this is not a fun part. This is a part where you just keep your head down and go hard.
Now, as we're watching Baptiste being chased by Manuel on the screen, I'm keeping a close eye on the live tracking online, because we should see the next group of runners come through imminently at that last checkpoint. I'm really curious to see how the rankings have.
Yeah.
On the women's side, we have only had the top 3 women come through Salardouf. We're still waiting for Nuria Picas, one of the favorites coming into this race, to come through the next checkpoint.
And there you go. Manuel has also chosen to take out the poles and make use of it. Maybe he saw Baptiste just pull away from him and he's like, damn, he knows something I don't.
Yeah, you can see that Baptiste has got a bit of a lead because we could see Manuel in the background a lot closer before. Now I think we can see him behind, but Baptiste
he's
has...
put on like 150 meters or so on him. So yeah, maybe Manuel's like, shit, okay, get the poles out.
When you're that close to another runner, it can be quite intense in the middle of a race.
Yeah, like, universal rule of thumb, don't do what French people do. But except when they're pulling away from you, it's like, oh, okay, maybe they've got something. And then if he's using poles, I might use poles as well.
No, only a French person can say that. I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare.
But you know it's true.
I say nothing. Listeners cannot see my face at the moment. We are 76 kilometers into this 101.46 kilometer race on Val d'Aran by UTMB. So going into the final quarter for this lead pack. And in less than 2 hours, we will be starting the 100-mile race as well.
Yes, indeed. And that's going to be one big race that we're excited to finally cover from end to end. Like I said, if you're just joining us, the past couple of years, the race has had to be canceled because of weather conditions. And so we know how much runners put into their training and preparation and the excitement. I mean, when you've done all this work and tapered, you just want to go.
Absolutely. The legs are firing. You've got all of this energy built up. And it's just so hard on race organizers because they know how much that the runners want to race, and the race organizers themselves want to put on a good event, but safety is first. And when weather comes into play in the mountains, in the Pyrenees, you can't take any chances.
Yeah.
So we do have an altered course. It will be quite a different race than a lot of the runners will have trained for. The 100-mile race, I can say from experience, the original course is gnarly. It has difficult climbs, technical descents, and can be quite punishing. Now, the new alternate course does mean that the runners are going to be facing lower terrain. So it's going to be a faster race than they will have trained for. So I think what we'll see is that the runners who are more versatile and are able to adapt will shine.
Yeah, absolutely. The air quote fan part is more going to be on the back end of that 100-mile race.
And then here we have Dakota. No, that's not Dakota.
No, it's not Dakota.
But he had 10:48. Okay, we finally got that. Is Oriol Barbani Bofil from Spain.
Yeah, just checking kilometers, and looks like he's taking his time. He's taking his poles down. He will refill, probably drink
so he
a bit as well.
Minutes behind Baptiste.
See, he's getting the little Ziploc bags with the energy drink that you pour right into your thing. Is we were talking about this yesterday. If you're being using a specific fuel in training, just stick to it. You know it works, and that's going to be very helpful.
It takes an extra it takes an extra minute, but it can come back to benefit you in spades later on in the race. When you're getting the calories that you need and in the way that you need.
Yeah, you know you're not going to have like stomach issues, and you know it's going to fuel you the way you're used to. But then Here's my question, because I know I'm a bit of a savage, but do you, like, I mean, that happened to me quite a bit, but when you have very little water left and you still, you know you need to like get calories and you have your powder, and you put the powder in your mouth and then drink it just a little bit?
Absolutely.
Yes!
I eat the powder.
I knew I wasn't the only one.
I eat my nutrition tablets. They're a little fizzy in the mouth without the water, but I eat them like candy.
You show up at the aid station looking like you get rabies, like foamy mouth. Gold. Oh, thank you. See, if you feel abnormal, just hang out with ultra runners, and all of a sudden you feel like, oh, I'm a normal person.
I am not one to follow on nutrition, but I will be transparent about what I do. Just don't follow me, folks. Now, Oriol Barbani-Bofil, let's give a little bit of a focus on him. He was first at a 42-kilometer race in Spain in May. But interestingly, I looked a little bit further into his background. He DNF'd at this race last year. So he is coming back hungry. And right now, sitting in third. I suspect that he is feeling pretty happy about where he's at, but not feeling comfortable until he actually crosses that line. But exciting to see him this far up in the pack. I don't know where he dropped when he did this race last year, but I'm sure that will be in his mind.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, well, he would have been up at the top, because I think they also cut the 100K last year, but only after so many runners came in.
Yep.
So I'm guessing he would have made the cut, or he could have, but then eventually dropped. So I don't know if he was really far back. He dropped before they actually stopped the race.
You know, I'll have to check, but when I was doing my research last night, it looked like that there were only 3 finishers in the 100K. And
didn't they get the woman?
Does that ring a bell?
I have the feeling that we saw the first woman come in.
Okay.
Yes, we did. And this is where this is where we saw Depa nearly fly away, holding on to the tent that was about to get blown up and take our speaker with us. Yeah. So I think we really had the top woman. If that, I'm pretty sure that was the 100K.
Well, never let the facts get in the way of a good story.
And I'm much better with stories than with facts, so.
Let's just do a quick check on the women's side to see how things are playing out. We've got quite a spread on the women's side, so a very different race than what we're seeing on the men's side. You can see here on the screen, Baptiste and Manuel really neck and neck near the front, and then a bit of a gap there before Oriol Barbani-Bofil in third. Marie Klecked Fenrud from Norway has increased her lead from 20 minutes to 30 minutes, now to 46 minutes at the last checkpoint over Elodie from France, and then 5 minutes behind her, Amaya. One other person I had on my radar that wasn't in necessarily the list of favorites on the women's side was Claire Heslop, who I know simply because she's a fellow Canadian, but we raced the 100-mile event the same year in 2021, and she was 4th that year. She's come back this year to do the 100K event, and right now it seems like she's sitting in 12th. Actually might be 11th, since they're still showing Sophie Mullins on
Good old Sophie.
Yeah, on the leaderboard. Sophie from the UK, who has unfortunately withdrawn from the race.
You see, the cloud cover is getting thicker and thicker, and there's less and less blue sky, which is going to feel amazing for the runners until the wind starts picking up, and then it's going to be a bad sign. But we saw earlier on that 3D map, same, like the top two men are really within a few hundred meters, and then here's our third man, Oriol Barbani, about a K back.
It seems that the pattern of the weather at the moment is that it tends to be all right for the morning and the early afternoon, and then things will shift later on in the day. Now, while that might not affect the top runners, if you look on the live tracking, you know, we are following the top, the elite of the elite, but the bulk of the runners in this race are going to be out there on this course for hours longer, and so it might be a completely different race when we see the weather turn a little bit later.
All right, so we're at the aid station, and we had a quick glimpse of, it seemed like it was Abel Carretero.
Okay.
Not looking good.
No.
You know, when you're sitting down and you head down, and something is obviously not going right, but when you head down like this kind of attitude shows like mentally you're also like throwing the towel. So hopefully somebody was talking to him. They can turn things around if there's no major issue. But then if there's an injury, then the voice of reason should be the loudest. And it's so much better to pull the plug than to make things way worse for yourself. And there again, even if you hear in the background some kind of airplane noise, this is a drone team. This is a drone. Our production team is very skilled with noises, but we've had people in the back say, "Wow, are you filming with choppers?" Like, nope, we are not. But it gives you the feeling of being in the sky.
I mean, we could pretend that we're in the chopper. We are reporting to you live from the air. In our dreams.
Here you go, and you see there's so little distance, ladies and gentlemen, in between Baptiste in the lead of this 100K race, and he's followed so closely by Manuel Anguita from Spain. Manuel has definitely responded, and now is seemingly closing the gap. It is really nothing. And maybe Manuel's just sitting there, just playing with Baptiste. You're playing with his mind. He's like, hey, I'm sitting here. You can't shake me out.
You know, when you've got a real chase on like we're seeing right now, that's where you have to be strategic. Do you hold back? Do you save what you've got? Or do you just try to break the other runner by opening up?
I think the options you have available really depend on how you're feeling at that point. And also what kind of runner you are. Because you know the back end of the race, and you know there's going to be eventually like a long descent. And so it's like, if you're a good downhill runner, he goes, all right, I'm going to save it, and I'm going to crank it where I know I'm going to be able to make the biggest difference. Because it was always interesting, and it wasn't about trail running, but it was in a different sport. I can't remember. I can't quote the person, but they were saying so many people, like, it seems intuitive to say, like, oh, I want to become a better athlete, so I'm going to work on my weaknesses.
Yep.
But and they proved with facts that it was super interesting. That it's like, actually you're wasting your time, because improving your weaknesses by a few percent is going to cost so much time, energy, resources, while improving your strength is actually going to feel much more natural, and you're going to actually, like, it's the effort versus gain is so much more accessible to improve your strength, because you rarely reach the ceiling. You're a good downhill runner, you can get still a better downhill runner.
Yep.
So it was super interesting, because I was like, oh, well, hey, when you put it that way, that makes sense.
I feel better now about not practicing my downhills.
and so yeah, even mentally, you're in training, and if you hate a part because that's your weakness and you know you're not good, then don't burden yourself with that big emotional load and something that's going to take so much bandwidth out of you mentally. It's like, all right, well, no, I'm a good downhill runner. I'm going to have fun and practice even more the downhill, play while running downhill, and get even faster or smoother, and yeah, it'll pay off. It will pay off better.
That's really interesting. Now, we saw before this shot that we're looking at right now.
Eyes closing.
Yep, we did see fourth place, Abel Carretero, coming through the checkpoint. Now, Abel is about 6 minutes behind Oriol Barbani in third, and 14 minutes behind Baptiste in first. Whoa.
And see, that's what I was telling you. He's an absolute gentleman, and he didn't go like ghosted him or anything. He said, hey, handshake, good job. I might see you later, but right now I feel better running downhill. He's an excellent technical runner. And actually that scenario sounds familiar. It was a few years back, many years back actually, in Kima, in Italy. Yeah. He passed me on the downhill, and same attitude. He's like, hey, Martin, come with me. And I was like, nope, I'm fucked. I can't. But he genuinely is like, all right, well, let's finish together. And nah, I couldn't. But yeah, so again, that's the right attitude in our sport that we hope, like, I'm personally hoping to see more, and I feel like we're losing a little bit.
Damn.
Yeah. It's all about, like, when you look at Western States now, it's almost like all the teams and all the crews against the other ones.
Yep.
It's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna take my runner there and faster, and it's like, guys, like, what happened to the spirit of trail running? We were all running in the mountains. I understand. Like, and I, for one, we had this conversation. If you have a big number on, the race is on until the finish, and if you can pass someone late, you do it. But the respect and the camaraderie and the friendship shouldn't suffer from that.
No, I agree.
And I feel like it might still stand more in the women's races than in the men's, actually.
Yep.
And I'm glad that you agree with me, because obviously you have far more experience, like, being around women. I have this feeling, but like, do you feel like it is that way?
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, in my experience at racing the 100K event at Ultra Trail Snowdonia just 2 months ago in May, because I didn't have a UTMB index, because I've been out of racing for 3 years, I was in the third and final starting wave. Now, initially I thought this wasn't a great thing because it meant that I would need to be picking my way through hundreds of runners in front of me. But what was so incredible about it was it meant that I basically got to chat with every single woman in the race. I got to chat with the women at the back. And then as I moved up through the pack, every single woman that I passed, I made sure to have a little chat, wish them well, tell them, they'll catch me on the next descent, because I'm terrible at descents. And it was so cool to have that camaraderie. And at one point when I fell during the course, a guy came up behind me and helped pick me up because I was tangled up in my poles. And I said, thanks. And he said, if you were a guy, I wouldn't have done that. And I thought that was interesting because, it's something that we should see between all the runners. But as we're gabbing away here,
but that's super interesting, and I feel like people listening can also, like, contribute in a good way to making our sport, like, to keeping our sport with its true values. Mm-hmm. And it's by sharing those stories that, maybe they don't do it on purpose.
Yep.
And now, like, we bring awareness to it, and like, oh yeah, sure. Like, why not? I should do that. Like, and I think we have a responsibility to also vehicle those values and those good stories. So
now we're seeing here on the screen, it's saying that it's second place, but we did see Manuel Anguita pass Baptiste into first.
And the storm is coming.
And so we do have a new race leader on the men's side. Manuel Anguita is in first, not in second. He overtook Baptiste on the descent, having a little bit of a chat along the way as we're talking. This camaraderie during the races between the runners just really is what makes this sport. You're competing, but that doesn't mean you have to be an a-hole.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
And he seems to be happy with the rain. Like, oh. Wait. He was second. Baptiste made a move, so he must have stopped to pee or something because we did not hallucinate. Like we did see Manuel pass Baptiste, and now all of a sudden Manuel is back again. He must have stopped.
He must have
stopped to do something because yeah, we were like, no. So the production is toying with us again because didn't show us the repass of Baptiste or like when Manuel stopped. But yes, okay.
I think he's about to pass him again, though.
He's definitely moving faster on that downhill. And again, his ability to run on technical, run downhill will certainly play a great role here. And this is also something that we need to keep in mind because this is not the biggest downhill yet, but it does finish with a downhill. And therefore, at this point, if they're neck to neck, then I believe Manuel will have the upper hand.
And there we have it. Manuel is now back in first again. With Baptiste behind him. Holding his hands out, I'm assuming to catch a few raindrops.
Yeah.
At the moment, the weather isn't catastrophic. It's just enough to keep them cool, but it can turn.
It can indeed. And so then for those of you watching and are keen to get out in the mountains as well, in a race, when things like weather changes, this is where you need to check in with yourselves. Like, okay, what am I doing? Is this going to be a light drizzle? Is this going to actually start pouring down? And when you pack your bag with all the mandatory equipment, that light jacket, you always want it to have it at the top or easily accessible. So if things go like this, you're like, okay, well, I don't mind because I was actually feeling pretty hot, so that's going to feel good, it's going to cool me down. But always check in every once in a while because all of a sudden you can be under pouring rain, and if you get really soaked and cold, then it's too late. And coming back, it's going to cost you so much energy to warm yourself up. While if you just take a minute to pull out your jacket, put it even over your pack, don't even take off your pack, just put it over your pack, zip it up, and that will keep you dry.
And that is Abel Carretero that we see on the screen now. In third, well,
he might be third because
fourth place. They are showing him still on fourth. Maybe we just don't have
Oriol.
On Oriol.
You can see, I think this is a pair of shorts from, I think, the brand Crazy. At least those were the first one to do this, like a jean print on a super lightweight fabric. So it looks like you're running in your Daisy Dude cutoff.
That is a trend I don't think we want to start.
Well, they started in Skimo, and they were the long tights, but looking like jeans. Actually, Martina Valmasoy was pulling them off pretty damn well.
She can pull anything off.
Yeah, true.
But Martina can pull anything off.
It is true.
And there we are following Baptiste now in second. And it looked like Manuel really was opening up that gap.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's Baptiste fading out at all. Like he's still like good gait, still moving well put together. And I think Manuel was probably wanting to maybe at that point open up a little bit of gap or just take advantage of that little downhill section and just stride out. Hopefully we have a bit of a response from Baptiste. So the race is on all the way until the end. That's what we want.
Now, just looking at the times as everyone went through the last checkpoint, we do have Dakota that is sitting in 8th now. He passed through the last checkpoint 22 minutes after when Baptiste, who was then in first, went through. So he has fallen back, but he's hanging in there. Followed by Ricardo Certa, who was leading earlier on. In this race at the halfway point.
And he came into the Colomiers station together with Peyo, Beris Baby, Betis Beta. It took me a while because I was focusing on the team name, which was the Flying Burrito. And I was like, well, you know, if you're going to run with someone, you might as well run with the Flying Burrito.
I love it. You have to have a bit of humor, I think, in this sport. And what we saw at Western States the other weekend.
My lord.
The runner, do you remember his name? The runner who ran through, when you go through the river section.
Second place, the Rocky Chucky.
You go through the river section and he brought a pair of mask and snorkels. I thought it was absolutely brilliant. His crew was apparently saying at the time, no, he can't take it. He's running too well. But why not? Why
and
not?
it shows that, you know, you're in control, you're confident, and a bit of laughter.
Exactly. And you know what he said is, oh, sure, it's a little bit of extra weight to carry it, but it meant that every time I looked down in my hand, I would see this mask and snorkel and just remind myself that we're here to have fun and not to take ourselves too seriously, and it certainly paid off.
And I can certainly appreciate that because Ruth, my partner, Croft, this is exactly her attitude. And whenever she's standing either on a start line or in a race, and it's like, this whole thing is just a big distraction because our lives is so good that we need to just create those things for ourselves.
Create the drama.
Yeah, but it's like, at the end of the day, we're just running.
Exactly.
All right, as now it is really raining hard on this CDH. We have a quick commercial break, but we'll be right back. Stay with us.
I'm so hot, I ain't coming down.
Burritos, that is for real. Yeah, this is how good technology has become. We used to refresh a Twitter feed to know where runners were to follow races live, and now we got full images. We know where they are, the altitude, the name, UTMB index, and we can even pull up a chat with GIFs.
Burrito is getting soggy in the rain, but he is still flying.
Oh man, if we got those kind of lines, it's not even 3 p.m. I can't wait for tonight. Man, it is starting to come down hard. And see, that's the difference between like people who are really familiar with running in the mountains, like Manuel, who very quickly realized that putting on a jacket was the right move. Meanwhile, Peo seems to be still cruising. I don't know, maybe this is a merino with a shirt and he's like, well, feeling nice and warm in it. But yeah, these are the little moves that make a huge difference because he still probably has 20 Ks to go. There we go. Yeah, over 20 Ks to go. And at this rate, it could get cold pretty quickly.
You know, I've got a brilliant idea. I think we need to introduce this guy, the Flying Burrito, to David Hedges, who is going to be running in the 100-mile race later today. Because in the questionnaire that we do with some of the elite runners before the race, he indicated to us that he wanted to give a shout out to the breakfast burritos at Better Day Coffee. So we've got a burrito fan in the 100-mile
There we go.
Seems like he needs to meet the Flying Burrito.
We've gone full circle.
Full circle. Now, those trails are they look fine now, but as the rain continues, for the runners that are behind, the bulk of the runners that still have a lot more of this course to cover, those trails are going to start to get muddy. They're going to start to get slippery, and it'll be a very different race for those in the middle and the back of the pack than what the front runners have seen.
Yeah, and on that four-wheel drive track, it's actually okay because, you know, there's grass, there's rocks, and it's flat. But down the last sections, those kind of single tracks get muddy and super slippery. They are absolutely lethal. So whoever has the right choice of footwear, like outside of actually any type of running skills, will be able to make a big difference in those sections.
Yeah. Because we have almost 500 runners that are still in the first half of this race course. So it's going to be a long day out there. On the women's side, Marie Klakken-Fenre from Norway is just peaking to the top of this long climb that the lead women have been on. So she's about to hit that plateau-y section that the top men have been running across. Coming up towards the 76-kilometer checkpoint at Colomers.
And so fingers crossed as well with our cam mountain bikers, because they're providing us those images with the setup on the bike with a Starlink Mini at the back. I don't know how waterproof those guys are. So you're transitioning with Baptiste on a trail that we're now familiar with, because that is the same course that they took the 50K runner, the PDA runners took yesterday.
I'm just going by UTMB index alone. Manuel Nguita is quite a bit higher than Baptiste.
Yes.
So I was feeling for Baptiste when he got past, but I mean, he's still in second and he's running incredibly well.
Yes. Yeah. And at that point, you also have to do your race. I am delighted to see the flying burrito putting a good old wrap around himself.
Wrap up that burrito.
Wrap it up. And it's interesting because they've just gone into a different valley, and look at that. I think it looks like the rain's going. Still a few drops on the camera, but really looks like it's opening up a lot more, and it's not as bad on that side, which would be really good.
Gorgeous trail there. But you can see how steep that drop-off is.
Oh, yeah, you don't
gotta watch where you're going.
Yeah, you don't want to take a misstep on this one.
Team 26, approche du tunnel, coupure dans 10 secondes.
And here we have an overhead shot looking at those beautiful ridgelines, the valley. It's just such a stunning area, this part of the Pyrenees. But difficult and unpredictable, difficult place to hold races. Just delighted that the races are going forward this year. As we were saying earlier, the 100-mile race unfortunately had to be canceled the last 2 years. So even though we have an alternate course for the 100-miler and the 100K, at least we will be seeing all of the races going forward.
This is where you see Peyo like now going around that mountain. This is where it looks like the rain is coming down, and I can't believe they're actually replicating that on the 3D map.
Pretty good.
Yeah, it is pretty good. Well done. And then now they're opening up on a different valley, both Manuel and Baptiste, and it looks like the weather is just a little nicer at that point.
And we are 9 hours into the 100-kilometer race and 1 hour from the start of the 100-miler. I really can't wait. Woo. For those of you who missed our commentary yesterday, I was saying how you just never know what you might cross into during this race in the Pyrenees. When I ran it in 2021, I was hit in the head by a deer crossing the trail, and it knocked some sense into me, and I kept running into third place. So,
the team, if you're in fourth, wait for the deer crossing. Now, wham, you into third place.
you have to take the energy where you can get it, you know? I had some Spanish runners come up to me, and they said, "Dear biggest horse." I said, "What?" But it's such a fun vibe in the town at the start and finish line. I mean, everyone in these small little mountain towns, when you have an event like this, everyone comes out. Ooh.
How are you? Good? Good? So nice. So good.
Okay, so we're hearing here.
That's what I wanted to see.
Yeah.
Like, he's got his fist clenched and say, yep, I'm gonna go till the end, no matter what. And that's the spirit. That's how you do it. At the end of the day, if you can run outcome independent, you will find joy in the moment.
Did you find that on a fortune cookie?
No, Ruth taught me that.
She's a wise woman.
Anything,
She's a wise
anything
woman.
remotely smart that comes out of me is clearly not mine.
Let's send some good energy to Dakota Jones. He had a rough time. We were saying earlier in his last race 6 months ago, he very publicly went out attempting to break the 100-mile record at the Jackpot Ultras, and unfortunately had to drop out. He's now come back into this race, humble.
Sorry, try to pull up a little bit the audio from the cam runner who was talking back to the studio, and it sounded like he had a bit of a chat with Dakota.
Mm-hmm.
And Dakota was like, no, it's not the best day. I've had stomach issues.
Yep.
But I'm going to get to the end.
And that's great. It's such a good way, such a good approach to come to these types of events. Now, I understand a lot of elites, if they're not having a great day, will tend to drop out because they don't want that on their record. They don't want their UTMB index being affected, because if you have a DNF, it just doesn't count. It's like it didn't exist. But it's hard. Well, I understand that approach. I also think to respect the other runners in the race, to respect the mountain, to respect the challenge that has come before you, just get to the finish line. I really have a lot of time for the athletes who will just grind it out, even if it's not their day.
And the perfect example recently was, oh man, my brain is fried. Adam Peterman. For his second participation at Western States. His first participation was an outstanding win, blew everyone out of the water. And then this year, second, he finished in 29 hours. So almost double the time for the same distance, for the same race. And he said at mile 55, 55, because he had 45 miles to go. He said, like, the wheels fell off for good, and I walked the rest of the way, and it never came back. But he said it was a different experience, and I'm glad I had it. And he had his crew and team and support to thank for it. But
it's character building.
he made it to the finish, and that's another story he's going to be able to tell, as opposed to I dropped out of the race, nothing to say, or finding excuses, just like, oh, I drank too much water and I had to drop. And again, I'm not criticizing anyone, but when you're dropping out of the race because you drank too much water, I'm not, man.
Come on, Dakota. He's really struggling.
The thing is, if the stomach issues have been going on for a while, he will be now running on empty, and that is a terrible, terrible state. You are completely out of juice. No strength left in you, so the spirit's already pretty damaged, and the body just falls apart, and that's when the dark thoughts start creeping up, and that's when your personal why you're in it, why you chose to be on the start line comes into play. And if you do have a strong one, then it will pull you through anything. It was amazing. And actually, you know, I do a lot of commentary, which I absolutely love. But every once in a while, like I stand on the start line, finish line as a speaker, and man, this is a different experience because you get to like be with the runner when they're like gathering themselves for their journey ahead on the start line, and on the finish line you bring them home after the journey that they've spent and they've successfully done so. And the story they tell you, we do have a quick interview with Dakota Jones, but I will tell you about this later because this is super inspirational.
My name is Dakota
Let's hear it
Jones.
from Dakota.
I'm from the United States, from Utah. I'm here to run the 110K, the Camins d'Air, or however you say it, in Val d'Aran by UTMB. I chose this race because I've heard a lot of really good things about Val d'Aran and the race here over the years, and I've had the opportunity to meet the race director, Xavi, and one of the people who founded the race, Clara, works for Normal, and I just feel like I have a lot of friends who have been here or who live here and have said so many great things, and so I wanted to be a part of the experience myself. This is my first time in Val d'Aran, and I arrived 30 minutes ago, and I don't know anything about the track. I mean, I've looked at the maps, I've looked at the profile and the videos. I have an idea, but I think Friday is going to be full exploration. So this summer I'm running Val d'Aran and UTMB. So 2 races, but they're big ones, so I'm trying to do a good job. This is my 3rd UTMB. The first time was 2011, and I did not finish. The second time was 2014, and I didn't finish. 11 years later, just finishing will be success. So I'm happy. Yeah.
That's interesting to hear him again talk about how he's going to approach UTMB after some DNFs. And I feel like that mentality is with him right now, where he's coming back after having dropped out of his last race 6 months ago, and maybe he's got it in his head that he just wants to finish.
Yeah, and so again, talking about like back to the why, people crossing the line, and they look like they've had a hell of a time, and I was like, "Whoa, you're right." I was like, "Oh yeah, I'm absolutely done," and you can see that they've completely transcended themselves physically. And I was like, "Whoa!" He's like, "Yeah, but like there was no way I was gonna drop like somebody in their family or friends, like a few times recurring has cancer." Or like have had like major life issues, and it's like, my life is good, I have no excuse. And for their sake, I was like, I am gonna get to the end. And that is so powerful. And it's like, it just overshadows any issue, any dark thoughts. Like, no, you don't even question anything. My leg's not broken, I can still take another step. I am going to take another step because at this very moment, I know I'm privileged and I'm healthy, and I wanna honor this chance as opposed to, you know, so their friends they're running for or trying to help.
And you know, finishes like that can mean so much more than getting a podium spot. If Dakota is able to finish today, to grind it out when he's had stomach problems, he's clearly struggling, he's been walking at times. If he can just get to the finish, I think that will hopefully give him some confidence going into UTMB, where he is going to be fighting the dragon. He's going to be coming up against 2 DNFs over a decade ago, and hopefully that will show him that he can pull a rabbit out of a hat. But this guy, he's got way more in his athletic background in his legs than what he's showing us here today. What we're seeing today now is a display of heart and grit rather than physical performance.
And we can certainly also assume very strongly that Martina is also on the sideline and has the right words for him. Like, hey, look at this. Look who's duking it out. It looks like Baptiste is caught up. Yes.
I love following these 2 guys. They are leapfrogging one after the other. We just don't know who we're going to see when we're looking for the first place man. Is it Baptiste? Is it Emmanuel? Is it Manuel then Baptiste?
But then I'm confused because that is like that. So that was kind of a flat section. Now we're back on the downhill, and it seems like now Baptiste has the upper hand on Manuel on the downhill, which wasn't the case. But then look, now we're back with them, and he looked like he's gonna close the gap again. So I'm questioning: are we missing those parts where Manuel has to stop for a reason, and maybe they go off camera, off air for that kind of stuff? And then this is when Baptiste takes advantage of it, passes, and then that's why they're stopping leapfrogging. I don't know. I'm trying to understand what's causing this back and forth, even though we had seen on the images, like not even half an hour ago, that Manuel seemed much more comfortable on the descents.
Yep. They are dancing on their toes going down the downhill and keeping us on our toes here in the studio because we just don't know who is going to be able to keep and maintain the lead. And they are 85 kilometers into this 100-kilometer race, 101.46 to be exact. So still 15 kilometers, 16 kilometers to go.
Oh, can you hear that? Back home, this is thunder. All right, both of them are going to get to the aid station. There's no crew at this aid station. It's just water and a bit of food. The water taps are right before the aid station on the left-hand side. There we go. We see them. So we're going to see how they handle that transition. Wow. Seems like Manuel is definitely running on the lower kind of energy level. So Baptiste was in and out.
He didn't even fill up his bottles.
Yeah, he didn't grab anything, did he?
Nope.
All right, bold move.
I mean, it's fast through a checkpoint, but as we were saying earlier, sometimes taking that extra 30 seconds, 60 seconds to make sure you have the right nutrition, you've got your water bottles filled, that will keep you going. We still have 15 kilometers to go. It is possible to grind it out for 15 kilometers, but if these two are racing each other, you really don't want to risk not getting enough fluids in. Now, we aren't getting as hot of weather this year as we've seen previously. The temperatures are relatively okay, particularly with the rain in. So maybe he's not drinking as much as normal.
Yeah, I assumed the same thing. I was like, maybe it's not as hot, so he still has water. But see, this is what we were talking about. Those descents that looks like they're getting challenging for our mountain biker, and maybe he wants to put a bit of distance because he might not be able to brake as efficiently as Baptiste will. But yeah, this is a kind of descent. Like if it gets muddy,
yeah,
there's not going to be enough trees to hold on to stop yourselves from falling down.
Now, as we were watching the top men come through the checkpoint, it's just, I am blown away by what Marie Claquette-Fenre is doing on the women's side. She may now have almost like a full checkpoint in front of the chase pack. She's coming into Colomares checkpoint. She might reach it before the next women reach the checkpoint before it. Has she increased her lead even more? Let's see. It was 46 minutes as we last checked.
And again, to try and maybe understand a little better, Baptiste's move not to take any water at the Mont-Romier station is 87 Ks and an RTS is 91. So there's not much distance between the two. And because it's all downhill and then flat through town on the road, this also might explain why he felt, okay, maybe I have an easy 30 second that I can put on Manuel at this point, and I will.
That's a very good point.
si puedo pasar un momentito.
All right. So we're okay. So our cam runner is leaving Manuel, and we're gonna get an idea of how far ahead Baptiste has managed to go. No, we won't see it. But look at this. Like the weather's so changing because now we even have the sun shining on the Mont-Blanc station.
Si je remonte sur le premier, il doit y avoir 150 mètres entre les deux. Ok, bon bah parfait. Troisième pour l'instant sur Team 25.
And if you are just joining us, we are following the 100-kilometer race in Val d'Orem by UTMB. We covered the 50-kilometer race yesterday where we saw Yao Miao from China dominating in first for the women, followed by Silvia Nordskar from Norway and Ikram Rarsala from Spain. On the men's side, Nadir Maget from Italy, followed by Leonard Matrica from Romania and Pablo Bautista from Spain. And today we have been seeing on the men's side a leapfrogging game between the top two men, which are
Baptiste from France, currently in the lead. There we go. He's recently signed with Team Nike this year. And it's good to see him deliver. It's never easy when you sign with a big partner and you feel this weight on your shoulders that right now I really need to deliver. But he seems to be handling it pretty well. And as we say, leapfrogging with Manuel Anguita, whose UTMB index is higher, so we would expect on paper that Manuel would be stronger, but Baptiste so far is doing extremely well. And look at him actually go down here knowing that it did rain, and so the ground is slightly slippery. He's making a quick way of that descent and not pounding his legs at all, but still moving well. That's going to be interesting to see what kind of gap there is now between first and second in that 4-kilometer section, mostly downhill and then flat into RTS aid station. RTS, this is going to be the last chance for them to see their crew as well. So this is quite of an important step, like the last chance to, get familiar faces, restock with your own fuel, and basically get a last recommendation. All right, here's the fight, here's who's where, and all these crews hopefully are listening and they'll have a really good understanding of what's going on and what has been going on. So they'll be able to tell the runners how to act or react to the situation. But then again, yeah, look, the sun is shining on this part of the course. So now, okay, if I can, oh yeah, because it's a steep one. I thought he was gonna wait for Manuel, so we would have seen a little bit of what kind of gap there is between these two gentlemen. But no, I think he wanted to have a bit of fun. Because when they take on those long downhill, basically like they're cranking up on the brakes. So yeah, get a little fun.
If you're following us on the live chat, hop in and tell us where you are listening to us from. We love to see where people are following the UTMB. Yesterday we had people calling in, writing in the middle of the night from Mexico, from all over the world. And we are 9 hours and 19 minutes into the 100K event. Again, last year, the winning time was 12 hours and 5 minutes, but a different course. Today, we've got a slightly alternate version because of the weather. And the women's winning time was 14:44. We can see faster times this year.
Yeah, and again, looking at the results, we did talk about this last time that Baptiste won the Duo Étoilé at Mont-Blanc Marathon last weekend. It is like a 20 plus K race,
Yep.
But it's getting competitive. So the fact that he was able to win that one means he's got wheels. And so it's also something to take into account, because if he needs to shift gear at the end of this race, like he's gonna have the speed to respond to a potential attack from Manuel Anguita. So that's also something to keep in mind. But I don't know. I have the feeling that the fact that he passed Manuel twice, Manuel was seemingly looking better, and then at the last aid station in Montromies, looked weathered. He looked like something was not going right. I don't know if this is nutrition or anything that's going on, but yeah.
Well, that's what I wonder, because we didn't see the leapfrogging. It could be that he was taking bathroom breaks. Maybe the electrolytes are off. Who knows? But it can be really tough to continue to play that mental game when you're leapfrogging back and forth like that. For me, it's not over yet, though. We've been surprised before. And I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Manuel come up again. But I agree with you. There was a difference in energy at the last checkpoint.
Oh, and you'll be pleased to see someone from Ottawa.
Hey, hello to Canada. Yes, shout out to Dr. Claire Heslop. She is a beast on the trails. So while her UTMB index didn't necessarily put her on our radar, I've seen what she's been able to do. Incredible emergency physician. She's got a badass haircut, shaved head, and she takes no prisoners on the trails.
Nice.
Okay, now we've just had a change up. Slightly. Okay, by seconds. A change up on the women's side, but by seconds. So, of course, Marie Clacken-Feinrep from Norway, still massively in front. She has almost an hour lead on second place, who was previously Elodie Pierre from France. Now it's Amaya Raskin-Medrano from Spain, but with less than 30 seconds behind her is Elodie Pierre. And then we're still waiting for Nuria Picas to go through that last checkpoint to see how far behind she actually is. So thanks for that question there in the chat about the women's race. Really exciting following the women's race. Unlike the 50K women's race we saw yesterday, where there was quite a close battle between first and second. Here we have a clear winner. As we were saying, Marie could stop, have a sangria, have some paella, maybe watch a film, and she would still be able to walk into first place. So something would have to go drastically wrong for her not to take the win today. But we are seeing a race still between second and third. Amaya and Elodie are really battling it out. And then in fourth, the legend, Nuria Picas from Spain. And then in fifth, Ana Maria Jimenez Galvez.
And there we go. We are now hearing it from the finish line. Let's look at the vibes down there. There's the HOKA Village, Chillville, as they call it. This might be a big screen.
UTMB World Series et bienvenue tout le monde pour faire
And if anyone was following the social media from yesterday, we're wondering, Nadir Magret was texting from the trail. Martin thought that maybe he was getting the party started at the finish line for him. Let's see if we can spot him having a beer to watching the finish line today.
We have all the volunteers who have showed up.
Yeah, thanks for your comment in the chat about seeing more of the women's race. There is definitely a focus on trying to get images of both the men and the women. It's a logistical puzzle, I have to say, for our camera people out there. They're on mountain bikes, they're on foot, they're trying to deal with the weather at different locations to make sure that we can cover both the men's and the women's side.
And I don't think I'm mistaken, but I think we're still, because you're referencing, like, we've seen a seventh man get a screen time and still haven't seen the first woman, but she hasn't come through that very section where the seventh man was, if I'm not mistaken. Therefore, there are sections with reception and there are sections with no reception. So what we're trying to have is cover all the segments on the trail that have reception. Then we get to see men's and women's, and obviously we start with seeing the men's because they go through first, and then if things go right, because this is what is planned in the shooting schedule, is to see the top ladies where we've seen the top male where they went through. So again, we are in Viella and we are getting ready for the start of the miler.
This is your opportunity to meet your extraordinary.
We're half an hour away still.
UTMB World Series finals at the pinnacle. HOKA UTMB Mont-Blanc, the OCC, the CCC, and the UTMB.
And we have had Marie go through the Colomere checkpoint just a couple of minutes ago.
A couple of minutes ago, yeah.
As we were talking. So again, she's got, a full checkpoint ahead of second and third place, and there's 6.6 kilometers in between those two checkpoints.
There you go. Ask and you shall receive.
Excellent. And here we have our star from Norway.
And she's charging.
She's like, I don't care about the rain. I'm not made of salt.
Look at her, she's smiling at it.
I don't need a jacket.
Happy as a clown. This is what she wants. This is probably going to feel like home.
She is having a good time out there.
And look at that perfect pole technique as well. You can see she's skiing in the winter.
Take note, everyone. That is how you do a climb in the rain, smiling, driving the poles, not worried about a thing. She knows she's got a huge gap. Back on the men's side, we're seeing some good footwork here on the descent.
I don't know. And there you go. So it sounded exactly as you were pointing out, Steph, that the mountain biker had issues with the weather and the reception system. That's why we didn't see Marie go through the aid station, but eventually they managed to sort it out. So that's good, and we're going to be with Marie for a while, because as we were following and going back and forth between the top mains, well, this is a no woman's land. Like, she is in a league of her own today, and she's so far ahead of the rest of the field that she's just going to be able to cruise, and we're going to be with her for a while, see her go through that long four-wheel drive section. First, a bit of steep part like she's going through right now, and then it gets more rolling, and basically all the way through to the top of the valley. She's on a mission.
I have to say, she looks more sprightly than the top men did on this climb.
That's the thing. I don't know what to make of that facial expression, whether she's just grinding it or whether she's just having a ball.
But she is really not letting up.
No.
It would be so easy to just rest a little bit knowing that you've got an hour on the next person. But she's showing no sign of that.
No, and it's I mean, it's good to see, you know, she wants to be competitive, set probably like a solid time.
And, you know, she got second in Grand Raid Ventoux this year, which I think we might be seeing
a
little bit of video of, depending
I got the
on what
feeling
kind of
this
game
might
is
be coming
happening.
up. But again, is it going to be still a, what do you call it? A trick from the production? Trying to make us sound a little bit more stupid than we are. Announcing things that don't come up, or talking about something and then they come up. But yeah, now the rain is coming down hard on that side of the valley. And this is also, like, folks, something that is so specific of this area of the Pyrenees is that it can be extremely localized. And so you're standing on the start line that we saw earlier, and there's no rain at all. You'll be like, oh yeah, we can go in the mountains, we're fine, the weather is good. And then in the valley over, it is actually pouring down with rain and with temperatures that have dropped substantially. There you go, Steph. I think this is coming. And we're going to have a bit of a recap of the Ventoux by UTMB that took place a few months back. Ventoux, if you're not familiar with it, it is in the south of France. And we see Ida Sophie, Ben Dieman as well, who ended up winning, I think, just ahead of Baptiste Chassagne. The long version. Ida Sophie.
Yeah.
Who will be commentating, there you go, Ben Dieman and Baptiste Chassagne, who ended up coming in second. Are we going to see, you're saying Marie was second there? Here we go, still smiling as she's making quick way of that douche grade climb on the 4-wheel drive track. Yeah, so that was a beautiful recap of the Ventoux by UTMB, but we didn't see images of Marie, who ended up finishing second. All right, team, we are at the 91-kilometer aid station in RTS, and Baptiste has come in, and as I was telling you, this is the last chance for these runners to see their crew. So you see he's drinking out of different bottles. One was clearly with an energy drink or some electrolytes, pouring over himself, and that is something interesting because it did rain on them, they are still wet, and yet it still feels hot enough for Baptiste to be wanting to pour water over himself. Interesting. That is a lot of fuel going in a liquid form, but still, that's going to be a bit of a slushy stomach.
Well, remember, he skipped taking in any liquids at the last checkpoint.
Very true. Very true.
So he's playing a bit of catch up here. And what they have coming after this checkpoint is a little bit more, a slight descent, and then a very steep, short climb.
And so he's left with the water bottle. It's good that I don't know if it's his dad or like somebody, but he was gonna go out with him, but like, what is he gonna do with that bottle? Probably drop it somewhere. There's gonna be trash, hopefully. Somebody in the crowd will help him out with this. Interesting. I would say an efficient transition, like in and out, did what he needed to do, composed. But I'm surprised it was very few words exchanged. So in terms of race strategy, what's going on behind him, it looked like there wasn't much that was shared, and he's just keeping his head down, doing what he does.
You know, he's got to be organized. He has to be focused because in his non-running life, he's a sport medicine resident at Grenoble Hospital.
Una auténtica aventura, vais a disfrutar como nunca de una experiencia inigualable aquí en este entorno maravilloso, el Valle de Arán.
And then on the right-hand side, you see the start of the VDA, the long 100-mile race where all the runners go through the kind of gate into the start line and they get all their gear checked. They know weather's going to hit, so they want to be sure that all the runners are carrying the mandatory equipment. And again, it's not to piss them off or make them carry extra weight for nothing. Safety first.
Yeah. You know, looking at Baptiste on the left now in first, he's been leapfrogging with Manuel and Guita, and we were guessing, is he going to be able to keep onto the lead? Is Manuel going to come up? But in our survey with the elite runners before the race, Baptiste said that Colomares was his favorite part, as well as the last section. That's what he felt strongest about. So he's going into the last section now. He said the more runnable parts will be more challenging for him, which is interesting. So now that he's doing this little descent and coming up to a big climb, maybe we'll see him dominate on that section.
I'm impressed at Mary's pace. Like, she's absolutely crushing that climb, and
it looks like she's running on flat, but she's not.
Oh, hell no. She's still like climbing hard, fueling at the same time. She's on top of things. Wow.
She hasn't taken any gear out for the range. She's just run through it. Now she's back into more sunnier weather. Nothing can stop her.
Yeah, and as you were saying, like, she could afford to slow down and chill, but nope, that's not in the plan today. She's gonna go her own pace, race pace. She's been here before, knows what it takes, and that last part of the course, well, if anything, will be easier than what she's experienced before, because on the last climb after RTS, they're not going as high, and that climb was horrendous, and then it was a steep descent on the backside. So these two are skipped, which is going to be a more mellow, more flowy, more runnable part back to the finish line in Vieja. So she knows what it takes.
This is special. Outside of her running life, she works as a teacher full-time in special education.
That will take a lot out of you.
Absolutely. And we can tell. She says that she loves to run uphill. So we can tell by the giant smile on her face. And what's also interesting is that her husband is also running the 100K.
Oh.
I'm guessing he's behind her.
Baptiste is looking good and still light on his feet. Looking at his watch, probably trying to gauge, I don't know if it's the pace or how far away from that final climb he is. But yeah, there's some good bounce in that stride. He kind of broke onto the international scene when he was in 2023, when he took a second place at Wildstrubel by UTMB in September. And he was second to Andy Simon. And yeah, it was like, whoa, that kid's got talent. And then he was sponsored by iRun.fr, which is like a big nutrition website in France. And he was already running in Nike, but through iRun for a couple of years. And then it was this year that he actually got the sponsorship directly with the brand. So here we're with the third man, Oriol Barbarani. He's crooning. It's interesting in the chat. They were calling him Yuri. So this might be the nickname that he goes by. And there she is, absolutely loving life. It looks like she's literally sprinting up that hill, like palms open, arms swinging. Man.
And we were talking about how she isn't letting up, even though she's well in first. She also told us that, when she goes into a race, she doesn't actually look at the start line at the competitors. She just runs her own race and doesn't worry about where anyone else is going to be. She thinks everyone on the start line is strong, and so she just heads out and does what she needs to do. And that's pretty cool.
It is. And if anything, that lead is going to increase even more.
She hasn't stopped smiling since we've started following her.
She's absolutely loving life.
And just like we were noting yesterday, one of the interesting things to look at when you watch a runner like this, when you watch their style, is to see how much vertical bounce they have. And she is running very smoothly. All of that effort is focused into that forward motion, that forward drive. She is not losing any energy to vertical bounce. You could put a book in front of her and she'd be able to read it completely easily.
Yeah.
And then energy is building. We are less than 20 minutes away from the start of the 100-mile race. Altered this year, but it is happening. After 2 years of having to cancel the 100-mile event, we are finally seeing a start. Runners are going to be nervous. They know they have a challenge ahead. It is hard mentally when you've prepared for one race and then you end up with another, but you have to be ready to adapt. You have to be ready to go with whatever the mountains will throw at you.
Yeah, and again, if that means that you're going to get a chance to see the finish line as opposed to, again, knowing that bad conditions are coming your way, like, do you want to go through the night and halfway through you're being told, all right, this is it, the race is canceled, you can stop here, get in the bus, and go back home? No, by no means. So right now, as we were saying, safety first, but again, the organizers wanted people to get the chance to come back to Vieja, see the finish line, and actually, I was looking at it again, like, the back end of that race is going to have some decent elevation, so hopefully most of the runners, the leaders, the main leaders, we should see them back in Vieja. The estimation is a massive guesstimation because this is a new course, but around 7:30 a.m.
Okay.
So the rest of the field will be coming through that last section in the morning, and it should be absolutely glorious if we get a good sunrise.
Remember, the first year I ran UTMB was in 2012, and that was the year we had terrible weather, and they had to change the course so that the whole race was just in France.
Yes,
you
were on the valley floor. That's right. It was about 100K.
Yep, and I had a friend who was running at the time, and she had gone through one of the checkpoints, and there was a loop. I think it was maybe 30K, and she accidentally just missed the loop, came into the checkpoint, and she went from being close to 2000th place down to the top 30.
Well played.
We didn't discover it until days later when she was on a plane home.
She's like, did you see that part? What do you mean? What part?
She said, "Oh, my training's gone well, so why not?"
Yeah, that's the year that Killian was at the start and all that, and then when they said this course changed, he was like, "All right, I didn't sign up for this," and they went over to Italy and raced Kima. But then François Den, who was at the time also like they were all part of the Salomon team, and he was like, I don't care. I signed up to the UTMB. This is UTMB. That's going to be your start. I'm coming for it. This is the race I've been dreaming about doing, and he stuck it. And I think that was his second participation, and that was his first win.
Oh wow!
Yep.
There you go.
Third runner here. And those slow-mo are good because it shows you how much stress you're putting through the legs and through the feet.
Over 6,000 runners here this weekend. It's the UTMB.
And there you go.
Race Village.
Owen is firing up that start line. And so we have, according to the website, 529 starters. That's a good bunch.
And how many women do we have out of those 529?
Will I be able to pull up that? Yes, I can. Fantastic. 141.
Fantastic. That's pretty good for a 100-mile race.
It is.
It's a pretty good percentage. Year after year, we are seeing more and more women take on the longer races, while we're seeing increasing participation of women, particularly at the 50K. I just love seeing these numbers creep up at the 100K and 100-mile categories.
We're going to just mark a moment
Come on,
of
women, let's
silence
get to
for
that start
Christina
line.
Santorino, who left us all too soon just a
And
few weeks
Deepa is
ago.
actually here on the line. This is going to be a very emotional part.
2021, where she came second.
We're going to have a
And she
minute of
also
silence.
competed
There he
in
is.
the
This is
CDH
Deepa's,
2022,
Kristen's partner.
2023, and 2024. Este dorsal es para ti, Depa. A round of applause for Christina, always in our hearts. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, those are tough times. Christina was a friend of many, one of ours. Like, she was a competitive trail runner who passed away tragically about a month ago. No, not even that. And for those who are familiar with Deepa, start line, legendary start line, finish line speaker, fantastic human. He was her very tough on him. Here we go, team. We're back in the game. Wang Fei Chi, 43 years young in our women's category in the top 3. The fact that she was second at the Trail Andorra by UTMB means only one thing. She can handle technical. She probably came for the big mountains, hopefully not too disappointed with the flatter course. But interestingly enough, another runner, Wu Yangyang, who is 38 years old as well, and also participated in Trail 100 in Andorra, was 4th place. So we can imagine that these two will be fairly close to one another. And 4th place at UTMB, was that 2 years ago?
2022.
2022. Justin Pulley.
And 3rd at UTMB in 2018, actually. And then going back to Wu Yanyan, she won one.
Oh.
Yan. I need to work on my pronunciation. She was actually 4th at the 100K event at Val d'Orem by UTMB last year. Now, moving over to the men's side, we have David Hedges from the U.S. And it's interesting, if you go on his social media and talking about this race, he said, honestly, looking at my background, I don't see why I can't win today. So he's coming in quite confident. He really sees his strengths coming into this race. He's got FKTs in his background. He says, I've won 17 races in my career, so why can't I win this one? And he's calculated that over his 27 years, he has 9,300 hours of training time. So that's quite interesting.
All right. But in the meantime, we like the reason why, like, it's just like I don't see how I could not win or why I couldn't win. Well, there's two names in Arthur Joyeux-Bouillon and Christopher Clemente.
Yep.
Those two gentlemen know how to race, and they know how to race hard. I think they both came here, like, also for the big mountains. But I believe they'll still be able to handle anything that's being thrown at them. Big smile, there he is, Arthur, and Christopher Clemente as well. Like I was asking Tele, our Spanish commentator, about Christopher because she knows him well, and here's like right in the middle, standing with the orange HOKA t-shirt. And when he's on a good day, he's extremely hard to beat. He's consistent. He's got heaps of many years of experience, so he'll know how to like basically tick all the boxes for the basics.
Yep. He got the first place at the 100-mile event in Nice-Côte d'Azur last year.
And he barely held off Courtney Walter, who's creeping up on him, and he still managed to hold on to the first place overall, but she was second and coming in hot.
She probably pushed him to get that first place.
Oh, yeah.
He's focused on doing TDS this year. And then Arthur, he's a new dad and goes out training with his dog. He's finished top 10 on each of the last 3 editions of UTMB and focusing later this year on Diagonal des Fous. So it'll be a good warm-up for him as well. David Hedges, who we also saw the one from the US, he's being crewed today by his dad.
That's pretty good.
And he won the Picon Castro last month. But it was so interesting to see. You know, a lot of people try to hedge their bets. They come into a race saying, "Oh, I'm just going to try my best. I'll see what it." And he's saying, "Nope, I don't see why I can't win." I'm coming confident.
Mic drop.
I've done it. I think I can do it too. Why not? Why not?
Well, I mean, sometimes it works out. We've seen that. Oh, there she is. French runner. Oh, man, she's in the zone.
He's looking serious.
What's your take? Is this a plus, or is this a stressful zone, or is this like just now focusing on myself, forgetting everything around me?
You know, everyone's got their own style, but it's either you know I'm focused, I'm in the zone, or I'm nervous. And I can't tell which one that look was. The guys at the start line are really helping to make sure that everyone gets in the right mood. It's serious business running 100 miles, but there's no reason why we can't show a little bit of energy, show a little bit of enthusiasm, and smiles before they head out into the mountains.
Yeah, we still have 7 minutes until the start.
I'm excited to see what happens during this race and how the course changes will affect the runners as well. On the women's side, there are a few others that I'm looking at as well. There's Laura Van Voren from Belgium. The last 3 races she's done have been wins in the 50K category. And now, of course, 100-mile is a whole other beast. But when she ran UTMB last year, she didn't make it in the top 10. She was only 24th, but she did get first in the 100-mile Nice Côte d'Azur race. So she can perform in the 100-mile distance. We've also got Anne Champagne, who I am mentioning just because I love her last name. Canada. She was first in the Grand Raid de Pyrénées last year in the 100-mile category and 8th at the Chianti 100-miler this year.
To the European major. Here we go, Viera.
And there is Zoe. I know her. She is a photographer, fashion photographer that also does photographs on the trail racing scene. She is a beast. She just goes out fast packing, running with a little tent, a little bivvy in her pack. She raced Tour de Glacier last year, unfortunately had to drop. But I think she's coming back to do it again.
Unfinished business. I mean, I wonder if that's that new course, more runnable, might actually suit David Hedges a little better. Yep. Him being American, again, trying to gauge whether he's used more to rolling, groomed trails.
It's interesting. He said going into this that he felt strong about the Alpine sections.
Well, because looking at the results, like the race, like the Pika, the Trofeo Kima, it looks like he's definitely keen to do the high mountain technical terrain. The rut. Big shout out to Mike in Big Sky, Montana.
We are 5 minutes away from the start. You are in the final countdown. It's the European major.
So for most of this race, this new alternate course, they will be staying below 2,000 meters. They kind of go up above 2,000 meters, or just before the 115 kilometer point. But we are looking at shorter climbs, less elevation, more running along the valley floor than would normally happen during this race.
With a few shorter but still punchy climbs along the way just to keep you in check. There you go, Arthur Joyer-Bouillon, eyes are on him. He's got the highest UTMB index.
It's always actually nice starting out with a climb right after the start because it really helps to kind of space out the field a little bit.
Oh yeah, we didn't talk about him. I didn't go far enough, but I looked at him on the start line, and it's Gabriel Reda. There he is from Argentina, and he's a really cool guy, super strong as well. I think he's going to be another one disappointed that they're of the different course because he's super strong on technical and on big climbs and big descents.
Yeah, this is where I had gotten confused about there only being 3 finishers because when I looked up his stats, it showed that he was first in a 65-kilometer Val d'Aran race last year, and there were only 3 male finishers on that.
Right.
Were you commentating that race? Do you remember what happened there? Why there was a 65? Was that a revised?
Must have been
It's a mystery from the race.
Yeah, even for me, like it blurs into lots of different things. I remember everything about the courses, but then because when I say also last year in the 100K only few finished. No, that's not true. Like over 400 people finished before they actually started to cut it out.
2 minutes.
All right, a couple of minutes before the start of the VDA.
Joy, effort.
The rain is holding off for the moment. Good for the spectators, good for the runners.
To celebrate the dream of our adventure in the Pyrenees in the HOKA Val by UTMB.
Muscles are twitching, heart rates are increasing. They are getting ready to go on a 100-mile adventure through the Pyrenees. A different one than they were anticipating, but it will be challenging all the same, and more challenging for those mountain goats than they were expecting, because they will have to run. This race will have long runnable parts through the valley, which can be tough on a lot of those runners.
So, is this me or it's starting to rain?
I jinxed it. It's because I said that the rain had held off. It's my fault.
Un minuto para la salida. Así que ahora sí, arriba Viña. Vamos calentando.
Oh, I'm getting goosebumps.
Oh yeah, this is it.
Jocelyn, wow, Jocelyn Polly from France. She definitely has a steely look on her face.
Yeah. It's business time. And Gabriel is eager to go. Man, he was clocking big weeks a few years back. I don't know if he's tapered down a little bit his training, because he might have overcooked himself a little bit. But man, if he's in a good day, he's going to come and challenge this top 3 that we have talked about.
I'm excited to see what happens out there.
Yeah. And there we go. Countdown, team.
And we are off. Let's do it.
Man, we do have a lot of top runners. I don't know if this is still the case, because I saw in the names Diego Passos as well.
Yes. Actually, one of the other runners had indicated before the race that they were excited to be running against Diego Passos, who is, of course, a Swiss runner who likes to run in a bow tie. Was he wearing his bow tie today?
I think he usually wears it. Oh no, that's not true. It's like sometimes he wears it the entire race through. Sometimes he just picks it up at the end and wears it for the finish line. I could definitely feel the edge after a while, especially in a 100-mile race. And also I saw on the left-hand side from Team Vibram, Javier Dominguez, who you can always bet on. He will be in the top 10. That man is just the Duracell bunny. He just keeps moving, and he's been in the sport forever, and he always delivers. Like very rarely, sadly for him, in the top spot, like the win, or like he's taken a few really good spots, and especially here, like he's been here multiple years, but he always delivers. It's like Jeremias Grenius. Gigi is always there no matter what.
How cool. I could get a sense of the temperature. There were some runners there going out on this run in long tights. I mean, of course, it is 4 p.m. They're going to be running into the night. It does stay light pretty late these days during the summer months. But definitely not looking at the heat of past years. That lead group, they are going out fast. And the total for the race of this revised course is 140K. So not quite 100 miles, but it is still in the 100-mile category. And again, the Val d'Aran by UTMB is a World Series major. So this is the race, the major for the European region, which means all runners who finish get double the running stones, which means more chances to get a spot in the UTMB finals. The top 10 get an automatic entry in the same race category, the 50K, the 100K, or the 100-miler in the UTMB finals, as well as age division winners.
Yes.
And we forgot to mention that the last time. And the top 5 go home with cash. They go home with cash prizes equal, of course, for the men and the women. So this really ensures that these world major events have top-notch competition. While most of the runners that are competing over these 3 days, out of these 6,000 runners, most of them are from Europe. We are seeing some strong performances from those who are coming from outside of the European region.
Javier Dominguez here, and I wasn't giving him credit enough.
I've raced against him. He's fantastic.
He's a great human, quite quiet. Yeah. I don't think his English is too good, so that's why he may not interact or share as much as we would hope. And my Spanish is not good enough to have a proper conversation. But I mean, last year he was third at Hard Rock,
Yep.
and he was third here actually in this very 100K race after. I can't remember who was ahead of him, but yeah, he ended up third and being one of the few who finished the race.
You know, it's funny that you mentioned that. You know, he doesn't speak English, because in my head I feel like I've had multiple conversations with him.
Oh, maybe I'm wrong.
No, I'm sure it was just body language. A lot you can communicate on the trails without actually speaking the same language.
Yeah, and so that is a. I think this is the same climb as they take normally, and it's a pretty aggressive start. And yeah, so far sticking to his word.
And we're watching the 100-mile start, and there is Jocelyn Pauly looking serious on the women's side. But as we're watching this 100-mile start, we're keeping an eye on what's happening in the 100-kilometer race. We've had the first 6 men go through the RT's checkpoint. And now there is about a minute and a half gap in between Baptiste Coentantiec from France in first, followed by Manuel Anguita from Spain in second. And then 10 minutes behind that, Oriol Barbani Bofil in third, followed by Abel Carretero from Spain and Pere Orel following behind.
Pere is still there, and he can run downhill like a demon. So there's... Yeah, if there wasn't too much difference between them, he could still creep up.
Yep. And then on the women's side, we don't even need to tell you. You've been following. You know, Marie Klagenfeld from Norway is flying. We don't need to tell you that she's still in first. But we still have a battle between second and third. Amaya Reskin Medrano from Spain and Elodie Pierre from France. They are just 30 seconds apart. And Nuria Picas has now gone through. There is quite a gap now between Elodie and Amaya and Nuria at the last checkpoint. It's almost 40 minutes. So I don't think we'll see much movement there between them. But in fifth, Ana Maria Jimenez Galvez is right on Nuria's heels. So we've got a race between second and third and fourth and fifth. And first, I have to say, is the bag. But we are back to watching the images of the 100-mile race, the start of the race.
And there we go. Arthur has responded because David Hedges was running up ahead, and so Arthur has responded. He can take pretty aggressive starts. I remember it was at Istria a couple of years ago with Jim Walmsley. And he wasn't worried. He's like, "No, I'm gonna be with you, Jim. I'm gonna push you all the way." So he ended up having a back end of the race extremely painful. He still stuck it and ended up taking second. But man, that was hard to watch. Like his squad had gone, and he was just hurting at every step. And Istria, the back end of the race, is super runnable. So he had to run, and he was like, ouch, 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 at every step. He was like, oh man. But yeah, so he's not afraid to go hard at the beginning. Usually when he shows up, he's very well prepared, and you can see like his body shape. He's very strong, like muscly, and so he can definitely handle whatever the terrain is throwing at him.
He'll be able to use that upper body strength with those pulls. We saw a glimpse there of the course. This first section is a 5-kilometer climb up to just over 1,500 meters. Kind of short and sharp before they descend back down a little bit lower than where they started out at the 12-kilometer checkpoint.
And I'm glad he transitioned back into hiking, because this is a hard climb, and it's too early. it's too early to push and to go that hard. But let's hear it from the man himself in that pre-race
Je suis
interview.
Arthur Joyeux-Bouillon, coureur ultra-trailer et professionnel pour Fun Running.
Runner, ultra
Voilà,
runner.
c'est ma première fois ici à Val d'Aran. Déjà parce que c'est un 100 miles et j'aime bien quand c'est bien technique, qu'il y a beaucoup de montées et descentes, donc ça, le côté sauvage, pas beaucoup plus. Et puis je prépare la Diagonale des Fous, le grand raid de la Réunion, donc c'était une préparation parfaite en juillet pour la course en octobre. Ouais, ça fait 5 jours qu'on est là, et donc j'ai pu reconnaître les 50 km entre Canéran et je sais pas quel village, mais c'est vraiment sublime. J'ai trouvé ça
And
sublime.
he was in awe. He absolutely loved it. It was a beautiful course.
J'ai halluciné. Donc j'ai vraiment trouvé ça splendide. J'ai estimé un peu par rapport aux autres ultra trails que j'ai déjà fait. J'aimerais bien mettre 24 heures, 24h30 si possible. Donc voilà, après on verra en fonction de la forme du jour et je sais que c'est très long. Donc le but ce sera de revenir ici dimanche, samedi si possible.
And so he says, like, hopefully make it back and be in good shape for the start on Saturday. Well, sadly, the first 50K is not going to be what he recceed. So at least he saw that part, because otherwise he would never have seen it.
Exactly.
So good on him to checking it out, seeing how beautiful the trails in that region are. And look at him. Is he actually going to kill the race right from the first few Ks?
And we're seeing the same on the women's side. I mean, Jocelyn is really pushing it. She's passing men going up the climb.
And running, yeah, pretty aggressively for a race start, especially when the climb is so steep. But, you know, like, actually, you'll know more than me on that. What would you do when you know you're going into a race where you're gonna have what, 6, not even 5 hours of daylight, and then you're going into the night? Are you trying to make good ground at that point where you know during the night we're gonna chill a little bit more, or like, what would explain why these two are just hot out of the gate?
It's a good question. It's hard to know what's going into their heads. I mean, it's, for some people, they like to take the lead early on and not be chasing. It certainly, from the look that Jocelyn had on her face on the start line, I knew something was coming, and we can tell that she really means business today. I'm interested in also looking at her poles. She's using the Lucky poles, but these aren't the lightest ones that Lucky has. So I'm
is that the one with the gloves?
Yeah, she's got ones with gloves, but they have even lighter ones with the gloves that are better for races, but they tend to break more.
Ooh.
So, more easily,
your options.
let's say.
Yeah.
So I'm interested to kind of guess why she chose these ones instead of ones that would be much lighter to carry on a 100-mile course. And, you know, because the race has, the course has changed, and it's not going as high into the mountains, maybe the part that they're going to be covering at the night isn't as much of a factor. I think on the old course, maybe it would have been more important to cover more of the terrain while there was still daylight.
That's unreal. Like, the intensity at which he's going right now, like, attacking the hill to a point where our camera runner has to just let him go. Why?
That's showing some taper energy.
Yeah. He was like a bull, like a raging bull out of the gate. Just like, "Arr, let me go."
When you have been tapering for 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, you've been carbo loading. It is so hard to stand there on that start line and hold back when you feel good. He is showing us the carbs. He is showing us the energy. He is showing us the rest and putting it all out. I just hope that he doesn't burn out on this first climb.
Yeah. It is bold to go out so hard so early, because he's not like showing any sign of, oh yeah, I'm gonna cruise. Like, this is not 100-mile pace, team. If you're looking at this and watching, wow, these guys are gonna run like this for 100 miles. No, But it could be a strategy as well. I mean, when you put half an hour on the rest of the field, then kind of breaks their spirit right from the get-go, and then you can just try and go at the same pace as the rest of the field if you're feeling strong. But the thing is, it will take a lot out of him to go so hard really early on in what is like one of the steepest climb.
And it puts a target on your back. And we know who will be trying to aim at that target, and that is David Hedges, who has been very clear that he thinks a win is in the realm of possibility for him.
You can hear the watch. Like, so I don't know if this is Arthur.
And we can hear that breathing of the camera runner.
He's like, guys, I didn't get the memo. I thought I was going to be a 100-mile pace. What's happening?
I've got to carry heavy equipment.
Although heavy, they don't have that excuse anymore. Like, they managed to drop it like below 2 kgs.
That's true.
But still, because that's the main difference is that when runners have poles, steep ones, and cameras, like by definition, can have poles because one of the hands is being used to carry the camera. And so I think that's the hardest part. And we have a few Baptiste fans in the chat. Go, 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 Baptiste. Yeah, as you were saying, he's still holding on to the lead so far. It's going to be really good to watch what is the next point. Estimated in 8 minutes, and it's estimated that Manuel will be there in 12, so it would have increased to a 4-minute gap. But this is predictions based on the last segments, so it could still be reshuffled quite a bit. Oriol Barbani expected quite a ways back, another 12-minute back from Manuel, and Abel Carretero 33 minutes back from the lead. Pere-Aurel 35, yeah, so they still could be a fight between Pere-Aurel and Abel Carretero. And again, because they're still within the top 5, there's more money to be pocketed if positions change.
But I believe it if there is now a few minutes gap between Baptiste and Manuel and Guita, because as we were saying, Baptiste had said that he really was thinking that the last section would be a strong part for him, and I think he's showing it.
So I was also looking right now in 9th position. Dakota Jones is 6 minutes away from RTS, so we probably won't have images of that, but I'm sure Martina will be there.
And here we have, as we predicted, we have David Hedges.
He's already looking up.
On the heels of Arthur.
Where's Arthur? Looking up. Can't let you go, man. Can't let you go.
It's a 100-mile race, guys. You've got time. You've got time. But he is hungry for it. I love this kind of energy, particularly in the younger guys. I think he said he's 27. The fact that he was able to add up all of his training hours. He's got 9,300 hours of training. He is going for it. He says that he's won 17 races. He's gotten in the top 10 and 19 more. I can win this thing.
He's a man of data.
I mean, why not? If the numbers help you, whatever you need to give you a bit of confidence going into a race, go for it.
And it's interesting because as much as you were saying, some of the Leaky poles with the glove are lighter. The ones he's carrying with the little pieces of fabric, what do you call it? I guess straps.
Yeah, straps.
Straps. These are the lightest in the range, but. It's a matter of personal preference, and in my opinion, I would be prepared to compromise a few grams to have the ones with the gloves, even if they're a little heavier altogether, because when you're carrying them just like he is doing, the flapping of those strap is super annoying.
I just think you can get a lot more leverage when you're actually wearing the gloves because you don't actually have to hold the poles.
Absolutely.
You can just push down. And, you know, when I've run races that are 200 miles, close to 300 miles, you lose the ability to actually hold on to the poles.
Yes.
So if you can just have a little bit of help there, it can get you a bit further.
And so this is the section here where I believe we saw yesterday Nadir pull out his phone. So Baptiste is getting close now to the finish line, closer and closer. And he is looking really good, still moving well, good stride, good gait. And so far, as much as we see the drone from the back, it would be good to see it from the front, which would give us an idea of how far Manuel is and if we see him even or not at all.
So now Baptiste has gotten to the top of that final steep climb, and he's really just got now a descent. There is a little niggle, a little tiny climb, but I'm not I'm not going to really draw attention to it. If I was on the sidelines, if I was on the trail, I wouldn't tell him that there were no more
downhill from here.
Biggest
light ever.
But commentating, it's fair to say that he's done the last big climb. Take note for all of you out there who are planning on being on the sidelines, crewing, spectating a race. The number one rule, actually there's two. One is to never tell a runner how far it is to the next checkpoint unless you have measured it with a GPS watch and you are sure down to the last meter. And never tell them that there are no more climbs unless you have walked it yourself.
Be careful, it's on the right.
So Dakota Jones coming into RTS, he was pointing at the BMX track and saying like, oh, maybe I'd have far more fun on a bike than running this race. Who knows? But yeah, he's
those backflips.
Minutes away. Oh yeah, true.
Yep.
That's what it is. It's like, in my younger age, not that he's old at all.
As a teenager, he could do backflips on a BMX. And now he says he is just relegated to running. He has had some stomach problems in this race. He's dropped kind of from the very lead pack down to 9th, but he is holding on to this top 10 spot.
Yeah, and I feel like he looks better. I don't know how you feel.
Yeah,
it looks like he's turning things around. At least that he's been fueling to a point where he could, bring a bit more energy to his body. Hopefully Coke contributed to that.
And now we're back on the 100-mile course.
With what looks like our second place woman.
And who might that be? Could that be Laura Van Voren? Nope.
Anka Sidena.
And let's see what we can find out about Anka. So she is from Romania, and we've been
another Romanian runner
yesterday about how we're seeing a real rise in the talent of the runners coming from Romania. Now, we don't have a record of her doing any races yet this year, but she certainly had some good performances in races in 2024. And we're back on the 100K course following Dakota in the checkpoint there with Martina.
As long as I don't eat, I'm good. But if I don't eat, I'm not good.
Try easy.
I choked down 3 gels and so that. I need to gel my stomach. It tightens up.
I love Martina. Tucking with a hand.
She's remaining calm, talking some sense into him.
Yep.
Looks like Dakota still has a sense of humor about him. He said, as long as I don't eat, I'm fine.
And he's like, yeah, but when I don't eat, then I'm not fine.
Yeah.
So what do I do?
Yeah.
I'm surprised he's not going for Coke.
That's a rough place to be, but again, kudos to him for sticking with it.
Well, it looks like he's pulling out a few empty gels, so unless he's used them for anti-chafe, like.
Oh, you don't want to do that.
If it's not too late, you can.
You don't want to do that.
If it's too late, yeah. Oh, yeah, shut. No bueno.
Come on, Dakota.
It's so foreign to me. Like, knock on wood, it never happened to me. Those kind of, like, stomach issues, cramps, and all that. And so I have no idea.
It's never happened to you?
No.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, well,
Get out of town.
5 years of business school drinking, that will give you the stomach that can handle anything. I was preparing for something greater. I didn't know it at the time.
You must be the golden boy, because I don't know what it would be like to be you. There on the left-hand side of the screen, we are looking at our first place woman in the 100K, Marie Klekeg from Norway. She is having the race of a lifetime, coming back after getting 4th in the 50K category at Val d'Arène by UTMB last year and 2nd in the 100K in 2023. She is going to get this win.
Montromius.
All right, and Dakota has made it out of the checkpoint after a pep talk from his partner, Martina Valmasoy. He's fine as long as he doesn't eat. Boy.
Sentence of the day.
Oy. But he doesn't have that far to go. He's just past the 91 kilometer checkpoint. He can make it. It's not going to be.
He will. He will grind it out. But like, how hard it is going to be, because that climb back up to Santé Desconchao is pretty brutal. So if you do this on empty, you're going to be like, ooh, that's going to take a while.
A top 10 position. It's not what he wanted, but it will still get you an automatic entry.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
UTMB finals next year. So it's not nothing. Now we're back 26 minutes into the 100-mile race following the top women. Jocelyn Paoli from France. Steely composure on the start line. It was a mix of nerves, focus, and followed behind her the 2nd place woman.
Anca Sirena from Romania.
Yeah. Now, what's interesting about her profile, looking into it, she is someone that is able to jump from the 20K category up to the 100-mile category, which you don't always see with a lot of runners. That might actually really benefit her today, because we are dealing with a different course than what they had planned for. So the women, the men that will tend to do better on the race today are ones that will be able to adapt, will be able to know that while they've trained for a 100-mile technical course, they're now dealing with a much more runnable, lower elevation, 140-kilometer course. She's got a good long history behind her, races going back to 2016. I haven't heard of her name before, but it's one that perhaps we should be watching more closely. I wonder if she's another Romanian living in Spain, living in, yep.
I was just gonna think that, just like you and Christian Manuele, because
Yep.
like all the races, most of the races she done are in Spain, so this could very well be the case indeed.
And almost 90% of the 6,000 runners across the races over these 3 days are from mainly Spain, Portugal, France, from Europe. But we can see we have some talent from Norway.
Oh yeah, it's not about numbers. It's just who you send. And Norway certainly delivered high. Because yesterday taking second place already in the women's field.
Yep,
with
absolutely.
Silvia Noskar. And Marie right now probably in that purple section on the way down in that descent. And see again the segment detail with the fastest time clocked in the men's and women's, and then the average time that people have taken to go through that segment. So it is another short stint, and this is also again why we've seen Baptiste skip entirely the Mont-Romiest aid station, because he knew that was going to be quite quick. See, 17 minutes in the men's, 19 in the women's, and an average of 31 minutes to get from Mont-Romiest here all the way down in the trees and then across the valley floor and up into the RTS village and aid station.
Wow, and just looking at the times, Murray has continued to widen the gap in front of second place. There's over an hour. I mean, she is so comfortable on these trails, on this terrain.
And there's no stopping her today.
No. She'll have time for a shower,
burger,
a little nap, and then she can
couple
come
of
back
beers.
to start to the finish line to welcome the other runners.
Yep. Yeah, for the finish line of the top three, she'll be in her pajamas. All right, team. And can we get this done? Yeah.
Courtney DeWalter has done that to me before.
Yes.
Yep.
7 hours is just big time to do a lot of things indeed.
Looks like an entirely different person, different breed.
which admittedly she is.
She is, yeah.
Yeah.
It's impressive and demoralizing at times.
Well, but when you come to peace with it, all right, okay, this is it.
No, it's impressive. There we go. Come on, Dakota. He is running much better than what we saw earlier. Clearly just gritting and grinding it through.
But you can still see that he's not comfortable because his shoulders are tensed up, his upper body is kind of locked while he just completely relaxed. So you can see he's working harder than he should and trying to fight off this situation that he's in, basically.
Better than walking.
But and don't get me wrong, like the pace he's going is definitely strong, but you can see he's not relaxed like he could be. But yeah, again, hats off for getting out of this aid station where your crew's there, there's a car, so that's the easy way out. But it was good that Martina was there to just not give him that option. No. She's zigzagging on that downhill. Maybe finally that hard, aggressive pace is catching up with her a little bit.
Saving the quads. She's 15 kilometers from the finish.
Yeah, she's in the steepest section again. The color coding, if you're not familiar with it, on the 3D map of the course, if it's green, it's flat, and then when the gradient increases, whether it's just uphill or downhill, the higher percentage goes from green to yellow to orange to red, and the purple is over 30%.
So because we are running an alternate course this year, we won't be able to exactly compare the times this year to last year. But what we can do is see the difference in, how much faster the men are versus how much faster the women are compared to last year's times. So the winning time for the men in 2024 was 12:05. The winning time for the women was 14:44. And we are 10 and a half hours into this race. I just can't believe how much farther ahead she is.
Yeah, she truly is racing a different race.
I was just going to say it's a different race entirely.
Yeah.
And the rain has come back, it looks like, for the 100 miles. Maybe it's just drips from the trees. I don't see anyone bringing out their jackets just yet. Oh.
Yeah, it is coming down.
That's hard to go into the first night of a 100-mile race in the rain.
But at least you have the confidence that whatever the weather turns into, the race is going to be on, because this was exactly like this last year. And as they were going up to the original course, they were getting up on the ridge, and there was hail. It was literally like raining sideways. The wind, they were on the ridge, and it was raining. One of our camera runner was nearly hypothermic because he didn't have time to put on a jacket or to put on some warm clothes. He just kept going, and then eventually, when he passed the relay, the other runner was like, "Well, the race is canceled, so you can be with me." And he's like, "But you look like you're gonna die." And so everybody was freaking out until they decided to pull the pin.
I didn't realize that. Jocelyn, they're just showing her age there. 52. Well done. That's awesome.
Oh, mira, monte. Oh.
We're not saying much during these times because sometimes it's nice to just sit back and watch the style.
Look at them go. You see, she's transitioning, pulls on, pulls off. Whenever she can, she'll turn that hike into a jog. That's not her first rodeo. She knows what to do. She's composed. She knows she's got a long journey ahead. She's doing her thing. And there we go.
The benefit of having the camera people out there right alongside the runners, it really makes you feel like you're experiencing part of it. I'm getting cold sitting here watching these runners in the rain.
Yeah, the AC's cranking here.
I said that during these summer months, the light stays pretty late at night, but with the cloud cover, it's going to be a different story.
And so it seems like there is been, no, not yet. Yeah, there's truly 2 races in the CDH, in the women's.
Yeah, we've had Elodie Pierre and Amaya Raskin-Medrano come through Colomers, and they are neck and neck, just 11 seconds apart.
Yeah.
But, miles behind Marie Clackett-Fenrick.
That's unreal. That's basically when we started having images of the women's race, and that's like... over an hour ago. So here's the question. It is early in the race, and so far we didn't have Anka in our radar at all because, admittedly, her UTMB index is not as high as some of the other competitors, including our 2 female Chinese runners. So, is that going to hold?
Ooh, I'd like to see a poll on that in the chat. Or jump into the chat if you think that this performance we're seeing early on, Anka coming straight out of the gates and giving a real chase to Jocelyn Pauly. Are we going to see this hold? I hate to say no because I don't want to wish that, predict that someone else is going to slow down. But I would be surprised if she would be able to hold on to second, given the strength that we've seen of the other runners and the experience of the other runners in this 100-mile distance. But you just never know. UTMB index is one indicator, but it's not everything. Interesting. She's going up quite a steep climb right now, but she has not taken her poles out of her quiver.
Voilà pour montrer aux gens et voilà, il m'a montré. Ah, c'est rigolo.
Écoute, si ça s'y prête,
Ah ouais, mais
on
écoute.
discute à l'arrivée.
C'est quoi ton nom?
Antoine Jacques. Jacques, c'est le nom de famille.
D'accord, ok.
Je suis sur Instagram, Strava, tout ce que tu veux, donc
D'accord.
on pourra se trouver.
The chat goes pretty far. Like it goes beyond. Like when you say, "Oh, what's your name?" It's like, "Oh, here's my name," and then my Instagram, my Strava handle, and all and this and this and this there. I mean, those camera runners are chatty. That's what we love, because and that's what they do. Like, if the runner is not saying anything, they're not gonna say anything. But if the runner is up for a good old chat, they're gonna respond and entertain that.
Chez mon partenariat là et je me suis
Yeah, I'd like to see who is chasing the first 2 on the women's side, whether it's the 2 Chinese runners, Ji Wenfei or Wu Wanwan. Or we've got Laura Van Voren from Belgium. And my personal favorite, Anne Champagne, for the last name, from Canada. And we're going into a commercial break. We will be back with you shortly.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Place women, that is Jocelyn Pauly from France, and she is being chased by Anca Sandia from Romania, who we are guessing is living in Spain because that's where she seems to be racing quite a bit. They have been going hard out of the starting blocks for this first section. It's a climb, 5-kilometer climb on this revised course, revised due to the weather, up to just over 1,500 meters.
Quand t'as Patrick Boire qui te raconte son histoire il y a 2 ans.
And then we're looking at images from the 100-kilometer race. And this has been quite exciting with Baptiste Coetentiec from France, who was leapfrogging before with Manuel and Guita from Spain. But now, for the last little while, has been able to hold on to this lead. I think now there's a couple of minutes gap between them. Racing to the finish. He's just a couple kilometers away with no sign of Manuel behind him.
Oh yeah, and we've gone now into those kind of single tracks that turn into little creeks. But so far it doesn't seem to bother Baptiste too much. And actually, if you end up running on those kind of trails, because your feet are going to be wet already, you might as well run in the water. Because that's where you're going to have the best grip. As opposed to if you're on the side, there's a bit of mud, and you might slip. The water will just clear it, and you'll be running on, the most... rocky, if I can say it. Like it will wash off the mud, and it'll be much more stable.
To the final stretch, he's checking his watch, but he's not looking behind him. Said he was feeling strong about the last section of the course. He is showing us that.
Damn, you can hear the mountain bike skid down. Baptiste must be quite anxious. It's like, that guy's gonna ram into me.
I would much rather be on foot than on a bike in this rain.
So there's still a few turns until Baptiste. Yeah, we're looking at the difference in a women's race on this CDH, and it's mind-blowing.
There's almost Murray from Norway is almost 2 full checkpoints ahead of second and third place, which is insane.
So we're switching back and forth between the 100K and the 100 miles. It's color-coded, so always look on the top left corner of your screen, and you'll see the red and the big mile, 100 miles. It's pretty self-explanatory, but it will help you very quickly identify which races we're covering. And the 100K, the CDH is green. And we're going back and forth between first and second woman here. And so, yeah, we're calling it the 100-mile category, but it's actually down to 140 kilometers with with much less elevation. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen, coming into RTS, still charging like a mad woman, even though she's got over an hour lead on second place. She is crushing, absolutely crushing.
I am so impressed with how she has approached this race. She hasn't looked behind. She hasn't looked to the side. She has just kept going forward. Huge smile on her face through the rain, powering up the hills, not slowing down on the descents, and having a great time doing it. I'm really enjoying watching her crush this field.
Yes, you heard that too at home. Thunder is coming in hard. and she's going right into the storm.
Or is that just the ground shaking because Marie is running so fast?
Or maybe this is Dakota's stomach just growling. Oh, and Josette from Canada, if I remember correctly, she says, Claire has moved into the top 10 of the 100K.
Whoop whoop!
Is that for real? There we go.
As I called it. Thank you so much. Do not count out Claire. She is a beast, and I knew that she should be on our radar, and she was. Way to go, Claire.
And look at this. At Banetreros, there's still, like, she was within 30 seconds of Lucy Gig from France, and then had another. Yeah, it was another quarter of an hour onto Angel Llobera from Spain, but still a long way to go. 70 Ks out of 101. So if she's feeling good, Claire could still creep up a few more spots by the time she gets back to the finish line in Vieja. And there she is, Mary, coming into Arties. I'm actually excited to see her transition at the aid station. She's about a K away from it, and not slowing down at all, waving at the crowds. Spirits are definitely high, even though, you know, getting to that point, there you go, good old high five. This is definitely someone who she knows, either working for HOKA, or that's her partner, friend. Actually, if you know that, let us know in the chat. Let's see if we can hear anything, but if they speak Norwegian, I'm not going to be able to help much. And there we go. We love that, even though the rain is now starting to pour on Arties. The Spanish crowds are always present. And so, tap on the butt. That's probably then a bit of a partner, because I couldn't tell. I didn't really know. You could see the HOKA t-shirt. They were having a good old chat I couldn't quite understand, so maybe it was in Norwegian. But then again, you'd think that her partner would be the one crowing for her, but I don't know, maybe they have a different strategy.
Her partner, she had told us,
he's
running the 100K.
Yes, you're right. So, I don't know. Maybe a friendly friend.
They do things different in Norway.
I guess. Well, yeah, they're all butt naked in saunas, so tap on the butt would probably be not much at all for them.
That's just how you say hi.
She could definitely run in a PDA.
We're going to get comments on that one.
I hope so. All right, let's look at this. Stuff's going... Wait, ice? Is that for real? Wow!
Is that?
That's ice going down her neck. Oh, and water. Norwegians really do it differently.
Forget the sauna. She's going for an ice bath in the midst of the rain.
Wow, so maybe it is actually deceiving and we're seeing images of rain and that, but it might be. Oh, and there he is, ladies and gentlemen, coming through the very last kilometer. He has entered into Vieja. Okay, thanks, Anders. it was indeed her husband, Tobias, who unfortunately dropped out, but it's good that he keeps showing up.
Yeah.
And that tap on the butt was, therefore, very friendly. Love it. Thanks so much, Anders, for the feedback. This is what we love to share with everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, the stoke is high for one good reason. Baptiste from France is now coming into the last couple of 100 meters into Vieja to take the big W here at the CDH, the Camils Ders, in at this HOKA Val by UTMB, the European major, and he's giving it back to the crowds. Is ecstatic, crossing the line. First place for Baptiste Cotontiec.
Let's go, ringing the bell. What a fantastic win for Baptiste. He ran an incredible race today, leapfrogging with Manuel Anguita. He was in first, he was in second, he was in first, and he finished with the lead.
And Tonin, one of our finish line speaker. Oh, that's a good mullet too. Good job. And he's giving a hug to our cam runner as well. He likes to say merci. I mean, he's spent a few Ks with him, so I can certainly appreciate that. And I was going to say that the tape wasn't there, but it's there now, so there's probably going to be a recrossing after going back out. And I love that. I mean, look at this service. Across the line, here's a little umbrella for you, my friend. And he says, all right, do it again.
And there he is, breaking the tape, owning that win. What a fantastic day for Baptiste. And followed shortly behind by Manuel Anguita, who also ran a fantastic race. He really gave Baptiste a run for his money.
He did.
He caught up with him on some of the downhills twice. We saw them leapfrog back and forth. But in the end, Baptiste was the one who was able to hold on, and Manuel minutes behind. But even over 100 kilometers, minutes can make a difference. That difference between first and second.
Absolutely, yeah. And they really threw it down to both of them.
Mm-hmm.
And that made that race so much more exciting to watch for all of us behind our screens. And I don't know, actually, I might just message Albert, who was carrying on the interviews on the line, because, I mean, obviously he knows him, he can speak Spanish, but I'm pretty sure Manuel can speak English. So I'm very curious to know if our assumption about like him possibly stopping earlier in the race was due to some issues, or if he just wasn't as strong as Baptiste today.
It's hard to tell just from watching the live stream, but they certainly kept us guessing. And it kept up the intrigue. Is always so much more exciting when you just don't know who will end up taking home the win. But second place is nothing to complain about. He will be going home with prize money. He will be going home with an automatic entry to the UTMB finals next year.
And you can see the Spanish crowds is cheering from the pub. It is tapas time. And obviously they stayed sheltered, but they screamed at Manuel and he was going by. And he will be stoked. And as you're saying, he's in the prize money. That's €4,000 in the pocket.
That's a lot of tapas change.
Oh yeah, especially on Spanish prices.
Taking a moment in the rain to cheer with the crowds and celebrate his second place in the 100K category. There we have Manuel Anguita chasing down our winner, Baptiste, and he is happy with that second place. Way to go. A little bit of love for the Spanish runner.
Espectacular, hermano Aguila. Vaya fin de semana que vamos, hija.
He was gonna say like, put your foot on and I'm gonna wash your shoes. And again, you see that kind of respect between runners and recognition. All right, you were the best today. Yeah, I just love this attitude.
Well, when you have that kind of a competition, when you're that close to another runner, you really are helping to push each other to perform your best. And so I'm sure Baptiste would not have run as fast if he hadn't had Manuel right on his heels.
For sure, it would be a different race experience. I am really confused. I thought she was like, is she chewing on the apple? It looked like she was holding a big round thing and just chewing at it. I might be wrong. That's got to be a bar.
We're looking at Marie Clacken-Fenret, who is the lead woman by a million miles in the 100K race. She is positively sprinting. This could be a tempo run for 99% of all of us out there. She's got 10 kilometers left to finish, and she is not letting up. Look at that stride. She is so steady. I would love to actually see a slow-mo replay of this. You could draw a line on the top of her head and it just would show completely horizontal. No bounce. All forward motion.
And yeah, that's the thing. Like, it's like slightly forward, just attacking. Oh man, I would give a lot to know what she's got in her hand that she's chewing on.
It's a shame that her husband, who was her partner, who was running, has had to drop out of the race. But as we saw, he showed up at the last checkpoint, and I'm sure he will be there at the finish line, ready to cheer her in. Her incredible win. I never like to call things early because it ain't over till it's over, but this one's over.
This one's been over for a while, I think.
Yeah. And it's such a blistering time.
Still be carrying that little grin on her face. It's like, oh yeah, I'm not running. Happy days.
Wouldn't you be?
Oh yeah, I mean, if I was able to make it look that easy after 11 hours of running, here, I'll be like, my smile would be from ear to ear.
Now there's a whole checkpoint in between her and the runners behind her. So we're seeing the women's field is quite spread out, actually. And then we can see Elodie and Amaya in second and third. We're quite a bit behind where...
Look at all that ground. Look at all that ground they have to cover to even make it to where Mary is. By the time they get where Mary is, Mary will be at the finish.
Oh, absolutely.
And that's hard to believe. All right, well, Mary is still crushing. We got a quick commercial break coming up, but we'll be right back with you.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Via, c'è tanta gente. Non ci facciamo prendere dall'entusiasmo.
Allez, bien en gestion. Le cardio est bon, c'est parfait.
Mi è venuta una vescica. Fa un male cane.
Aïe. Ah, ça va pas du tout cette heure.
Ce l'ho fatta! È finita!
And we are back at the Val d'Arrêt by UTMB races. We were following the 50K yesterday, the 100-kilometer race today, and the 100-mile race has started just about an hour ago, looking at both the men's and the women's side. Quite an exciting day on the 100-kilometer race. We have already had the top two male finishers. Baptiste Coët-Tantiec from France came in first in 10 hours and 53 minutes, followed 4 minutes behind by Manuel Anguita from Spain. And on the women's side, we are seeing an absolutely blistering pace by Marie Clackett Fenre from Norway, who is over an hour. And I think that lead is increasing from second and third place, which is Elodie Pierre from France and Amaya Raskin-Medrano from Spain. Nuria Picas, who was a favorite coming in, is sitting in fourth. On the 100-mile race there, we're seeing some image of Jocelyn Polly from France. She started leading from the get-go on the women's side. She is 52 years old and really running like a 20-year-old at the moment. Incredibly impressive. And she is being chased by Eka Sindea from Romania. The weather is brutal today. We do have a revised course because of the weather forecast.
That's good. We have an interview of Baptiste, winner of the CDH.
Bah, je réalise pas encore. C'est ma première victoire sur une grande course.
This is my first win on the major race. It's been really hard because we started very quick right from the start because we knew the course was altered. So we needed to go hard because it was going to be hard to make a difference by the end. So we were all breathing really hard and we were all together until really late, and that helped us to really get the best out of each other. And I managed to take the lead in Saladou, and then climbing up to Colomiers, and I actually took a massive tumble. And so for the technical part, I really struggled, and I got cramps as well. And this is where Manuel actually caught up with me. And from then on, I was able to crank up a gear, and I went full gas for the last 30.
Ouais, je voulais vraiment le remercier parce que je garderai des souvenirs
incroyables. And I really wanted to thank Manuel as well. And as you were saying, Steph, he said that really helped me get the best out of myself.
Et ouais, je suis trop content.
And we finished just 2 minutes apart.
Il me manquait que ça en fait.
And
Là, j'ai décidé de
that's
courir
really what I
à
was
100%
missing
avec mes études en pause un petit peu cet été.
in my career. To have such a big win, I've decided to put my studies on hold and fully focus, because right now he's studying to become a doctor, and he says, I know later on this is going to be my job, but right now I have this opportunity. And I took it. I took a chance, took a leap of faith, and now it's paying off. And now this is like icing on the cake because of all the investment and the commitment that I've put in. And so my next goal this year is UTMB.
Et bon, tu es le vainqueur de CDS. Félicitations, Baptiste. Félicitations.
Wow, really putting it all out on the line there.
And it's also good, like, you know, when you make those life decisions to put your studies on hold and focus on one thing, when actually it pays off, man, it makes it all worth it.
Absolutely.
Because sometimes, and for even sometimes external factors, you could have done everything right, and then something doesn't align on the day, and all of a sudden you start questioning your choices. But when, you know, you've made big sacrifices and then it pays off, man, it's good.
Because it's quite an intense subject. You know, he's saying that he was a sport medicine resident. That is full on and quite difficult to really compete at the level that he is competing at and that he wants to continue competing at. Well, hopefully he'll be able to come back to it after a good performance at UTMB.
Yeah. I mean, that's definitely going to be a confidence booster.
Manu, increíble.
Look after himself and then come back even stronger at UTMB. Here we go. Second place, Magdalena Guida.
Salí muy valiente desde la salida con Abel Carretero y Ricardo.
It was really incredible. We had a really hot pace right from the start.
Bastante potente, pero cuando llevaba 30 kilómetros me di cuenta que ese no era el ritmo de hoy. Y empezaba a ver al grupo de Baptiste, de Dakota.
And so, like in the first 30 Ks, we were pretty hard with a big group.
Los ultras se corren más lentos de lo que tú has salido. Relájate un poco.
And so usually the ultras are much slower.
Me he intentado comer bien, hidratarme y disfrutar un poco del lugar en el que estaba porque era una locura. Y digo, una vez que llegue ya a Salardú, digo.
So he enjoyed a lot the race, but he got to Salardú.
Y cuando llegué a Salardú, pues mi equipo, Frank e Ikra, mi hermano y mi pareja.
He's talking about his team, and Ikra, it was actually part of his crew.
Y he salido con una idea, digo, tienes que darlo todo y coger a la gente que está a 5 minutos. Y ellos fuerte, po.
And so, yeah, they said to him, like, look, you're going to run with panache if you want to take it, like, you play the low, like, give it all.
Hemos tenido los dos, ha sido súper bonito, me ha encantado, hemos empujado los dos los límites, todo lo que hemos podido y más.
And he enjoyed like running to the limit.
A pocos minutos de él, pero me siento grandioso por esa segunda plaza y también muy feliz porque
super stoked about the second place, even though he's like just 2 minutes from the win.
I'll try and translate that very quickly. There was so much there. An incredible battle, an incredible duel. You very much ran your own race today. As you said, this is ultra trail running. You have to control your pace. If not, you could easily explode. And it sounds like you managed that race extremely well today. It's an incredible atmosphere at the finish line. We've had storms, rain, cold, heat.
God damn, Owen, you can do better than that. You're leaving the Canary Island.
This is why we
didn't translate anything of what he said.
So emotional, tired, excited, happy. So many emotions going through your mind right now. ¿Cómo te sientas?
I love this mountain. The day is perfect for me. The rain, the cold, incredible. I think that the next year I run over in CDH.
Ojalá que sí. Muchísimas gracias. Una gran batalla, una gran aventura, una gran carrera. Muchísimas gracias por estar aquí con nosotros un año más. Enhorabuena. Congratulations. Well done.
Muchas gracias a todos.
And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We are with our third place finisher in the CDH. And it was interesting to hear Manuel say that he was going to run the VDA last year. Did I hear that right?
I think so.
Hey, stepping up. Oh, look at that. The smile is on his face. No, he's home in disbelief, shaking his head as he's crossing the main road in Viela and onto the finish area. Third place here, hands up in the air. Third place at this HOKA Val by UTMB, the European major of this UTMB World Series. Money in the bank.
Actual money in the bank.
Actual money in the bank.
What a finish.
Oh, there's a bit of a kiddie pool on the finish line, and yes!
Oh.
Love it.
Oriol Barbani-Bofil from Spain, third place in the 100-kilometer event at Val d'Aran by UTMB, showing a huge amount of emotion, relief, excitement at his win. That is fantastic for him. Pegged as one of our top favorites coming into this race, but he was on our radar early on once we started seeing where the rankings were shaking out at as the race progressed. And if we recall, he DNF'd at this race last year, and now he's come back with a third.
Wow, what a revenge.
Expression, look at that face. Let's listen in.
Estás a nada de los primeros. ¿Y qué se siente al completar el podium de la CDH de HOKA Val d'Aran?
How does it feel to complete the podium at the VH in Val d'Aran? A CDH.
Necesitaré unos días un poco para asimilarlo porque no entiendo nada. O sea, tenía mis tiempos y ya he empezado a ver que cada vez íbamos como más rápido. Y digo, vale, frena un poco porque esto se te está yendo. Pero no sé, subiendo a cuando hemos llegado a Salardú, en la subida hacia Bancha 2, pues ahí de repente empezaba a pasar gente y digo, bueno, pues voy a intentar aguantar. Muy épico, la verdad, no me lo creo.
Muy épico, de verdad que tienes que estar muy orgulloso
and that
de
was
lo que has hecho
very
hoy, que pasen los días que lo asimiles, pero estoy seguro que este día no lo vas a olvidar.
Fourth place is just coming in now.
Enhorabuena, Oriol, enhorabuena. Mira lo que te venía por allí. Enhorabuena, muchas gracias. Cuarto clasificado, en nada, lo tenemos allí. Cuarto clasificado, es una...
Fourth place, we have Abel Carretero from Spain. Other than Baptiste from France, we have Spaniards really rounding out the top five.
Man, they were really close.
Yeah. Race to the finish. And this will be Abel's 6th race so far this year.
Busy man.
All smiles at the finish.
He still can't believe. Oh man, that's one man who's gonna go to bed with a smile on his face.
Absolutely.
Oh man, and look at the skies right behind that finish line in the background. It is going to hit hard. This is where runners are going to be coming down.
It's going to be a tough night.
Yep. Even though, that's exactly where the milers are going.
Yeah. So in the 100K event on the men's side, the winning time was about just over an hour and 10 minutes faster than last year. Most likely because of the course changes. We're going to see on the women's side, the times will be more than an hour and 10 minutes faster.
Oh, yeah.
The winning time for the women was 14:44 last year. And we have Marie from Norway charging at an unbreakable speed.
And there you go, Baptiste in the house. Probably going to be the photo finish of the top 3 runners of the CDH.
Yeah, there's now a bit of a gap before the fifth runner comes through.
They're unfolding, let's say,
What a moment, that top three. Congratulations, Baptiste.
and Baptiste silently
What a moment, that top three.
is taking it in. He knows what that means.
Winking at the crowd underneath his speed mullet.
Mullet for the win.
Now, did you get your own mullet for speed purposes, or was this for style purposes?
100% style.
Okay.
It was cultural to bring back a piece of New Zealand back with me in Europe. The west coast of the South Island in New Zealand represent.
But hey, I mean, if it also helps you on the aerodynamic side to
Oh yeah,
a bit of time on the
the way
trails, why
the way I like to call it is the mullet is just all about like a business at the front, party at the back.
Yep. In Canada, we call it hockey hair.
Hockey hair.
Yeah.
And what's the story behind that?
I think all the hockey players wear it.
All right, all right, fair enough.
It's hockey hair. So we now have the top four men on the 100K, and gosh, when will we see Marie finish? She's still got a final climb to do. She's less than 10K from the finish, but there is that one steep final climb on the 100-kilometer course. So she needs to get to the top of that last climb and then cruise down to the finish line. So we've got a ways yet on the women's side before we see a finisher.
About just saying that's an incredible level, incredible talent of athletes in the race today. And there were 7 or 8 athletes within 2 minutes of each other for a large part of the race today fighting for the victory. Abel corto hoy con los que conozco, yo creo que eres uno de los atletas más competitivos aquí en España y seguro que quieres volver para luchar para este podium en la T20. Ojalá que sí, amigo.
And while we're watching the finish line celebrations on the 100K race, just taking a look back on the tracking on the 100-mile race, which started about an hour and 20 minutes ago. Very shortly, we should see Jocelyn Polly and Anka Sandia, the top 2 women, come into the next checkpoint. And then on the men's side, let's take a quick peek.
And in the meantime, like, it's good to see athletes from Team On, like Claudia Tramps, doing a bit of a post-race debrief.
Nice.
They most likely have been out there with their runner while they were racing.
Yeah, so just looking at, as we're watching the finish line images, just tracking what's happening on the 100-mile race. We've talked about the women's side, but on the men's side, Arthur Joyeux-Boyan is still in first, going through the last checkpoint. And now there's about a 5-minute gap between him and David Hedges, who is gunning for it, David, from the U.S., and really looking for a win today. Seems that David went through the last checkpoint with Florian Deschamps from Belgium, just seconds apart, followed by Gabriel Reda from Argentina. And now we are looking at images of the 5th place man rounding out that top 5 category in the 100-kilometer race. That is Edu Rodes from Spain. We haven't seen much of him yet. I haven't seen him on the screen. There was just a bit of a logistical gap between the top 4, and then we were seeing images of Dakota. Dakota, who is now clocking in 8th. It seems that Dakota has overtaken Pere Orel.
He might have been.
Yeah.
Which Right, it means that Dakota is back in the game and he managed to turn it around, whatever he was able to take or not take.
Interesting.
No.
Let's see if he can catch Ricardo Certa and the flying burrito.
Love it.
Less than a kilometer to go for our 5th place male finisher in the 100-kilometer race. And he will be greeted at the finish line by the other top runners who are hopefully starting to relax and enjoy themselves.
He's looking at his watch. I was trying to gauge if there was any specific time to break, go sub 11:30 or something. But yeah.
And see if everyone's still out at the bars.
Yes.
A better place to be in the midst of rain in the mountains. Haven't talked much because we haven't seen him much. We haven't talked much about Edu Rodes from Spain. A 4th at a 50K category race in Spain earlier this year, and was 17th at the Chianti. So this is a really great finish for him.
Yeah, they're still at the pub. Man, he will be happy. Top 5 in the money.
And an automatic entry to the finals for next year. We hope to see him there and see what he can do. There he comes running into the finish. This is Edu Rodes from Spain, 5th place in the 100-kilometer event, shaking his head, wondering what the heck just happened.
That's awesome. And I love that they don't... Oh, wrong side. And then he's probably going to get another... Yep, that's the one, top 5. Each of them have a little specific card to go and collect the prize money. So we don't have the audio from Tony on the finish line, but I couldn't help but make the parallel. When they get on the back end of the finish line, there's that big pond. I can have the music of Charts on Fire. They should do it. They really should do it.
He looks a little bit like he's in disbelief in a bit of a different way. He looks a little bit more shocked than who was our second place?
Manuel?
No, the 3rd place.
Oriol.
Yeah.
He looks composed. He's like, all right, yeah, I ran 101 kilometer, but I'm good.
It's sinking.
And Tony, man, oh man, can he rally the crowds.
And that's happy friends and family. The sun's even come out a little bit to greet him.
Ooh, yeah, there's going to be tears.
We have our top 5 in the 100-kilometer with France leading and then Spain sweeping up.
Beautiful.
It is time to celebrate. Between 1st and 5th, we have about 32 minutes. So there was a good race between 1st and 2nd, Baptiste and Manuel, and then a race between 3rd and 4th, and then a 10-minute gap for 5th. Now, next we should see the flying burrito. We have 5 more runners that, while they won't be getting prize money, they will be getting that automatic entry to the finals. So there is still something important to win there for the top 10 places.
Yes. And so team, after we've had this top 5 men cross the line, we're obviously going to keep the fixed camera on the finish line, but we're going to take a little break and we'll be back to catch our female leader coming into the last kilometers and into the finish line. So we'll be back shortly with you in around 20 to 25 minutes.
We love stinky runners, but use the soap.
You finish your race and your hands are nice and soft. How good is that?
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Via, c'è tanta gente. Non ci facciamo prendere dall'entusiasmo.
Allez, bien en gestion. Le cardio est bon, c'est parfait.
Mi è venuta una vescica. Fa un male cane.
Aïe. Ah, ça va pas du tout cette heure.
Ce l'ho fatta! È finita!
Bueno, bueno, bueno. Baptiste and Amaya, as we welcome our next top 10 finisher. Hello, Baptiste, 6th place, top 10. En este premio, lo dijimos esta mañana que te ibas a pasar increíble por las montañas. ¿Cómo te lo has pasado, hermano? Sexto clasificado de la CDH. ¡Dios mío, Shiru! Para aquí. Toca la campana, Pello. Ring that bell. The famous Oceania bell. Well done. Un aplauso para Pello, claro que sí, en este carnaval. Pello, vete por aquí. 6th place in the CDH. Hablamos esta mañana de que, bueno, que va a ser un día especial, ¿no? Sin tranquilos, sin nada. No ha pasado nada, ¿no? En tu día, pues no he visto las 6 de la mañana. Nada, no ha pasado nada, ¿no?
Estaba en un momento muriéndome de calor, que no podía ni subir, y a los 15 minutos me estaba muriendo de frío porque estaba empapado. Y otra vez calor, y luego otra vez lluvia, y ya no sabía si ponerme chubasquero, quitármelo, tirarlo a la basura, no sabía qué hacer.
Es que así no aclimata ni Dios, es que no puede ser, así no aclimata a nadie. Pero bueno, ha ido bien, ¿no? Muy contento. 6º clasificado, Pello.
Sí, a ver, viendo la lista que había al principio, yo firmaba, antes de venir firmaba el 6º puesto, así que muy contento, muy contento.
Tenemos duda de dónde vienes.
De Eibar, del País Vasco.
Muy bien, muchas gracias, Pello, de verdad, enhorabuena, tío. Carrerón para ti, espectacular, Pello, bravísimo.
Pello talking about, I think, what we're all experiencing here at the finish line. Running in the cold, running in the heat, getting soaking wet, dry, wet again. Guys, that is trail running.
Para mañana, Tony. Te viene bien esa. Si descansas unas horas cuando duermes y luego alternamos por la tarde. Muy bien.
Pues Owen, me he ido a la Artiga de Link, que es un sitio muy especial. A ver si podemos ir un año a verlo porque...
Vale.
Sí,
¿se veis todo el valle?
Es que ahí está el Aneto, el glaciar.
Vale.
El glaciar. Los ojos de Joel.
¿Y llega corriendo? ¿O es muy lejos?
Muy lejos. Desde aquí muy lejos.
Vale.
En ese momento, otro año, vamos a verlo porque voy en bici allá, un puerto de primera. Pero campa de... ¿Del árbol? Qué bonito, tío. Y muchas veces Jenny me dice, merece la pena que vamos a ir a Catalán. No creo, porque no hay mucho. haber hecho vacaciones aquí con la carrera de bici, venir todos, quedarme hasta la familia hasta el miércoles. Sí. Pero es que cuando estás en la playa en verano es... No sé, es muy caro tirar aquí también, los hoteles son muy caros. Sí, en invierno no. En invierno hay mucha oferta de forfait más hotel. Vale, por eso es barato. 6:30 creo. Ah, sí, a ver, a ver. ¡Vamos, vamos, vamos!
Let's hear you, Viera, one more time. Desde España, felicidades, Ricardo Cherta.
Ricardo Cherta, que comandó la CDH, que se la jugó y vino aquí a jugar. Y jugó, claro que sí, jugó en la UTMB World Series. Ricardo Cherta, espectacular. Séptimo clasificado de la CDH 2025. Ricardo. Bueno, cuéntanos, porque has comandado la carrera, has apostado a muerte, calor, lluvia, de todo. Cuéntanos cómo ha sido tu carrera, Ricardo.
La verdad que ha habido de todo. Iba muy bien hasta el kilómetro 60, hasta Salardú. Bueno, un poco antes ya he empezado a notar el calor, toda la zona de Beret que da bastante el sol. He intentado bajar un poco el ritmo, intentar recuperar, pero después de Salardú, la subida hacia arriba, más de Tredos y todo esto, iba un poco mal. He intentado bajar el ritmo, andar bastante y poco a poco he ido recuperando y más o menos he podido salvar ahí el final.
Has salvado los muebles y desde luego, te veíamos muy fuerte en la primera parte, de verdad. O sea, ha sido un placer verte correr por aquí. Eso es la confianza que tienes, ¿no? Supongo en tu estado de forma.
Sí, la verdad que me estaba encontrando muy bien. Iba tranquilo, creo que controlando la carrera. Pero bueno, aquí pasa de todo. En cualquier momento se te puede ir el tiempo, hay altibajos. Y bueno, estoy contento porque he sabido darle la vuelta. Y creo que me merecía también llegar a meta y poder disfrutar de esto.
No está nada mal, también ser top 10, pase directo también para las UTMB de Chamonix. Creo que también es un buen premio, ¿no? Es decir, oye, bueno, no ha salido la carrera que deseaba porque te veías casi hasta victorioso, pero es un gran premio, creo.
Sí, eso es. La verdad que es un lujo poder tener ya la plaza y Chamonix es Chamonix y siempre motiva a poder estar allí.
Ricardo, a descansar, que bien te lo mereces. Gracias, Ricardo Cherta. Vamos ahí. Bravísimo al corredor de Brooks. Qué carrerón, qué grande. Demostrando que sí, que apostó por capitanear la CDH, que no salió bien, pero que terminó séptimo, que cualquiera lo querría, ¿eh? Séptimo y plaza directa para esas finales de Chamonix de las UTMB World Series. Gracias, Ricardo Cherta, por haber corrido en la Valdarán.
DJ Fabi is back in the house with us all night long. Arturo still there. Perdón, Arturo, no te vi. We've got some incredible music all the same. Está escondido ahí. Arturo y DJ Fabi, vaya equipazo de DJs. Aquí con nosotros todo el fin de semana. Mira, sí, porfa. Temporada 2. It's party time in Vienna. The sun has come back out. We're all drying off. What an incredible day it has been.
Y eso es la hora de la fiesta, de recibir a todos de la CDH. Y ahí lo tenemos. Mira quién viene por ahí, Owen. Míralo. Vamos. Bravísimo. Jean Adrien. Bravo.
Jean-Adrien Michel, a top 10 finish in the CDH, which gives him direct access to UTMB Mont-Blanc, the World Series Finals. What an incredible final few kilometers. He worked through that field so well.
Overtaking some of the best runners in the world in the final kilometers. What a special moment! It's our next top 10 runner, Bruno Leclerc de la France Oceania. Les Français qui sont forts ici à Villa, incroyable, Bruno Leclerc. Y viene Dakota también, ojo, vienen todos al top 10, luchando por la plaza, luchando. Él es Dakota Jones, pase directo para las finales. Dakota Jones! An absolute legend of the sport is here with us again one more time at the finish line. Dakota, top 10. You made it.
That's the UTMB Mont-Blanc. How you doing, mate?
Well, I don't want to think about running UTMB Mont-Blanc right now, but I'm feeling grateful. It was a hard day, but I got to be able to run this far in Val d'Aran. It's amazing.
Dakota, tell us about your afternoon. Us here at the finish line, we've got soaked. The sun has come back out. There's been an incredible atmosphere. What was it like there out on the trails? Was it tough, or was it just another spectacular day of trail running?
The most exciting part was the lightning. It was a very good decision to change the course because we were getting soaked, but there was lightning all around. It was really spectacular. And yeah, when you're running, it's not too bad. So yeah, it's just part of the challenge, part of the fun.
Dakota, top 10, 10th place. Were you doing the mathematics over the final few kilometers? Did you know you had that top 10 secured?
I was told, yeah, I was in 8th. No, I was in 9th, and then I passed a guy, and I was like, sweet, I'm good, I'm in 8th. And then I got passed at the end. I was like, all right, 9th is fine. And then this guy passed me right at the end, and I was like, is there someone else? Like, I can't blow it now. But yeah, I managed to do it, so that's good.
Dakota, an absolute pleasure to have you here with us. Thanks again, mate, and have a great weekend. Well done.
Bravo, un aplauso para él, un aplauso para ese top 10. Ya tenemos las 10 plazas que se van para Chamonix directo. Y después de la tormenta, siempre llega la calma. Vamos, acérquense a recibir a todos los corredores de la Ultra, de la CDH. ¡Wow! Que nos queda muchísimo por vivir. Y ojo, porque más o menos dentro de 30 minutos llega la primera chica. Y lo vamos a reventar. Gracias a todos, público, gracias. Sois muy grandes. Gracias. Seguimos ahí a pie de cañón, a muerte.
Up at the 4 o'clock, PDA went off okay. We had a 1-minute silence for Christina. That was really nice. Steffa was here. Chavi presented it. All very emotional.
All right, team. We're back. Just under 12 hours elapsed. The sun is shining and Marie Claire is still crushing.
And you are with Stephanie Case and Matthew McConaughey on the men's side.
I wish. But no, that's just me. Sorry to disappoint.
We are watching just a phenomenal performance from Marie Clacken from Norway. She has just been so cool in this race, running with joy, running with ease, and running with power.
Yeah, that's a very good way to describe it. She just has such power all the way through, and even there, like on that slight downhill, she's just pounding it. But like without damage. That's the thing. It's still light on her feet.
I really think the secret weapon here is the joy. You know, if you can run happy, then you don't notice those niggles. You don't notice the pain. You don't notice the fatigue. And, you know, she talks about how she just loves kind of running through nature, running in the mountains, running through this beautiful terrain. And we could see it on her face today. Even when it was raining, she seemed like she was having a good time out there.
Yes, indeed. And in a league of her own, if you're just joining us, she's been leading from end to end, and now she's got over an hour lead on second place. And actually, so far, second and third are very close to one another. So as much as she very quickly made everybody understand that it was not a fight for first, he was going to hold on to that, and he's out of the way. But now, for the rest of the podium, it is on.
Yep, we have had a bit of a fight between second and third, as you say, and also between fourth and fifth. Now, the gap between second and third has actually grown a little bit. It's now 7 minutes. So that is Amaya Raskin-Medrano from Spain in second, followed by Elodie Pierre from France in third. And then looking at the battle between fourth and fifth, we have Nuria Pikas was in fourth. She was a favorite coming into this race, the 2017 UTMB winner. She has now dropped back to fifth. She is 2 minutes behind Maria Isabel Fuentes Montero from Spain, who we haven't talked about yet.
No, true. It's just scripting. So Elodie Pierre has lost a spot. Like, she was earlier in second place and now has given up almost 10 minutes, like 7 minutes to Amaya Raskin. So things are shaking out of the back. We knew that there was going to be a bit of a fight, and it is happening.
That is true. That is true. Elodie Pierre was in second from earlier on. She was in second at the 52-kilometer checkpoint, at the 61-kilometer checkpoint. But now we're seeing at the 86.5-kilometer point, she has dropped back behind Amaya. So previously, there had been about a 6-minute lead that Elodie had on Amaya, and now Amaya has a 7-minute lead on Elodie. And we should see Amaya coming into the next checkpoint, maybe in about 10 minutes, with Marie Clacken Fenra from Norway, our leader, our clear leader. She's estimated to come into the finish in under 40 minutes. Let's see. We're at just over 12 hours now into the race. If she comes in 40 minutes, it will be 2 hours ahead of last year's 100-kilometer female time. Now, it is an altered course. It is a slightly faster course than before. But on the men's side, I believe, was I saying that we had a 40-minute lead?
I don't remember. Yesterday was an 8-minute drop from last year with the course change in the men's, and then in the women's it was 41-minute down, but I didn't have the difference in the men's.
So, okay, let me correct myself. On the men's side, the winning time last year was 12 hours and 5 minutes. This year, Baptiste Coët-Tantiec from France finished in 10:53. So that is about an hour and 10, hour and 12 minutes, hour and 12 minutes faster. If Marie is going at the pace that she's going and she comes in 2 hours faster, that just gives you some kind of an indication of just what kind of a speed she's putting out there.
Yeah, and to me, this is like one of the last climbs, and then it's all the way down. So I think she's going to be getting to the finish line way before 40 minutes.
Incredibly impressive performance.
Although with the whole lots of the purple section, there's still quite a bit of climbing to be done.
Yeah, it's not a matter of whether she will finish in first. It's a matter of how fast she will finish in first.
Yep.
And as we were mentioning earlier, we've seen strong performances from women from Norway this weekend, these 3 days. Yesterday, we were following the 50K event, and Yao Miao from China finished first in the 50K, followed by Sylvia Nordskart from Norway, and then Ikram Rarsala from Spain.
Yeah, she's just like a beast. She doesn't slow down, like up, down, up, down. She seems to be maintaining that momentum.
It must be nice for her to know that her partner, even though he was running in the 100K race and had to drop out, she got to see him at a recent checkpoint. He'll be there at the finish, I'm sure.
Yeah. And as you said, he was there at the aid station, and he was looking all fresh and clean, and giving her all the rundown of what was going on. Tobias was there. Maybe he felt not good in the race, like, I'll be so much better off supporting my wife.
Why not?
Yeah.
I wonder if she knows how far ahead she is.
I believe at that point she would probably have heard it from someone.
Yeah.
Well, and let's put it that way. When she saw her husband, her partner, I don't know if they're married actually, I don't want to assume that, he talked with her for a long time, and I doubt this was about weather conditions or how things are back home. Like, he talked a lot, it was composed, and it sounded like he was really telling her everything she needed to know. And so I'm 100% sure in there was something about how far ahead she was compared to her.
Now you can see
Amaya and Elodie,
on the left-hand side of the screen there. Wow. Okay, we can see how far back second and third were, but I was noticing how much of a split there was now with Elodie dropping back into third. But you can see there are miles, there are trees, there are valleys, there are climbs in between those two women and our lead, Marie Klakken-Fenrith.
And did we have the interview with Mary? Did we see it on the screen? I'm pretty sure we have it.
I think so. So much has happened over these last few dozen kilometers. I believe we did see that earlier in the day. We have been following the 100K race today. We've had the top men come through, and we have jumped over to the 100-mile event where we have seen the runners start off in the rain. Now it looks like it's eased up a little bit, but it's going to be an exciting evening as they go into the night. We're just going to a short commercial break, and we will be back with you in a little bit.
Via, c'è tanta gente. Non ci facciamo prendere dall'entusiasmo.
Allez, bien en gestion. cardio est bon, c'est parfait.
Mi è venuta una vescica. Fa un male cane.
Aïe. Ah, ça va pas du tout cette heure.
Ce l'ho fatta. È finita.
We love stinky runners, but use the soap.
You finish your race and your hands are nice and soft. How good is that?
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Hi everyone, we are back. We are still following Marie Klakkedfenre from Norway in the lead. Now, she has been running very smoothly this whole race with over an hour gap from the second and third. But we've just been noticing her style has gone a little bit more staccato on the descent. If we were to give a soundtrack to her running style during, I'd say 80-90% of this race, it would have been a symphony. And at the moment, let's do it, Martin. I think we are seeing a bit more staccato, sharp running. She's still moving incredibly well, but compared to what we've been seeing, it's actually showing that she has been pushing it during this race, and that she's human.
Yeah. And you see, like, she's still like pushing hard and like firing on all cylinders on the ups, but the down seems to have taken a bit of a toll on her legs. And you can see that, yeah, she's, do you say this in English? Running on eggshells?
Running on eggshells. Yeah, not on eggs, but on eggshells. Running on eggs would be a different matter.
And there you go.
Sorry?
Second place.
Okay.
And you can see our cam runners and mountain bikers going back. And that is the bottom of the descent, and then she's running into RTS. There is quite a ways.
She is looking good.
Amaya Raskin has now taken second place ahead of Elodie Pierre.
Comment elle cadre?
I'd say the way that she's moving, the fact that she closed what was a 6-minute gap and now has a 7-minute gap on the other side, shows that I think she is very well placed to hold this second position.
Yeah, like surely something has happened. Either like she felt much better and she chose to crank a gear, or maybe Elodie Pierre just hit the wall or something. But yeah, it was a matter of almost a quarter of an hour between two aid stations.
Yep.
And that's a lot.
Well, it's going to be in these final kilometers, in the last quarter, the last fifth of the race, when if you've been doing any shortcuts on nutrition, if you've been pushing through any niggles, that's where it's going to come out. And there we have the slow-mo on the left-hand side. You can see that nice, smooth. Here's the symphony running style. Oh, it looks gorgeous.
And always with the smile on her face.
So on the right-hand side, that is in real time, continuing to push up those climbs.
And I think this is the last climb. She's getting into that last climb. We'll branch into the old course for that final descent into Vieja. But yeah, imagine the difference. How far back, like over an hour ago, we were watching her go through that very section that Amaya Raskin is going now.
Yeah, you can see Mari is definitely going at a slower and stiffer pace than she was earlier.
She knows that it's such a 10.52 team making a screen. That is not going to happen again anytime soon. That gap is absolutely unreal.
Normally, we are looking at a spread in distance of hundreds of meters,
like
not
point
in
something.
tens of kilometers.
Yeah. And because she probably knows it's only a little kick, she chose not to get the poles out, even though it would help. But the process of getting it out, thinking about getting it out, faffing around, unfolding them, using them, putting them away again. She's like, right, that's just a short kick. Let's just get it done. You can see she's going like orangutan style now. Like
she's really
like, arms hanging. You see, it's true.
Do they have orangutans in Norway? I didn't think so.
I don't know, but my reference is a Jungle Book.
What Nordic animal can we find that would approximate Mary's running style at this point? Let us know in the chat if you've got any insight on wildlife in Norway. Here you can see a little bit of the course. She's on this tiny little uphill that is almost not worth mentioning, but you can see by the terrain that the runners will feel it in their legs. So once she powers through this, she has got a smooth descent down to the finish. Come on, Mari.
There we go. That's a bit more conventional thing, like hands on knees, a little bit bent over. That's what we're used to seeing, at least. Yeah, and it must be a decent climb, because even our cam runner is starting to breathe. I mean, it was purple on the 3D map, so that we're talking 30+%.
But she has just over 2 kilometers to go. She knows that she is minutes from the finish.
So as Mary is cresting, I believe, getting really close to the top of that climb, we do have a little bit of a recap video for those who weren't with us yesterday at the PDA, the 50K distance in the HOKA Val by UTMB. Different moves, different vibes on that start line, a little bit of a PDA.
There you go. A little bit of public display of affection. We love to see that between our runners. Before the course, on the course, and after the course.
And again, it was a hot start, both in the men and the women race. Nadir Maguette didn't give anyone a chance, and when going up to the high point, he had a bit of a lead that only kept increasing. It was a bit of a back and forth up until halfway between Sylvia Noskar and Yao Miao, but then eventually Yao Miao made the best out of all the descents. She is an extremely skilled downhill runner and pulled away. There she is from Sylvia, and then Ikram was scoring the 3rd place of the podium. And then weather started to turn for all the rest of the field, and they ended up crossing the line in the rain, but with high spirits. And just like that, Mary's done with the climb.
She's not running as symmetrically as she did before either.
That's true. She's been sideways like a crab.
We say these terms affectionately because we are just sitting here in awe of what she has been able to accomplish. But just pointing out that when someone starts to change their style near to the end of the race, when they start to look a little bit more stiff, when they start to look like maybe they're struggling, it is just a testament to how much they've pushed, how much they have gone outside of their comfort zone. She has not let up despite having been in the lead so comfortably for this entire race, and that is impressive.
Yeah, and then talking about crabs, just we've all been there. Like we know why you start to go sideways. You're just like, oh yeah, boys, it hurts a little less. So how about I go sideways? At that point, it's like whatever feels better. Who cares about the look? Yeah. Here we go. Amaya now less than a K away from the RTS aid station. She'll see her crew. And she'll be able to do whatever needs to be done to get from RTS to the finish line and holding on to that second place at this point.
Team 6, on va arriver au ravitaillement avec la deuxième femme.
Now that's got to be a trademark sign of running in the Pyrenees. Legs covered in mud, covered in dirt, covered in grit.
There's a lot of motion going on, I feel.
Do not come to the Pyrenees to run if you are planning on coming out unscathed and clean. You will get your battle scars through this race, no matter what the conditions.
It's good to see her taking in all the cheering and the energy from the crowds. See, that is filling your emotional cup for a second or so.
She will probably have gotten a bit of a boost having passed into second place, having passed LOD. She knows she's running strong. There's no chance of catching first place, but if she can finish the way that she's running now, she'll do incredibly well, and she will have that second place in her hat. Lots of cheers now. Crowds starting to come out of the bars and back onto the streets now that the rain has gone away.
Doesn't that feel like a finish line?
It does.
Massive celebration. The village of RTS is alive. All right, let's see how that transition. Oh wow! Oh no, maybe she's just washing her. She might have hit the deck a little bit. She's cleaning herself up. Her hands. The question is, does she have crew? Oh yeah, good.
Let's see where their fueling strategy is here.
Goes straight to is that biscuits? There you go.
I find biscuits quite difficult to chew.
Unreal.
Yeah. In their race.
That would not be my first pick, but she went straight for them, so like she knew what she wanted.
She's taking a bit of time here at the checkpoint. She's not sitting down, but she's not pushing her to get out of the checkpoint too quickly, making sure she gets enough fuel in and does what she needs to do.
Damn. I mean, you can see two very different situations here. Like she's getting to the station obviously hungry, going at it. Well, you had with Dakota Jones, like he knew he needed to eat, but there was no way he was going to process anything. So I think seeing her, like if you're wondering at home, like, man, she's eating a lot, that is a good sign. She's feeling good, everything's still working, she's processing food. So whatever she's like eating now, she's gonna have like 2 to 3 Ks on the flat to kind of keep down in that, and then she'll be up climbing. But you can see here that's it's a bit of a celebration rather than like yeah. I think that the parents are here, just like, oh yeah, you good? But that lady in the black top, she's onto it.
She's all business.
And I hope she's gonna at some point say, hey, love, get out of here. There you go. See,
there she goes.
On the butt, go. You've had enough cookies.
If you make the aid station too comfortable, then that can actually really screw your runner up.
Comes at times, all right, done, get out. So she went, Amaya went by the big antenna, so it's less than a minute now until she gets onto the road.
Okay.
And you can see how the trail has changed, although it's still not too muddy, luckily. Because that is lethal when, because it's so steep.
I can imagine.
It's slippery.
No matter what kind of animal she would be emulating running, she would have trouble unless she was a water animal. If we had more of a mudslide.
Right down that slide. There we go on the right-hand side. Amaya leaving the RTS aid station under the cheers of all the volunteers, the public. And here we go, full screen on Mary Klackig, who's about a K away from the finish line. There you go, one more turn and she'll be on the road. And from then on, straight into Vieja. And she'll be hearing the finish line waiting for her. And even the sun came out. How good is that?
Oh, I anticipate she's going to have some sore muscles after this.
That's the glory.
Well, you know, if you can walk perfectly after a race, doesn't that mean that you just haven't left it all out on the line?
100%.
Okay.
100%.
Glad we agree on that one. Speaking as someone who's usually destroyed the day after a race.
Oh, man. Yep.
Means I could recover better, but also I didn't hold back. And that is what we are seeing from Mary here. She is not holding back.
And there you go. And see, still smart, still composed, thinking about hydrating. Even though she's so close to the finish, this is how it's done, team.
And then we see on the right-hand side of the screen now the third-place woman, Elodie Pierre from France.
See, different style, using the poles, even on the flat, which we talked about it, can really be helpful. And it'll be interesting to get a view of her face, seeing like kind of what state
What's
she
the vibe?
is. Yeah. Because, I mean, there is a gap. If one collapses and the other one feels better, I don't feel like Amaya is totally in the safe just yet.
And thanks for the comments in the chat. I agree. The women are crushing it today. It has been an exciting day in the 100-kilometer race. Really exciting in the 50K race yesterday. And we will have to see what happens through the night on the 100-miler. I will be checking the live updates throughout the night.
So the spirit of going all out and gritting your teeth probably runs through the couple because Tobias, Mary's husband, is called the Badger in the Norwegian ultra community. And if you know anything about the Badger, or even more so the Honey Badger,
Honey Badger.
they don't care. They just hammer it.
Honey Badger don't care.
Thanks for that, Asamund. Thanks for insider knowledge that we can then share with everyone. We appreciate that. And Thomas, as much as a Badger as he is, he'll be jumping up and down on that finish line, knowing that Marie is coming in so strong and had a stellar day here. Masterclass for the 100K here at this HOKA Val run by UTMB on the 100K distance.
400 meters to go, and she has now gone into a sprint. Marie Claquette-Fenra, first woman in the 100K event, leading from early on and just increasing her lead, checkpoint after checkpoint, making sure that there was no question in anyone's mind that she was going to dominate today. She was going to go home with that 5,000 euro prize money, that first place win, coming back 2 years after she got second in this very event.
Yep, and lifetime bragging rights.
Waves to the crowd. She is soaking it all in.
The closer she gets, the bigger the smile shapes up on her face. This is so good.
I didn't think it was possible. I hope all of you who are watching this at home can just feel the joy that she is emanating out for all of us. Marie Claquette-Fenra, our first place women, just steps from the finish line.
And I think that was her husband, like running back, like over there. And giving it back to the crowds, making a heart with her hands.
And we have a symphony welcoming her in, mirroring the symphony that she showed us through the movement of her legs on this course. Our winner in the 100K event for the women from Norway, Marie Claquette-Fenra. Ring that bell! Congratulations. What an incredible performance.
Wow. 12:31:53.
We've never seen anything like it. It's the biggest victory of her life. She's represented Norway in the World Championships. She's won many races in Norway. But this is her biggest win at an international stage. Thank you, Amaya. What an absolute pleasure to see you here, taking the victory here in Vienna at the European Nature 2025.
I'm grinning ear to ear for her. This is a full-time teacher in special education. Giant heart, strong legs.
She's taken up the mountain and she has conquered it. Mary, we might have a few words if we can. I'll get the camera from our live feed. Come on over and we'll talk to the world because the world is watching.
Mary, I'm lost for words. I'm sure you are as well. A victory by, I think, about 2 hours. You have dominated the race today. You've done so much in your career. You represented Norway in the World Championships, top 10. You've been fourth 2 years ago. Last year, fourth, and 2 years ago, second. Is this perhaps the greatest day of your trail running career?
Yes.
The greatest day el día más grande de su carrera. Sí, señor. Maria, tell us, how was the day for you? It was an incredible atmosphere at the finish line waiting for you. Rain, storm, heat. Tell us, what was it like up in the mountains?
Oh, so grateful for a very, very beautiful day out in the very beautiful mountains. The course is so amazing, and I was just feeling so lucky and grateful all the time, and just smile all the way, and just had very fun.
Dice que lo ha pasado muy bien, muy agradecida, que fue un día muy bonito para ella y parece que ha sido un día muy fácil. Talk to us about the race. You were second and fourth here before in the Val d'Aran race here. Did you come here today with the intention of going for that victory and getting that top spot on the podium?
The reason I run is because of the gratefulness and the happiness I feel. So I'm not think so much about results. I just this was very cool to win today. Yes.
Dice que no piensa mucho en los resultados, corre porque le da mucha felicidad, que para ella eso es lo más importante. Marty, we're going to let you go and rest, but maybe you might want to say hello to your family watching in Norway. I'm sure you've got lots of friends watching at home. Take the microphone and send them a message.
Thank you so much for supporting me, and I was think of everyone today. So grateful for you all, and yes, so thankful. Yes.
Espectacular, qué bueno, Mari, qué dice gracias a todos por su apoyo. No piensa. Y vaya cómo lo hace. Un aplauso para ella, para la ganadora de la CDH, como siempre.
What a great interview. She's so sweet.
Yeah.
Gracias a todos. Muchísimas gracias.
In the meantime, it shows again her performance. She's on the finish line right there in Vieja, and it is third place woman in that same race. Elodie Pierre coming into the RTS 8 station. The difference she's put on the rest of the field is unreal. So I take that back. The gap is quite substantial now between second and third. I thought, it was not as big, but nah. It is quite something at this point. Elodie Pierre into the aid station.
It's 11 minutes. There's an 11-minute gap.
She really needs to turn it around if she wants to. Whoa. Oh, I don't know what she said, but he said, c'est pas grave. It's like, it's okay. So maybe she's saying something like, it's not going well, or like something negative if you responded with that. It looks like a kind of a solid soup or very liquidy puree. Something in between. But out of the top three, she's the only one sitting down.
Yep.
Oh, it's got pasta in it, or noodles.
I hate to leave you all during this exciting women's race and the men's race, of course. But now that we have seen the first woman come in, I will be following the second and third women from my home, and I will leave you in the capable hands of Martin, aka Matthew McConaughey, to take you through to the end of the race. But I will be back early tomorrow morning on air with Martin, so that we can see the end of the 100-mile race tomorrow, which will continue through the morning into the early afternoon.
In the early afternoon, as we were going to be following again the top woman coming through town. We're expecting the top man to be finishing around 7:30 local time. But then with the women's, it will last a little longer. But yeah, have a good night. Thanks for being with us.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
I will be following along, and everyone stick with Martin, stick with the live feed, and I will see you in the morning.
See ya. All right, so there was quite a bit going on here with our third place woman in this 100K, Elodie Pierre from France. She took a bit more time than Amaya and chose to also change top. So obviously she was a little wet from all the sweating and the rain. And so she took the time to actually change her t-shirt, and her partner, crew, whoever that is, friend, just picked up her waterproof jacket and put it at the bottom pocket. Again, this is a perfect move here because obviously that's part of the mandatory equipment, so she needs to live with it, but it's still super accessible. If things turn around, the weather turns, she'll just be able to reach for it and then put it on very quickly. There she is, leaving the aid station of RTS and back out on the course in third place so far. And so it's going to be good to see as she comes out, like how much she transitioned into a run, and if she's just holding on to third place, or if she's actually going to try and launch the chase to see. You know, there was 11 minutes in between, so that's coming into the aid station, and then she clearly took a little bit more time than Amaya Raskin at the aid station. But, you know, if she can crank it, it's never over. There's still quite a ways to go. Team, as she's leaving the aid station, we're gonna have a quick commercial break and we'll be back with you. Stay with us.
Non, il n'est pas besoin des bâtons.
I'm so hot, I ain't coming down.
We love stinky runners, but use the soap.
You finish your race, and your hands are nice and soft. How good is that?
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Non, mais c'est ça, c'est une bonne série. Attends, j'ai mis hier, j'ai fini l'enlever. Oui, mais ça,
On va faire pareil. Non. Toi, c'est fort. Allez. Allez, on va jusqu'au terme, là, jusqu'au bain. Parce que je pense pas qu'on ait le droit d'aller trop loin. On est avec toi.
Et la 5e, elle est où?
Oh, c'est loin, c'est loin, c'est loin.
T'as 20 minutes. T'as au moins 20 minutes, une demi-heure.
Ouais, il y a entre 30 et 40 minutes, je pense.
Et celle d'après?
Pareil, ça se suit encore à 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Il y a des écarts. Non, tu garde cette place. Allez, à tout à l'heure. On la tire là. Allez, c'est bien.
Les gars. Allez, maman, tu peux pas l'attraper. Oui. Tu viens avec moi jusqu'où?
Jusqu'à la fin du chemin là. Et après on remonte avant la dernière descente. Il reste une dernière bosse, une bonne bosse et après ça file sur vivre.
Ouais, c'est pas le pire les bosses moi aussi.
Ouais, c'est la dernière descente.
Je descends, j'ai hyper mal au genou.
On va faire à faire. Tu vas arriver 2 jours en plus.
Ouais, mais derrière elles sont les plus fortes derrière.
Ouais, mais t'as encore bien de la marque.
Ouais, si elle accélère sur la pente, je suis incapable.
Faut pas avoir de regret. C'est ça le principal. Faire une belle course.
Non mais je veux le finir en fait.
C'est déjà beau, hein. Un beau 120, aller au bout c'est déjà beau.
Yeah, so it sounds like she's having she's having a conversation with our camera mountain biker and, kind of saying, well, I gave everything I had, but she seems like she's giving up the chase, but she still wants to give her absolute best performance and therefore will be pushing until the finish, even though she feels like 11 minutes ahead is a bit too much of a gap to close. But she's moving really well in that section, and if she can actually handle that climb, get her poles out, and give it a good crack, you never know. Again, you really never know. It's an exciting back end of the race, at least. And the gifts are out in the chat. We certainly love that. So keep them coming. And let us know also who you're cheering for, because we got Rafael and Katerina cheering for Francisco. And earlier today, about already almost 2 hours, like 2 hours 47 minutes ago, we had the start of the VDA, the longest race of this HOKA Val by UTMB, the European major of this UTMB World Series, the 100-mile distance. So if you're only joining us, there's been, as you saw, weather, crazy weather, rain, thunder. We heard it on the live, and it's forecasted for today, for tonight, for during the night, for tomorrow, and therefore the organizers, after the past 2 years that no runners in the 100-mile had the opportunity to cross the line because both editions had been canceled for weather reasons, they decided to completely change the course to be sure that no matter what the weather was doing, they would be able to carry on with the race and let the runners make it to the finish line. And so now the race is 140 kilometers, and with much less elevation gain, the whole first, let's say, over half of the course is in the valley floors, still a bit of elevation and still short but punchy climbs. And on the second part of the race, it's going to be exactly on that section that the 100K runners are covering. And they're going to be climbing just over 2,000 meters, but not much higher above that. So they started at 4 p.m. local time, so 2 hours, 15 minutes ago, and it was under pouring rain. And then eventually, as you can see now, in that valley, the weather turned, and now runners are in the sun, which it's a pretty cool way to finish, even though she is probably another hour or so away from the finish line. So we have a quick commercial break coming up, and we'll be right back following the 100K and the 100 miles.
So hot, I ain't coming down.
We love stinky runners, but use the soap.
You finish your race, and your hands are nice and soft. How good is that?
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Party is on, ladies and gentlemen, in the town of Viella. Start line of the VDA earlier today, and now the finish line for all those runners that we're welcoming still now and all the way through the night, the finishers of this 100K, and very, very soon, I mean, it will be probably another half hour, 45 minutes until we have our second woman cross the line in the name of Amaya Medrano. And in third place that we had images of just before the ad break was Elodie Pierre. Elodie, who's been racing almost exclusively in France. To my knowledge, this is the first time she's actually racing outside of France. And damn, it pays off. It does pay off. So again, I think we're gonna have a bit of a break. We'll stay on the finish line so you can still see all the runners come in, and then we're gonna be back. We're gonna be absolutely back to follow Amaya Medrano and Elodie Pierre to see them come through the line. And no, actually, we do have images on that climb, which is very surprising. This is actually the first time we do have images on that climb, because traditionally we had no reception. That's fantastic news.
Ouais, Isa, je suis retombé dessus du coup. Et il faut que je continue jusqu'à quand?
And look at her go. She is definitely attacking that hill. She still has some left in the tank, and she's gonna leave it all out there. And as you can see, kilometer 92 to 93 to 94, and then flattening it down in 95. But there's 2.5 Ks at a super steep grade, and the way she's moving right now, she could be making a whole lot of ground on Amaya Raskin if Amaya is not firing on all cylinders at this point. This is an exciting back end of the race because, yes, you can see the pace on the top left corner of your screen, but obviously that climb being purple on the race profile that was just shown on your screen means that she's in a slope that is above 30% grade. And the way she's moving right now, I am impressed. And I'm excited because as much as she seemed like she stopped at the aid station and had a bit of a conversation with her partner, whoever was crewing her, like, she is back in the game. She truly is. And that's exciting. This is what we want to see. People giving absolutely everything until they make it to the finish line. And see, she's also like mindful about like her nutrition, her hydration. She's onto it.
Sylvie, du coup, Isa, ça a bugué quand tu m'as dit petit chemin. Après, j'ai pas entendu.
And by the look at her profile, Elodie Pierre here on your screen is sponsored by L'Eau Brusque, which seems to be sports nutrition made out of honey. And so, for example, there's one called Amandine, which is 75% acacia honey and 25% almond. So basically, it's a combination of a fat, a bit of protein from almonds, and the sugar of the honey. Ooh, hot damn! Careful, you don't want to trip at this point, especially in the rocky section. Yes, put your hands up like Tonin. This is a party down in Vienna. Even the sun showed up. Hell yeah. And we've got more runners coming in. Wrapping up their 100K journey. And it has an even better taste when finishing alongside family members, kids, friends, partners. It is a special moment, that finish line for sure.
No, pero la primera hora viene, de la noche viene Juanlu. Y él la quiere montar, yo lo ayudo y quiere montar las cobras, pero yo, porque de noche aquí lo voy yo de noche que vengo el sábado de 1 de la mañana a 6 de la mañana.
Toujours une surprise finale. Non, c'est plus l'année dernière. On avait fait un petit groupe. Et c'est plus pour moi. Ouais, ça c'est ça. Alors, félicitations pour les premières. D'abord,
I want you to know that I'm gonna be so loved the minute you walk out that door. Please don't go. Please don't go.
No te echaré de menos en septiembre. Verano muerto, veré a las chicas pasar la Oceania como aquella canción de los años 80. Seré como el tipo que algún día fui.
Y se queda el 22. Primer sudamericano. Felicitaciones. Bien contento, tienes que estar bien orgulloso, ¿no? Se me ha pasado volando.
Bueno, pero ahora todos
como son las otras también, ¿no? De arriba para abajo, estados de ánimo, por encima le hemos metido la medio. Bueno, es americano, ya puedes vacilar, ¿eh? No, ya, bailar, está claro, como buen colombiano. Directo, no te escuches, tú así, con los palos y todo, a celebrar.
Sí. No, me toca bañarme.
Bueno, eso lo de menos, joder. Bueno, enhorabuena, de verdad.
No quiero verte cuento, pero si te digo que no te entro, solo te miento. Baby, yo soy el hombre que tu cuerpo necesita. Yo soy el que sabe que te necesitas. Me tienes que tirar unos pasos. Vamos paso a paso, metamos un par de vasos y vamos a bailar a la noche que se muere de ganas. No puedes hacer todo el campeón, quiero que juegue la
Me lo he puesto de verdad, queriendo hacerlo yo. Para mí bien, era más difícil.
En ocasiones si tú nunca has respondido, déjame hablar de amor y más faltando lo que pido. No hace falta que me escuches, solo que estás a mi lado. Si no estás conmigo, es por algo que esté pasando. Quieres jurar lo que nunca pude completarte. Y ahora que te fuiste estoy tan solo que está siendo mi amor. Por la noche me encuentro solo con mi corazón. Pero pienso que yo por esa letra de amor, te juro te pido perdón. Yo soy tan malo como tú piensas, por Dios. Quería olvidarte, no lo logro, pero casi. Quemar casi, besarte tan fácil. Te sigo en la red como papá. Y capaz no funcionaba. Quería olvidar, lo que hay que hacer es ponerse la puerta entre ahora sí que besarte tan fácil, te sigo en las redes como fan, pero no todos en un lado y todos en otro, tiene variedad. A ver, que yo no te vertical. No, y ahora todo bien, saco los putos libres de los ojos, y todo el
donc Edouard, tu vas rendre le VTT et Clément, on va contacter Clément pour qu'il prenne ta place et qu'il remonte sur la troisième. Donc Will, tu pars avec la deuxième, d'accord? Est-ce qu'au niveau de la régie, vous voyez le système Team 13?
Non, pas encore. Alors, on voit pas son image. Est-ce qu'on voit le système? Non, ni le système ni l'image. Il n'arrive pas à le connecter le système.
Ouais, je pense qu'il faut que tu descendes. En fait, ton système, il va se connecter quand tu vas redescendre. Là, si tu es au ravito avec Thibaut, en fait, c'est un peu haut. C'est un endroit où il n'y avait pas de réseau. Et en redescendant, tu vas avoir du réseau.
Ok, je descends.
Alors, descends un petit peu. Et tu vois, tout à l'heure, avec Team 14, ça a très bien marché avec Joey. Il était un petit peu plus bas. C'est pour ça, redescends un petit peu en direction de Paris. Donc Edouard, si tu m'as entendu, je suis désolée, mais il faut vraiment aller rendre ton vélo et je vais contacter Clément pour te remplacer.
Ok, ouais, c'est noté. Team 28, pour info, je pense que tu as mis ton retour de Unity beaucoup trop fort et du coup on l'entend sur le live et d'ailleurs je dis bonjour.
All right, team. We're still with you, obviously, following the women's race. As much as you didn't hear us, we were all eyes on what was unfolding in the women's race for second and third. In second place here on your screen, Amaya is still moving well. She is fighting to make sure that second place will remain hers. Not even 10 kilometers ago, she was still in third and eventually made the move on French runner Elodie Pierre, who is now currently running in third. Amaya has gone up the last climb, and it's now all downhill except for when she'll get to the side of that mountain. It's going to be a bit of a kick that if you were with us to follow Marie Claquet on her last half hour, let's say, of racing, we saw her go through that climb, and it's a hard climb. It's a grind that they are going through, but you know, it is the last effort to then be free falling into the finish line, into Vieja. And here, double screen, well done, the production, to get a full understanding of what Amaya is going through. And you can see elbows a little bit out. I wonder if, you know, her shoulders are starting to seize up a little bit. She's not as relaxed as we could think. Her right arm seems to be a bit jammed. But maybe that's her running style, who knows? You know, sometimes in a descent, if your legs are hurting a little bit, you're trying to hold the impact with your upper body, and this is how it ends up turning. But I'm completely making assumptions here, like maybe she's feeling fine, and see her lower arms are still look still pretty relaxed. So she is in the last, let's say, she has gone past, so you can see up on the screen here on the course profile, she has gone past the highest point of that last little climb, and now it's all downhill with, you can't see it on the screen, but if you're looking on the platform live.utmb.world, you'll see that cheeky little kick right before the end. So she's in the last 7 kilometers, 13 hours and 29 seconds elapsed. And Marie Claquet, who won this race, this 100K distance in this HOKA Val by UTMB, finished in 12:41:53. Today she was in a league of her own. The Norwegian runner for Team HOKA and the rest of the field could fight for second at best, and this is exactly what Amaya Raskin Medrano is doing at the moment, and she is doing it well. And I'm going back up the chat, and Erica says, we need this playlist in US races. I couldn't agree more. We were having a conversation with the French commentators, and we're like, man, that mix on the finish line is the absolute bomb. We wanted to go and party. But yeah, look at that. Once again, it shows how quickly the weather can turn here in the Val d'Aran Mountains. Now it's all blue skies, where even hours ago the weather conditions were horrendous with lots of wind and rain, and it changed again. If I'm not mistaken, she just branched back into the original course, so she's in the last descent, and she's going to branch out. She's going to be a wee ways on that four-wheel drive track, and then she'll branch out and on taking a right-hand side turn into a single track, and that will come to the last few kilometers of the race. So we can anticipate based on the prediction. Let me get back to the right screen. Wow, it says still 59 minutes until Amaya makes it to the finish line. I'm a bit surprised about that. Because that would mean that she's running at 7K per hour, and she's clearly running much faster than that. So I would say if you're looking at this and you're hoping to catch her finish, whether this is here on the live.utmb.world or in town of Viella, if you're on site, do not wait 55 minutes, because my guess is that she's going to finish way before that. We got a quick commercial break coming up, but ladies and gentlemen, we'll be right back after that. So please.
We love stinky runners, but use the soap.
You finish your race, and your hands are nice and soft. How good is that?
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
And as promised, we are back live, and here's our third place woman in the CDH, and she's just crossed now that infamous, that's more than a creek, which kind of sets the tone. You are at the top of the last climb. She's just have this little kick, and she'll get on the forward drive track, and from then on, it's that rolling downhill where actually our second place woman right here, Amaya Medrano, is still on. So it shows you they're going alongside the mountain for a long time. There will still be a little bit of a climb before she can dive into Viella, but this is going to be a fast back end of the race, and that's why I was quite surprised about the prediction that she would cross the finish line only in an hour. Wow, so we did see the actual speed of the runners, and it was on the 7K per hour pace, which is surprising because it is going downhill, and it looks like she's going much faster than that. So to be taken with a pinch of salt. But if indeed she's running at that pace, she can't be running at 7k per hour. I mean, you walk fast at 6k per hour. She's definitely moving much faster than that. I would say she's sub 6 minutes per k right now, which again means that she would make it to the finish line earlier than the predicted time on the platform. Although, you know, there is still that little bit of a kick that we see. Even Mary Clackhaig, who looked so good, she spent quite a bit of time on that climb. So maybe that will slow down her average pace in that last section to a point where, you know, she would only make it to the finish line now around 53 minutes. We shall see. Oh, and Ireland in the chat, that's a great question. Who do you think would win the 100-mile race? Well, I think this is a question for everyone. Let us know if what you think. What do you think, both in the men's and the women's race? Who you think is going to take it out? Bring it home, the big W on the 2025 edition of the HOKA Val run by UTMB in the VDA. There has been a course change, which means that all the runners who came here were traditionally knowing that they were coming for a very hard, very mountainous race with a lot of elevation gain and loss, and that is going to be very different. And the whole first part of the race is going to be sticking to the valley floors with a few punchy climbs, but quite short compared to the original course. It will get a bit steeper, like the back end of this 100k is going to be shared with the back end of the 100 miles. So we're anticipating the runners to finish in a much faster time, and the distance is not 100 miles anymore. It is 140 kilometers. So it will favor the runners who came here with speed in their legs, and who, you know, have the mental strength to be prepared. Like, you know, you come for 100 mile in the mountains, tough climbs, very alpine, in which case very Pyrenean, and you end up with a course that's going to be shorter, faster. So if you're able to reshuffle the cards and give it a good crack, I think this is what's going to help any runner take out the win. If you were watching the start of the VDA, Frenchman Arthur Joyeux-Bouillon was out of the gate like a raging bull and crushing that first climb at a pace that almost looks suicidal, but we know that is his racing style. That is how he takes out any race, but maybe knowing that he was preparing for 100 miles and now it's cut short, not only in elevation, but also 20 kilometers less. He was like, well, you know, I was ready for 100 miles, so I can push much harder, and I know the wheels are not going to fall off. So that is my assumption. Here we see Amaya in a descent. There is indeed quite a ways to go. So now we're estimated to see her cross the line in 50 minutes. And there we go. We've got predictions here. Florent Descamps. So we're looking up, and you say he will come from behind. Thanks for the tip. We'll look him up. We'll have a bit of a study on his profile and see what he can take. But Ireland, we'll take your word for it. And hopefully you'll be with us tomorrow morning, bright and early, to see the top runners of the VDA come in, and we'll see if you were right. But in the meantime, we got a quick commercial break, and then we'll be right back once again to cover the women's race.
absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
There we go. We are back with our second place woman so far in the 100K race. And you can see here on your screen, she is almost 98 Ks into the 101, and she's getting into that climb, that mean little kick that is there just to crush your soul, crush your spirits. You can smell the barn, but there's that wall that you need to get over first, and she is attacking it with a purpose. Amaya Raskin Medrano in second place of the City Edge, the Camisdaires, and currently sitting in second place, eligible for a €4,000 prize money. Second place of the UTMB World Series major for the European continent. What a race she would have done. And again, based on the difference between Amaya and between third place Elodie Pierre, it does look like Amaya is in a safe spot for her second place. But who knows, if you stop pushing, you're opening the door to seeing your spot being taken. So you really have to keep the pressure on until the end. And here again on the left-hand side, you can see the 3D map locating both these ladies. And you see there's quite of a gap. That's going to be quite hard to close so late in the race, especially considering that Amaya is running still really well. And so to follow up on that little conversation we had in the chat, talking about Florian Descamps from Belgium, you're betting on the win. Yeah, this is a bold bet, but you never know. Although I know that not only Arthur Joyeux-Bouillon has a solid pedigree, and when he shows up at a race, usually he's prepared and he delivers. But I don't know if you know Gabi Reda from Argentina, and he's a man who can master the 100K, the 100-mile distance. He can run overnight pretty good, and he can climb and descend. So once again, that race is not as tough as it was originally on the original profile. So come on, give us a little bit more intel, Ireland, on why you believe Florian Descamps will take it out. Because I mean, he's from Belgium, so again, he doesn't have big mountains at home, so either he still lives there and trains on flatter terrain, or maybe he's moved somewhere else and he was training on higher ground. But come on, give us a little bit of an insider trading information so we can follow up on your bet or not. Also, and he's still right there, even though he's in 5th position. He's only 2 minutes away from 4th place and 4 minutes away from 2nd place. So there's a bit going on here, and I'm saying 2nd place because they actually came into the Bossos aid station really together on the same second, Florian Descamps and Gabi Reda. But I wouldn't rule him out yet. From the USA, David Hedges, he said it out loud. He says like, hey, I've won these races. I've prepared really hard. He's done quite a lot of FKTs as well. And so he showed up saying, like, I don't see why I couldn't win that race. So he came in with a very aggressive attitude and race strategy. So far, he is still 32 minutes, anticipated to be 32 minutes back from Arthur Joyeux-Bouillon, who really took it out hard. Is Arthur gonna be able to keep up? I don't know. But that man knows how to hurt. And like, if or when the wheels will fall off, Arthur will still be able to move forward. And whenever he's going to get to that very point here, where Amaya is, even if he's going to be hurting, he's still going to be moving. Let's get back to last year's edition of the Val d'Aran by UTMB and have a bit of a recap. Look at those images. Even AI couldn't do a better job of highlighting the beauty of these valleys around Vieja. And these were the higher grounds. And actually, I think this was actually Gabi Herrera on those images. And the famous bell, the campana of the finish line, where all finishers get the chance to ring it and be part of the Val d'Aran family. And our teams of speakers over there, Owen, Tonin, last year Depa was on the line as well. I mean, they can set those start lines and finish line on absolute fire. And everybody agreed on the chat, along with our DJ, who can really throw down some pretty sick tunes. And here we got a mix of all the runners in all the distances, the fast ones on the 50K, as well as the grinders, the long distance runners going into the night at the VDA. That's the start of the short race. On the plateau, the kids race as well. Luke Brentfield-Shaw took the big W last year, and he was stoked and told us about his story and compelling story, fighting cancer and then celebrating his brother as well. And then all the other runners, Jean Marguerite, always a big smile, who scored a pretty solid top 10 this year at the 50K yesterday. And here we go. What an edition it was last year. And we're back live once again with Amaya Raskin Medrano from Spain. And you can see she is starting to feel the weight of the descent. Gravity is doing its job and pounding the legs. Even Marie Claquer, who looked so good and so smooth the entire time, was starting to fade on that last descent. It is brutal, it is steep, it is relentless, and at the on the back end of 100K is really unforgiving for the runners. And as much as the runners have experienced a lot of different weather conditions throughout the day, the bad weather kind of stuck in the opposite valley, and there it did rain, but nowhere near as much. And this is actually something that the runners can be very grateful for, because you can look at the trail that Amaya is right now, and it's slightly cambered, and so if that was soaked and covered in water, it'll be muddy, and the entire way across would be a slip and slide, and it would be such a challenge to cover. So at least there, thanks to probably the tree cover and much less rain having fallen, this is still a quite reasonably good trail to run on at the minute. And there we go, Amaya looking at her watch. I think she's ready to be done, which is totally understandable. But like, you got to keep the pressure on. Oh, she looks back as well. Might have heard something behind her. But yeah, you just have to keep the pressure on. I mean, you're standing in second position of the HOKA Val by UTMB, the European World Series major, and basically not only a beautiful second place to put on your wall of fame, but prize money, 4,000 euros for second place, the automatic entry into next year's CCC. There is so much on the line and so much ground and work has been done that you just need to keep the pressure on. It's not at this point in the race where you can just let it go and risk losing that spot after working so hard to claim it. Because once again, Amaya has taken a second place about an hour and a half ago to French runner Elodie Pierre and managed to open up a solid gap. So she's finished strong compared to Elodie, even though after the RTS aid station on the road section, but then on the climb, we could see that Elodie was absolutely crushing that climb, pushing extremely hard on the pole, really climbing with a purpose. And so it did not look like she had given up the fight, even though coming into the RTS aid station, there was 11 minutes between the two ladies, and so 11 minutes to close in such a small distance is hard, but it's not impossible. So she is now on that big climb, the last push. Oh, and she's looking back. That's not a good sign. She is feeling like she's suffering on that climb. I don't know if there's another runner coming up, but at this point, I still have doubts that this would be Elodie Pierre, who would be the only one essentially to come and challenge Amaya's second place. So let's see how she can go. But yeah, this is the climb I was telling you about. This is a soul-crushing climb, and at this point, if you have the awareness, if you've studied the course, and if you've been lucky enough to get early to the area, this is always something I recommend. Check out the last 5Ks of the course, because you know then where you're standing, what are the difficulties ahead, and how to handle them. Because all these participants have their poles with them, and yet they choose not to use it. It seems complete nonsense, but at this point, you're not fully lucid, you're not fully there. And it's like, you know what, it was supposed to be all downhill. I'm not going to take the poles out. But literally, it takes less than a minute to take them out and put them back in. But the difference you're going to be able to make on that climb, that once again, it is purple on the 3 maps, means it is more than 30% grade. Look at how much struggle she's going through to make herself go over that massive climb. Having the poles there would make such a difference. Such a difference. And we have our Oman fans in the chat. Welcome, cheering for Hamdan Al-Kartri. Hamdan, who's running in the VDA in the 100 miles, started just under 4 hours ago and is currently sitting in 22nd position. So in the team or the club Muscat truck. So it's good to see everyone in the chat. Uncle Joe also throwing some pretty good gifts. Super Dolph, loving it. Oh, I'm worried about Amaya because she's still moving and she's moving at a decent pace considering how steep that climb is, but she keeps looking back. So I don't know if she's hearing something we're not, but then, yeah, I believe we might have a runner with Elodie Pierre, which would mean that we could see her location on the 3D map, and right here she doesn't appear on that location. So if she's not at the bottom of the climb right now, it will be a gap impossible to close. So we've seen that Amaya Raskin Medrano is now almost cresting that last climb, and from there on it's going to be all downhill from here. Come on, keep it up, you've got this. Oof. The good old oof.
Más para arriba. ¿Ya bajada o no? ¿Bajada?
She's asking, is it the descent now? I think a lot of our runners will be surprised by that final kick. They were not expecting it, and probably why they're not using poles, because they don't think this is going to be a long climb, but it is. But there he is. There she is, branching into the original course. Sorry, she hasn't gone through it just yet. Now she is, and that's going to be the last downhill. Quick commercial break, team, and we'll be right back with Amaya.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Here we go. She is now in the final descent. We're gonna cross the road and stay on the single track. There we go, back onto it. And she is in the pain cave now and carving it more and more. But that pain cave has a big check on the end of it. A rewarding second position in one of the 4 UTMB World Series majors that comes. Oh man, she keeps turning. Careful. Oh, it's not the time to look back when the terrain is technical, when your legs are turning to jelly. If there's a rock that comes and kisses your shoe, that's gonna be ugly. Eyes on the prize. You gotta stay focused, Amaya. You're so close to it. Oh man, I feel for her. She is really giving everything she has. 14:02 elapsed. And just over 2K to go. Just under 2Ks to go, sorry. And we can hear the finish line now. She's gonna be able to smell the barn. She's looking at her watch. She probably has the GPX of it. She knows how close she is getting. It's almost in the bag for Amaya Raskin Medrano. Even putting the bib number at the front. She is still well aware of the situation and what needs to be done. Perfectly executed race, finishing strong and even taking away the second place to Elodie Pierre from France, who up until then was in second place and now is running in third place. There's still a few turns, 1.4 Ks to go. She's never been so close. And there we go. Intermediary ranking in the women's race at the VDA, the 100-mile race, which is now 140 kilometers. The French runner, 52 years young, Jocelyn Podi, is in the lead, naturally with the highest UTMB index. Anca Sindea is the surprise from Romania, currently running in second place, but very closely behind. We've got two runners running within seconds of each other, Laura Van Vuren and Yang Yuan Ru, which we talked about, we introduced, and then Elizabeth Rios Peredo is rounding up the top 5 so far, but already 20 minutes back from the lead. In the men, he started like a demon, Arthur Joyeux-Bouillon, gone through Bossos, 8 station and 3:02 elapsed. 5 minutes back, Gabi Reda from Argentina. From Belgium, Florian Descamps is also running together with Gabi. And then Arnaud Seguimol in 3:09 and then 3:11 from the US with the intention of winning this race still, David Hedges. So they are much closer together in the men's race, within 9 minutes of each other. And again, if you're looking at the UTMB indexes, it's kind of all makes sense, except for David, who's a little further back. But again, this is 140 kilometers, and they're going to be running through the entire night, meaning that now is not the time to get excited or to get ahead of yourself. See, they're going to stay on the valley floor at the beginning, and then dropping on the left-hand side, you can see the runners, Laura Van Vuren, and then Jocelyn Podi here. And then they carry on in the bottom of the valley, and then where the top men are already almost a marathon into the race, they are there all together in that climb, and then they're going to come back on the other side of the valley and then drop down through some steep switchbacks before coming back and going for the second part of the race on the opposite side of the valley where the 100K runners were for their entire journey. So there she is, popping onto the road now. One K to go. Oh man, I can't wait for her to get into town. Bump into the cheering crowds. That's going to be a bit of a break from the amount of time she spent out there kind of on her own, covering this 101 kilometer. And here, Trail Running Review is in the house, covering the finish of all these runners. Soon that content is going to be out on socials. Big shout out to the whole Trail Running Review team. And in the chat, Flex is giving us another perspective on who could win this VDA, going for Hedges on the men's side. And let's hear it on the women's side, because so far Jocelyn has left very little chance to the rest of the women's field. She's gone out hard and pulled away already, putting a substantial gap on the rest of the field, because she already has almost 30 minutes on fifth place already, and that is not even a marathon into the race. So the men's will have about 100 more Ks to go before crossing the line in Vieja, and the women's just over that. And there we go, we can hear the crowds, and she's finally, I want to say, breaking into a bit of a smile. She's allowing herself to let go, to relax, and to take it in. I don't believe this morning when she woke up, she believed that she was going to finish second in that race, the UTMB World Series major for the European continent. And along that, scoring, like punching her automatic entry into next year's CCC at the UTMB World Series final in Chamonix at the end of August, and bringing home 4,000 euros for second place. Because again, at the majors, you do have prize money 5 deep, 5,000, 4,000, 3,000, 12 and 50, and 1,000 for fifth. There you go. One more turn and she'll be heading down to cross the main street of Vieja. And people are already starting to cheer on, ringing those bells. Yes!
Est-ce que je dois m'arrêter avant la ligne ou pas?
There we go. 300 meters. She's about to cross the road. All the people at restaurants and having tapas will come out and cheer her on. And after spending so much time focused on the task at hand, people have come out to bring her home. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, Amaya Raskin Medrano is about to take second place. Breaking into a smile. They are calling her name on the finish line, putting the beeb at the front for the perfect photo finish. She's taking the right-hand turn into that straight finishing chute, ladies and gentlemen, coming from Spain. Please welcome second place in this HOKA Val run by UTMB CDH, Amaya Raskin Medrano. Oh, and that must be the runner that was behind her and that she was hearing and worried about it and turning around. And there we go, massive celebration for the second place finisher of the CDH 2025. Amaya Raskin Medrano, and there we go, the team, the partners, the crew, all the ones who were working on the sidelines to help her get to that point. Here to share that special moment and celebrate such a journey and everything leading into that. Because you just don't get off the couch and run that kind of race. It's months, if not years, of preparation to get there.
Cohete. No sé con qué intenciones llegabas, si pensabas que iba a ser este rendimiento, pero ha sido algo auténticamente espectacular.
No, sinceramente quería hacer top 10. Lo veía un poco difícil, pero bueno, he intentado hacer eso. Y ha salido al final bien. He sufrido los últimos 10 kilómetros muchísimo, o sea, sabía que iba a sufrir, pero he sufrido mucho, o sea, muy mal. Pero bueno, ya está.
Yeah, she said like she was coming here for a top 10 and she really enjoyed the first kilometers, but then it started getting hard and she really suffered.
Me ha costado muchísimo subir, o sea, muy mal. Pero bueno, ya está, ya hemos acabado.
Bueno, Amaya, yo creo que esto es un punto de inflexión en tu carrera.
I think I understood it right, and vamos a cama. It's like, now we go to bed.
Todo cuesta, vamos, cuesta abajo.
Sí, muy bien, sí, estoy contenta. O sea, no me lo esperaba para nada, así que muy contenta.
Bueno, pues tienes a mucha familia y mucha
So
gente
she was not really expecting anything. She didn't come with expectations, and so she's super happy with what came. And so, like, second place was delightful. And so here, yeah, her mom who was at the last aid station at RTS, and the joy here. Beautiful. Those are special moments. And again, hats off to our finish line DJ, absolutely crushing it with the playlist.
¿Quieres saludar a Amaya o algo? Vale, vale. Espera para decirle si no. ¿La Nuria Pica? No sé, tendría que mirarlo. Ahí sí.
And here's Mireia. Hola Mireia, ¿cómo estás?
Bueno, qué bonito, ¿eh? Llevarte un podio cuando no te lo esperas. A por el top 10 que venía, a por el top 10. Bueno, la fiesta continúa, Owen.
Bueno, la fiesta continua. The party goes on indeed. And we've got more runners coming across the line, wrapping up their 100K journey, their very own CDH. And now we're going to be stuck to the screen waiting for our French runner in the women's category, Elodie Pierre. I hope we still have a cam runner or a mountain biker who can go and pick her up higher up as she comes into Viella at least. Ooh, that looked like a big day out there.
Toti, ven acá para aquí. Bueno, tú eres otro de los legendarios del trail, ¿eh? ¿Te consideras como tal?
Bueno, mira, tuve mi momento, però bueno, continuo disfrutant de la muntanya, tot i així això és molt dur, Però bueno, el recorregut és el primer cop que l'he fet, és espectacular. Avui ha fet molta calor, ens ha pedregat, ha plogut, ha fet fred, però bueno, això és la muntanya i res. Ja tenim les pedres i aviam si podem anar cap a Chamonix.
Toti, no está más sincera, enhorabuena. Eres una auténtica máquina y ya puedes agradecer también a estos compañeros que te llevan siguiendo seguro que muchos años.
And there she is, our third woman, 1.1 kilometer away, Elodie Pierre, making really good use of those poles in the downhill, helping it alleviate a little bit of the pounding of her leg in the poles. We were talking about this with Steve earlier today, saying like, you know, in the 50K races, you surely don't see runners using the poles on the descent, but on the longer races, it actually makes a difference. It saves your legs from so much pounding and also helps you like stabilize yourself. You know, see on that turn, she's just helping, like using the poles to help her like change trajectory. It is very helpful. Once again, you need to be very comfortable with your poles because that requires a little bit more focus and coordination. But it does help. It does make a difference. And so here, once again, we're getting to the road, and Elodie Pierre is now in the last kilometer of this 2025 CDH 1420, almost elapsed. And she had a really solid back end of the race because there was, at the last aid station, 11 minutes between them. And I don't believe there's going to be an 11-minute between them on the finish line. If anything, in 3 plus 3 so minutes, 4 minutes maybe, she will be crossing the line. So I'm anticipating it's sub 14:25, and what was Amaya's time? 14:12. Oh yeah, no. So that's like, if I'm good at math, there's gonna be actually more than 11 minutes. So Amaya really pushed hard and managed to maintain, if not increase a little bit, the gap between herself and third place Elodie Pierre. So she was running in the safe. Once again, so far 2 women have crossed the finish line of the CDH. Marie Klakeg Fernet from Norway, representing Team HOKA, crossed the line in 12 hours 31:45, and then Amaya Raskin Medrano from Spain crossed the line in 14:12:08. And here on your screen, on her way to the finish line, Elodie Pierre from France. To my knowledge, this is the first time she actually races outside of France. And she's about to take 3rd place in the HOKA Val run by UTMB in the European UTMB World Series Major. And along that, we'll bring home, I mean, already a lifetime of bragging rights, but also her automatic entry into next year's CCC, as well as 3,000 euros. Happy days. And I think Victor agrees. Victor, who's been just like the entire production team, working in the shadows to offering you all these images, mix all this content all day. And I think this is the time to give a big shout out to the entire team as well, who have been out there. It is the name of the group of the companies providing that is Outdoor Sports Live, and they are capturing the images on the field, on bikes, with drones, on foot, and also another company doing all the finish line content and a little bit of a mix there, and then another team here in the studio, far away remote, but then fully involved to mix and provide all this content to you all around the world. Probably 400 meters, and the crowds are now there ringing the bells to welcome the third place finisher in the CDH, coming from France, Elodie Pierre.
Hey!
And just like that, I think the production heard me and they're like, oh yeah, okay, we're gonna pull this off with a mix of images, aerial shot with the drone just above town, back in front of Elodie Pierre. She is making a quick way of those last 100 meters, and I hope she really takes it in. There we go. She's in the main street of Vieja. One left-hand turn, one right-hand turn. She can definitely hear the line. They are calling her across the line.
A la francesa, Elodie Pierre.
She's joining in. With big smiles on their faces. It's going to be one on each side. What a celebration it's going to be.
Mont-Blanc de la France. Allez, allez, allez.
Bringing her home, ladies and gentlemen, we present you your third place finisher in the 2025 CDH, Elodie Pierre. And there we go, in tune with our finish line speakers. Beauty.
Elodie. Congratulations, félicitations, Elodie. S'il vous plaît.
I'm not crying, you're crying. Such special moments here on the line.
Elodie, s'il vous plaît.
Probably going to see her partner or her crew. It is so important once you cross the line that you share these first moments with your team. Let's see if we can have it. There we go. There we go.
Beautiful moment.
Elodie, s'il vous plaît.
Enjoy your lap of honor.
Elodie.
Viena is yours.
Aquí
tenéis. Is yours.
There we go. A celebration with people who have come down to celebrate and witness history. Rounding up the podium.
Over 14 hours and 25 minutes. Over 100 kilometers.
Coming from France, Elodie Pierre.
Comment ça va?
There we go. We're going to have a bit of an interview.
De la course?
Ouais, c'était dur à partir, surtout vers le 80. Là, ça a été vraiment dur pour moi.
So she said it was actually pretty hard, especially around kilometer 80. But the landscapes, the course was outstanding.
Super contente.
I'm extremely happy.
La trail Beseberg, la marathon est aujourd'hui 3e ici. Quelle année?
Je suis heureuse. Voilà.
She's talking about her past results. And it's like, so how does that feel? And she's just like, I'm happy.
En esta prueba, en esta CDH, en esta ultra. Elodie.
Yeah, I mean, imagine that. 14 hours 25 out there running up and down mountains.
What a performance, Owen.
Coming back to earth will take a little bit of time, but when she will realize what she's achieved today, man, she'll be over the moon.
De la France. Bravo, Quentin. Quentin from Belgium. Great job.
Well done, Quentin. Quentin de la Belgique.
And here we go, team. Your top 3 women in the CDH, Marie Claquet-Fernet from Norway, representing Team HOKA, took it out in 12 hours, 31:45. She was a world ahead of the entire field. Amaya Raskin Medrano in second place, 1:40. And in the men's, Frenchman Baptiste took it out ahead of Manuel Anguita, Oriol Barbani, Bofil, Abel Carretero, and Edu Rodes. So the Spanish team was in the house, but French took out the top spot of the podium, and it was all within half an hour, 21:30. Precisely the gap between first and fifth. 3 minutes 40. That's all there was between Baptiste and Manuel, and these two gentlemen duked it out the entire time and did take the best out of each other. They showed great respect when on the line and appreciated each other's company throughout this journey. So let's look at this race recap of this entire CDH. Started this morning at 4 a.m. And there we go. Baptiste Cotentic at that point was still in second place. They've been going back and forth quite a lot with Manuel Anguita. And then this is where they were at the aid station together, and there Manuel was just behind Baptiste. But this is Baptiste, where Baptiste started to pull away from Manuel. But Manuel was going to come back, and we had a glimpse of Oriol. Here, see, Manuel was coming back, and look at this. This is fantastic. He's like, all right, I'm gonna push a little bit on the descent. Manuel was looking better in the descent and pulling away slowly from Baptiste Cotentic and appreciating a bit of rain as the weather was still hot. But there again, you know, they were really going back and forth for this entire section. But Baptiste eventually made a move on the flatter section as the rain starting to really pour down on the entire field. And then it was the flying burrito giving us a thumbs up with a smile on his face. And this is where, you know, we saw the difference being made after the aid station at 87 kilometers. This is where Baptiste chose not to stop at the aid station and where he managed to pull away slightly from Manuel. And then at the aid station here, well executed, efficient but not rushed, did what he needed to do, and then was never to be seen again. But Manuel was fighting hard because he ended up like finishing so close to Baptiste. And then here Oriol Barbani was running in third place, while our queen of the day, Marie Claquet-Fernet, was running a different race, in a league of her own. You know, she's always smiling, always happy. The teacher for people with special needs was there just to enjoy. So that was Baptiste Cotentic ringing La Campana across the line, and so did Manuel Anguita, stoked to take second place. Oriol Barbani there he is, in disbelief, coming in the street of Yella, absolutely delighted to take third place. Look at him, bursting in stoke. and dusting off that good old bell down across the line. And in the meantime, look at her. She was absolutely flying all the way down. We did notice a little bit of a pain in the legs as she was in the final descent. Again, Marie Claquet-Fernet made it across the line almost at the same time that Amaya Raskin-Medrano was still miles away from the finish line at the aid station. Look at the smile she was carrying and giving it back to the entire crowd who had come in the streets of Viella to celebrate that incredible win. What an extraordinary runner, what an extraordinary human across the line. There we go. We have third place here, Elodie Pierre, who was still not giving up and running really, really strong coming out of the aid station. But Amaya Raskin-Medrano was not going to give up anything. She was standing on the gas pedal all the way down, spending quite a lot of time in the pain cave, as she said in the finish line. But there she was, crossing the line in second place. She explained she had absolutely no expectation, but that race absolutely delivered. And there she was, tiptoeing into the finish line with what looked like her two sons. And massive celebration for French runner Elodie Pierre, who once again, I think this was her first time racing outside of France, and boy did she deliver. So we're kind of back to the finish line. We might actually stay on the finish line to welcome more runners across that line, but this, ladies and gentlemen, will be the end of our live broadcast for the day. We tuned in to cover the entire CDH and then the start of the VDA. But we appreciate you all. We appreciate you from being here and contributing in the chat. You've been good. You've been talking about the race, also celebrating all these runners' achievements. So once again, thank you all for being in the chat, sharing also intel about all the runners, telling us about like friends and family who were on the sidelines, backstories from the runners. We'll be back tomorrow to finish the race of the VDA, 6 a.m. local time. Until then, look after yourselves. An absolute pleasure to be back on the UTMB World Series. There's the man. Oh, the world is watching. We're live.
Merci à tous d'être présents.
That gap is melting.
Bonjour à toutes, bonjour à tous et bienvenue.
Allez, c'est parti. What a race.
The mountains are calling now.
Il y a de l'UTMB index au mètre carré. And it is not over.
Oh no.
Insane.
That was fast. Welcome our champion. Oh man. Wow. Oh, one of the big jobs.
Yes! Good work, Rod. Good work.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Félicitations, congratulations. What do you feel? Français?
Parce qu'à tous les états, après c'était très tôt, je voulais pas faire. Je voulais plus avancer. Mais là, c'est pris un oral, il faut croire que ça m'a rafraîchi. Je suis reparti et j'ai fait des drapiers, s'habiller et voilà. L'oral, c'était...
Logan!
Go on the road, that's it! Well done, Michael! Michael has completed the CDH over 100 kilometers.
Michael, congratulations! You did it! You're doing it! Muy emocionante, ¿eh? Las llegadas, la familia, las novias, los padres. Increíble.
Hoka, absolutely beautiful. Special moments all weekend. Well done. Well done, Charles. Baptiste and Judith. Great job. Enjoy that medal, Charles. Super. Just look at this great finish. Ole, 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 ole.
Ahí está, Benjamin. Felicitación. Benjamin.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Well done, fantastic. All yours.
Congratulations, enhorabuena. Aún, qué privilegio, testigos de primera línea, de momentos tan emocionantes, somos muy privilegiados.
Sí, es. Bueno, vea, ¿qué tenemos aquí? Chicos, ¿estáis esperando para alguien especial? ¿Cómo se llama tu padre? Alberto, ¿y de dónde sois?
De España.
De España, ¿de qué parte de España?
De Jaén, Salamanca.
¿Es un sitio bonito?
Sí.
Cuéntame, ¿tu padre es rápido?
Sí.
Me han dicho que es muy rápido. ¿A qué hora más o menos va a llegar?
A las 9 o así.
Mira, estamos a 10, 15 minutos. Pues muchas gracias por estar con nosotros. ¿Sois tus amigas, tus hermanas?
Amigas.
Pues ¿cómo se llaman? Yoga. Oh, qué bonita. ¿Y tu nombre? Naya también. Pues mira, chicas, muchas gracias por estar aquí con nosotros. Y vamos a dar un grito muy fuerte a tu padre cuando viene, ¿vale?
Avísanos,
Avísanos.
campanazo. Ahí. Judith, felicitaciones. Bueno, ¿qué cuesta más? ¿Venir de Argentina o venir a la bola? Ya sabes que este camino solo te puede llevar a un lugar, es volver a hacer la OPA.
Puede ser, porque tengo un camino recorrido por esta carrera.
Pues ya sabes que el compromiso lo acabas de adquirir. El año que viene te esperamos aquí, ¿eh?
Here we go, we have our next finisher here at the finish line of the CDH 2025. Look at him go, he's super strong. A ver quién es, desde España, HOKA. Enhorabuena, HOKA.
Mira lo que hay aquí. Ahí está, la campana. Atletismo Bayona. Desde Galicia, si no me equivoco. Congratulations, enhorabuena, Ahí tienes a tu compañero, que no rival, Owen. Me estaban comentando, el último corredor en entrar, que nosotros desde allá arriba y le da mucha motivación. Sí, y
¿Te escucharnos arriba?
y que les da mucha emoción, así que...
Pues aquí sigue hablando. Aquí estamos hasta el domingo, Borja.
Oye, qué bien saber que, ¿verdad? Que les damos ahí, entre todos le damos ahí, energías.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Here we go, we've got two more CDH runners coming around the final bend. They've got 60 meters to go. Hands in the air. From Belgium. Well done, Martin. Congratulations. De la France, Fabian. Genial, fantastic.
Congratulations. You got it. Fabian, felicitations.
Chapo. Un beso.
Alexander, together. Felicitaciones, enhorabuena, congratulations.
Let's go, all yours, the final 20 meters. Bienvenido a la meta from Norway. Harvard, well done. Thanks a million for coming here to Vienna. eso.
¿Qué le gustó? Caramba, bien. Una de las tortillitas que trabaja día tras día.
Desde pico, Boca, pico.
Años tras años ahí, nadando, trabajando.
Da igual dónde vas, fácil está. La montaña alta, aquí en la meta, la salida, la oficina. Previa y centenarias. Todos los perros.
Siempre estás y no estás sacando el perro. Oye, grandes los voluntarios, aquí los tenemos, Ahora es hora, prueba, nieve, ratita, lo que haga falta, aquí los tenemos.
Buenas noches, Camisilla, que ha estado todos los días con el directo. Espero que vas a estar contenta con el trabajo hecho hoy. Un día con mucha aventura. Hasta mañana, DJ Fabi. Mañana más fiesta. Muchas gracias, como siempre.
Gracias. Owen, thank you very much.
Al equipo de sonido también, porque aquí llevan toda la semana y sin ellos no hay voces.
Sí, tanto que sí. Grande el equipo de INAC ahí. Saluda. Aquí los tenéis, estos chicarrones. En punto ya de la tarde y aquí seguimos disfrutando de lo lindo, vaya que sí. Amaya Raskin, estratosférica, ¿sí o no? Ahí hablamos con Amaya Ranking, estratosférico resultado, la verdad que tiene más presumimiento del año. premio. Ahí está, la campana soñada. Rubén, Daniel. Chicos, con este momento se sueña. ¿Sabéis en el momento qué ganas tengo de tocar la campana? Sé que tomas una cerveza se está matando, ¿no?
Vosotros también.
¿Habéis corrido juntos en la carrera? Sí, habéis venido.
Amigos, hemos corrido todo juntos.
Hombre, ¿qué tal si hacéis el correr juntos? ¿Tenéis paciencia uno con el otro? ¿Os penetráis bien?
Claro que sí. Entrenamos mucho juntos, nos llevamos bien, entonces la carrera ha sido más especial todavía.
¿De dónde venís? Bueno, pues de Pinguts, enhorabuena. Venga chicos, a disfrutar. Bueno, pues vamos a continuar aquí animando, porque nos comentaban antes que nos oyen desde ahí arriba, y que les damos muchos ánimos, así que ¡vamos a ello! Que oigan el campanazo, claro que sí, que sueñen con él. ¡Ay! ¿Veis? Es que esto es magia, esto es magia. Aquí está la campana soñada. Felicitaciones, François. Judith. Ahí tenemos la cuarta clasificada. Enhorabuena, enhorabuena. Enhorabuena a esta corredora. Que no me quieres decir buscar. María Isabel. María Isabel, ¿qué significan todo eso que estás diciendo? ¿Qué te pasa por la cabeza?
Me pasa un carrerón.
¿Tú sabes lo que has logrado? ¿Estás contenta?
Muchísimo. Yo quería luchar un top 5.
Qué emoción, ¿verdad?
Muchísimo.
Merece la pena, ¿verdad? Estos esfuerzos, ¿verdad? Bueno, disfruta de este momento, hablate con los tuyos sobre todo, María Isabel. Mira. No te dejes de abrazar a nadie, Estás contento, Y nosotros por ti, Hugo, y nosotros por ti. Enhorabuena. Felicitaciones. Ahí tenemos esa llegada. Felicitaciones. Amazing job, man. You did it. Enhorabuena, Enhorabuena. Ahí tenemos a Gregor Recebo. Aquí tienes el premio. Ya puedes darle duro, ya, claro que sí, merecido. Campeón. Bueno, Toñín, te voy a contar una cosa, te voy a contar una cosa. Y es que ha venido un corredor y nos ha contado que nos vienen oyendo desde allá y que les anima mucho. Así que hay que estar aquí,
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Congratulations, enhorabuena. Enhorabuena, campeón. Enhorabuena, congratulations. Gerard, si después de 100 y pico kilómetros no tocas la campana, hay que volver a dar la vuelta, ¿eh? ¿Dónde están los de Beja? A ver, Borja. Los de Beja, ¿dónde están? No, ¿dónde están los de Beja? A ver, no veo. ¡Anda! ¿Y cómo se llama, papá? A ver, ¿cómo se llama? Quinta clasificada. ¿A qué te sabe? ¿Cómo estás? Cargadita de emociones, ¿no? ¿Cómo ha ido el día?
Bien. Bueno, una mica... un poco jodido todo, ha sigut dura, però bueno, ja ho sabia que seria molt dura, tampoc venia amb massa entrenament i bueno, és una cosa preciosa, la veritat és que l'hem disfrutat i l'hem patit a parts iguals i està molt bé.
Hay que conocer la cara B del deporte, tú conoces todas, pero bueno, en esta ocasión, quinta clasificada de mucho mérito, nos hace muchísima ilusión recibirte aquí, siempre, y espero que vuelvas muy pronto, ya sabes que esta es tu casa.
Moltes gràcies i, bueno, fins l'any que ve, Gerard.
A procesarlo, Nuria, ahí teníamos a la gran Nuria Pica. Quinta clasificada hoy aquí. Una corredora, Nuria Conoce, Legend. Corredora y ganadora del UTMB 2017, que sigue dándonos lecciones cuando quiere y como quiere. Enhorabuena, Nuria.
que viene Clara. Clara, Clara, Clara. Vamos, Clara. Bravísimo, Clara. ¡Vamos! Muy bien, Clara, muy bien, bravísimo. Enhorabuena, Clara, enhorabuena. ¿Cómo diga? No te voy a hacer de la cita que ha llegado el top 10 delante de la serie, no es poco, Y esto sale de Cristina. Gracias, Chamonix, claro que sí, hay que celebrarlo, Clara.
Hasta aquí que lo conozco yo, ¿sí o no? Clara.
Muy bien, ¿no?
Muy bien, tenía pensado para ir aquí, pero como estoy encontrando bien, y diré.
Pues ya está. Eso es de Clara, ¿no? Si te encuentras bien, a disfrutarlo.
Así que estoy encantada. Y quiero aprovechar para decir que soy vegana y que aquellos que quieren llevar una dieta basada en plantas, pues que vean que también se puede llegar a un nivel grande deportivo con la dieta basada en plantas.
Pues por supuesto que sí, hombre, por supuesto que se puede llevar. Está demostrado por muchos atletas, por muchos trail runners de categoría. ¡Clara! ¡Enhorabuena! ¡Pase directo para Chamonix! ¡Todo! ¡Venga, sí! ¡Mira bien la cosa!
¡Enhorabuena, Clara!
Aquí la busco,
Enhorabuena, Marc, felicitacions! Felicitacions a la família Ufí. Xoca! Xoca! Felicitacions! Ahí teníamos a Marc y a su familia. Posición clasificatoria 110, 110 ya. Los atletas que han pisado esta línea de meta. Estamos orgullosísimos de todos ellos. Bueno, han llegado de Bejar, ¿no? Han llegado de Bejar. ¿Viene o no viene? Sí. Estamos disfrutando también de esas imágenes recopilatorias de la jornada. Ahí en esas pantallas disfrutando, disfrutando del trail running sin sudar ni una sola gota. Qué maravilla de imágenes. En menudo equipo tenemos de media, fotógrafos, camarógrafos, siempre dispuestos a sacar la mejor cara, a deben presumir. Vamos a darle la bienvenida a este nuevo camarade que irrumpe ahora mismo aquí esta línea de meta. ¡Felicitaciones! Uy, cuidado, Seb. Sebastián, congratulations, Sebastián. Congratulations, 6th position for you. From the UK, Cheryl. Congratulations. ¡Ale! Ahí está. ¡Ay! ¡Enhorabuena! Representando al Club de Gary. Y aquí tenemos. ¡Mira que la maqueta! ¡A Cristian Bautista! Gracias, enhorabuena, Cristian. ¿Quién es el mejor? Enhorabuena, Cristian. Ahí está, efectivamente. Lau. ¡Vamos! ¡Que sigo llegando al nombre! ¡Ahí nos tenemos! ¡Bastones el triste! ¡Feliz, orgulloso, contento! ¡Mira lo que hay aquí! ¡Esto es para ti! José Luis, disfruta. José Luis, enhorabuena. Oye, una pregunta. Cuando vas corriendo, ¿se sueña con este momento? Llega un momento en que los oyes por ahí nos han dicho, es decir, que cuando ya tienes finish de verdad. Satisfacción, ¿verdad? Enhorabuena, disfruta de cada momento, de cada minuto. Congratulations a la número de Amaya. Ahí teníamos en la llegada de Eduardo Felipe Calima Santos Ribeiro. Eduardo, ¿dónde está? Un nombre muy largo, muy pronto, ¿eh? ¡Vamos allá! ¡A recibir como se merece! From the US, Egor Akulov. Congratulations, man! There we have the rival of Egor Akulov. Congratulations, Egor! Amazing, massive achievement! From Poland, Yaroslav Yaroslav, you're looking happy.
¿Os han mirado allí? ¿Han traído la mía? Pero, ¿has visto el Bicum, no? ¿Has visto el Bicum? ¿El qué? Que si has visto que te he hecho el Bicum. Sí, no hacía falta, tío.
¡Vamos, vamos, vamos! ¡Enhorabuena! Ahora que enhorabuena, felicitaciones. Congratulations. Judith.
Hombre, que el alquiler de la habitación son 7 euros.
Ahí teníamos en la llegada a meta de Clement Bolivo. Tremenda felicitación. Tremendo baile. ¡Venga! ¡Una nueva llegada! ¡Ahí tienes el premio merecido! ¡Felicitaciones! Qué toque tan sutil.
¿Dónde la quieres montar?
¿Quieres que pusiste?
Pues voy a montar una aquí, un antes de que entre y otra más allá. Luego igual las cambio.
Ahí tenemos ese equipo polaco. Jaroslav Stackman.
Este está viendo un bug entero, ¿eh? Este tiene un bug.
Una buena
que me voy, ¿Cómo ganaste esta ganado,
129 runners have arrived in this amazing place. 129 great skiers stepping this carpet. 129 guys and our skiers are already here in the finish line. 122 him. He is about to arrive. Simón, bien, Simón, good, felicitaciones. Simón, top. Ahí tenemos la llegada de Miguel Ángel Cristo. Enhorabuena. Congratulations. Congratulations. Felicitaciones, enhorabuena. Qué bien estáis aquí, ¿eh? Solo tengo hasta la 1. Ya, habiendo corrido yo lista que le he corrido los tres, no os lo puedo descubrir. Unas emociones son intensas. Por eso les digo, no es el primero, esto pasa. ¡Vamos, vamos, vamos! ¡Enhorabuena! ¡Ya estás aquí! ¡Llegada a meta de Manuel! ¡Viva! Manuel, enhorabuena, campeón. Ahí tenemos esta llegada, bandera, en ristre de José Antonio Rodríguez. Enhorabuena, José Antonio. Romain, félicitations. Très très bonne course.
Fíjate, no, yo de ti me presentaría las patas al suelo. Te lo van a mover.
la bienvenida a este corredor que saluda a la familia, saluda a su afición, por supuesto. Bienvenido, aquí tienes la campana que te da acceso directo a la gloria. Dani Sánchez. Aquí tienes la campana. Víctor, enhorabuena, tu momento. Víctor, ¿qué te pasa por la cabeza en estos momentos? No ha merecido la pena, estamos aquí, felices, ¿verdad? Enhorabuena, campeón. Ahí tenemos la llegada de este campeón también, Orden Zúñiga. Enhorabuena, Pedro. Enhorabuena. Congratulations. Another one that made it. Era Pedro Pasariña.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
momento. La alfombra verde, la alfombra azul y la campana soñada. Hugo, felicitaciones. Hugo Berlín, Arturo, desde Chile. Arturo, enhorabuena. Arturo García Huidrogo. Enhorabuena, Arturo. Qué experiencia, ¿eh? ¡Vamos, vamos! ¡Ahí está! ¡El Pau! ¡Pau Iglesias, Pau! ¡Pau, enhorabuena! Bueno, esta campana, cuántos sueños, si esta campana hablara, madre mía, cuánta gente está ahí ahora mismo en la montaña soñando con este momento, poder hacer aquí. Increíble, increíble. Bueno, vamos a intentar darles fuerzas, no sueñen desde ahí arriba. Vamos a intentar darles ánimos para que lleguen a esta línea de meta. Seguro que llevan horas soñando con este momento. Y este momento para muchos de ellos ya está a punto de llegar. Prácticamente ya camino de las 16 horas desde que salieran
el año pasado no estaba
desde la localidad de Les. Y ya están a punto de llegar aquí a cruzar este pórtico de la gloria.
Creo que voy a copiar este plano. Así. Ahí yo lo he intentado poner, pero me dejaba la gente mucho tiempo. Así hasta. Prueba. Yo lo he puesto a esta altura. Pero claro, es que lo que dices tú, antes era esto un dinero de tiempo.
Ahí tiene la Crusher. UTMB World, felicitaciones, campeón, champion. Ahí estaba el momento del corredor exhausto, como no podía ser menos. Ahí tienes. UTMB World. Enhorabuena, campeón. Enhorabuena. Ahí teníamos esa irrupción en meta de Farid Tayev. Felicitaciones, Farid. Bravo. Toujours. Ahí tenemos la llegada, la ejecución, el aterrizaje en meta al Marc Roca. Marc, muchísimas felicidades, enhorabuena. Menudo momento, disfruta de cada segundo. Felicitations, Paul. Enhorabuena, Paul. Felicitations, Paul. Ahí lo teníamos. Dorsal al 133. Aquí tiene. Félicitations. Très bon travail pour toi. Esos chicos de iluminación. Esos chicos de iluminación.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Suenan las campanas, suenan los aplausos. Señal inequívoca de que algo está a punto de suceder aquí. Ahí tenemos ese sprint de esos compañeros. Aquí tenéis la campana desde Portugal. Walter Matos.
Javi, tío, pírate si quieres.
Que no. Yo cuando tú estés, no te preocupes. No hay prisa, tío. Si ya hasta mañana a la 1 no tengo curro. No te preocupes.
Adam Hudson from the UK. Congratulations.